Well, it's not a bright and breezy good morning from Warden for round 4 of the NKC. It's a little bit foggy here on the northeast coast of England. And we bring you here on Karting Live TV the 4th round at Oak Plate for the Junction 6 NKC for 2025. We're about to go ahead with the first heat of the day, which is the 3rd heat for senior Rotax. And the grid looks like this. It's Braden Hill and Ethan Farrell on the front row of the grid. Ethan Wyatt and Ben Ballou are on row 2. And then we've got Taylor England and Maxim Smith. Finley Underwood, Christopher Hughes in his forward position in this heat. Elliot Surtees and Grace Lee Davies on row 5. Row 6, Blake Ticehurst and Charlie Hume, with Alexander Colanciano and Leo French next up. Jack Theobald and Olivani, Melissa Adrian and James Becker, Michael Ambler, Nathan Travers, JJ Hind and William Eberhardt are next. And then we've got Cian Downer and Charles Cheesy Green. Harvey Williams, Ethan Martin, Reece Green, Ben Harper, Jensen Watts, current champion, starting at the back this time, Dylan Braley, and at the final row of the grid, Paulo Nunes Aranda and Harvey Murden. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm with you all day to bring you all the action from round 4 and the Oak Plate from here at Warden, 1,200 metres of some of the fastest, most demanding track in the UK. Alongside me is my ever faithful assistant, Nick Damon is back.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? To very, very, very different conditions than we left you with.
Could be slippery out there actually. We've got a sea fret. We're not very far from the sea as the crow flies. I think as the crow flies maybe just 2 miles actually. And we've got a false start. I thought we would be. The conditions yesterday, Nick, as you know, were scorchio, beautiful blue skies and very, very hot temperatures. Today's going to be a bit different. On the northeast coast, we get a sea fret, the heat of the land.
Are we quite close to Hull?
We're very, very, very far away from Hull, Nick. You'll need to let that lie. Actually, I'll need to let that lie. It's me who keeps bringing it up. Anyways, so yeah, we've started the morning as we sometimes do here. With a bit of a sea fret. The fog keeps ebbing and flowing. We're very high up at Warden. It's one of the highest points in the whole of the borough of Sunderland. And for that reason, we sometimes sit in a very low cloud, and we are seemingly doing that this morning. Track-wise, the track is dry. Everyone's on slicks. It's not like we've got a damp track, but the sea fret could be causing us some slippery conditions. We see the drivers just trying to find where the grip is or indeed isn't.
Yeah, I've been putting the cameras out, and there's real water in the air, so the humidity is going to be high. That's going to affect how they tune the engines. I think the grip is going to be way down from yesterday afternoon. Not just because the track temp. Well, the track temp has come down, but it should slightly increase grip. But any of this dampness sitting on the track is going to be a problem.
And ambient temperature today, highs of only 20, whereas yesterday it was highs of 26. Here we go then. First green light of the day gets underway. And that's Braden Hill, and the bright orange and a luminous yellow, and we can see how slippery it was there. Drivers struggling to get the carts to turn through turn 1.
Yeah, and they come up now to the dog leg, and it looks a lot slower than yesterday. I'm sure that must be a visual because of the colours, but I think they are literally feeling their way around these first few laps under full power. The chance for people to make some places up if they get extra confidence early.
Yes, it's very, very tricky here, and if you've got a bit of confidence about the way your cart is handling, then you can make up ground. Christopher Hughes there, I see the bright orange helmet there being a little bit argy-bargy, being bumped, but that's common practice as Braden Hill breaks out. By the time we get to the back chicane and off to that curving back straight, the back straight that isn't straight at all, and there down the inside, with a move for second and taking 2, Ethan Wyatt getting in,
Ben Ballou got
in there as well.
Who had an absolute nightmare at
Clay.
He winning the championship that event leading and had nothing wrong. I think he went out in the B file and just all went wrong for him that weekend, but obviously back on form now up here in the northeast.
Well, 3-seeded drivers now at the front of the field, and there's the 4th place driver Blake Ticehurst wanting to spoil the seeded drivers party there. It's Braden Hill, Ben Ballou, Blake Ticehurst now, Ethan Wyatt behind them, Ethan Farrell, Maxim Smith.
Oh, we got a big problem back there.
Oh, we have indeed. Carts coming together. That's the number 68. And let's. Have we got that? Have we got that to watch again? We have indeed. Thanks, Paul.
So just in the background. Yeah. Obviously, 228 loses it on the slipperiness. He just gave it a bit too much. He got away with it though. Ethan Farrell carried on going and left the carnage behind him, taking out the 68 and the 11.
Yeah. Now the 68. I'm trying to find him on the timing screen, Nick, is, I don't know what number he's carrying.
Perhaps it was 80. The problem is some of these numbers are quite warm and the 8s and 6s all kind of stick together. You can never tell who's exactly who.
It might be the 228. That's the nearest number I've got.
No, Ethan Farrell was involved and got away with it. But we're going to see if people drop down the order now.
Yeah, maybe they need to have a look at these numbers, please, Mr. Scrutineer.
Those balloons
look at that
massively.
into turn one. Track getting wetter, Nick. Track is getting wetter. We've got spots of rain or precipitation on the window.
It's coming out of the cloud. Basically, we're sitting in a cloud. And there's
Ben Ballou, just did have any grip whatsoever there. Turned into turn one, and the car just washed out, as did Ethan Wyatt. Ethan actually onto the grass there through turn one, and that caught them unawares because last time by, the track was grippy and they could turn in.
Yeah, a number of people got caught out in this kerfuffle and melee on that last lap. Ben Ballou dropped 9 places. Alexander Colatuno, Ethan Farrell dropped 9 as well. Leo French went down. Melissa Aiden. You just scrolled down a little more on that one, Joe. So yes, there we are. It was a 26. James Becker.
13 places lost for
Chris
Hughes.
They're just a bit unfortunate because it wasn't caused by them, but they ended up going literally into a traffic jam.
Christopher had nowhere to go. He was just came out the dog. They're presented with carts. Stopped, carts piled on one, and that is so unfortunate for Chris. He was hoping to get a good result because that was his forward position. Complete shake up down the order, but at the front it remains Braden Hill and Blake Ticehurst now getting ahead of Ethan Wyatt and Maxim Smith up to 4th. Nathan Traverse, Cheesy Green up 1 to 6th, up 4 places. JJ Hind, they're coming, but the card that lost out in that melee was
he goes.
Ben Ballou.
Who's that has gone off? The 90. No, he's waved. Oh, it's all gone over. Has he got damp over that corner? That is one of the first corners on this track, which when it gets wet, they have problems with, isn't it?
It's kind of off
St.
camber
John's,
as well. It doesn't help being off camber, but there is. We have got a wet track, Nick. We've got carts spilling off.
That's under braking the 30. Absolutely nailed the 27. So Maxim Smith nailed Nathan Traverse, and then it appears to occur a fantastic concertina effect that took Colatuno off. Top 2 still away, are they? I can't see. Yes, they are. They look up in the distance, and the top 2 are still away. And then there's a big battle 4th down over though.
Yeah, just looking off in the background.
Look at Charles Green going round the outside.
Yeah, Cheesy Green round the outside, trying to find grip, and the cart just spewing away because it lost grip. Jensen Watson amongst it as well, getting inside of Ethan White and finding traction to get him ahead. Where's he come up to? So Reece Green up to 4th. Reece Green
10 places in that last lap,
and Jensen Watts 10 places because he found the grip. Ethan Wyatt down to 6th place now. Cheesy Green down to 7th.
Battenberg. They've gone Battenberg.
So that's the number 12, as you can clearly see, and he has gone off at the back chicane, and that's what the Battenberg is for, because the field is now making its way around. Now, if you don't know the Battenberg rules and you're out there in the paddock, I think today you're going to need to have a look at the regulations and see exactly what you need to do, because we're going to have a Battenberg day, and I'm not talking about tea and cake.
Oh, I wish you were.
I wish we were. Can you imagine if we had Battenberg cake every time the Battenberg came out? We'd be stuffed.
Even chunkier
than we are.
Number 7.
He's not happy.
He just fell off in the train, didn't he?
That's Ethan Wyatt. He was needing to finish well here in this heat because it was his forward position in the heats. What am I talking about if you're new to the NKC? Mixed grids means that each driver gets to start near the front of the grid, in the middle of the grid and at the back of the grid across your 3 heats. The points that you accrue for your heats form the grid for the all-important finals, which is where the trophies are given out. And Ethan Wyatt there in the number 7, who started that lap in 6th, has had a spin on this ever-dampening track.
It's greasy. That's what it is. Yeah. It's not actually damp. It's just greasy because when we were walking out there yesterday, you were walking on the stickiest tarmac around. They put down so much. Go green again, so it's cleared. So that stick is coming up the inside. Wow, that blue cart, fantastic move. Somehow held on to it. So that was is that the 111 who did that? I think it was. Yeah, that was 171. Must be Reece Green who did that coming up the inside.
Ethan Wyatt, by the way, down to 12th place there. So that was why he was hitting his steering wheel, annoyed with what had happened there, but everyone tripping over each other as they get through, struggling through. Jensen Watts has fallen down about 3 places there, through St. John's, scrabbling for grip now. They're on slick tyres, remember. They started what was effectively a dry track, so slick tyres was the order. And now Jensen Watts back up into 2nd.
Jensen Watts has been in every position in the top 10 apart from 1st, and you can see the spots of water on the camera, which is annoying, because we're trying to clean it off somehow.
You have to clean that off. Braden Hill showing his experience there on these ever-changing conditions. And just look at that on the brakes. And that's a few spinners there. Nathan Traverse
has gone.
Has traversed that one, not where he wanted to be. as they come through the
They're all having
horseshoe.
a massive struggle.
Everybody struggling for grip. The carts just will not turn in, trying to get that front end to bite and then bringing. But there's Jensen Watts, completely out of control. Controlled out of control. And then Nathan Traverse.
Just out of control.
Just out of control. Yeah, unfortunately for Nathan, he just lost the back end there on the brakes. Watts sliding all the way around the outside.
He's in the lead, by the way, now.
Which is probably where you want to be on that corner. That's where the grip is, on the very outside. And he is in the lead. He's gotten ahead of Braden Hill. And Braden Hill coming back. It's like slow motion, this, isn't it?
Yeah, these aren't replays.
These are not slow motion replays. It's like everybody goes into replay mode, and just look at this side by side action out of St John's and Jensen Watts back into the lead. These two very experienced karters showing everybody the way forward and just coming out of the first centre.
That's more sideways than straight for Braden.
Out towards the back chicane now. Again, they're spinning the wheels up through there. You can see the rear axles just spinning away.
Red flag.
We are red flagging it with...
There's a problem at Senna, in the Senna 2.
Ah, yes. We've got about 4
and
cars.
There's a minute to go, so they've just red flagged it rather than continue the chaos.
We were going to see the last lap board next time by, so we've red flagged it. The result will go back a lap. I'm not sure who... Well, it was Jensen Watts.
If it goes back another lap, then Watts is like 5th.
Could be. We'll see how that one is played out. But at the moment, with the red flag coming out and the carts will stop on the start-finish straight, the positions last time across the line were Jensen Watts in the lead, Braden Hill second, Rhys Green was third, Ethan Farrell fourth, Ethan Wyatt back up to fifth, up 7 places.
Yeah, but it goes back
Ethan.
up previously. Who knows?
Yeah. Max, well, I'm reading them out as they are. Maxim Smith in 6th, Blake Tyser 7th, Ollie Varney 8th, William Eberhardt up to 9th, Charlie Hume in 10th. There's the rest of the finishes. Ben Ballou finishing 15th, Christopher Hughes regaining some positions back up to 14th. That's 2 middle of the field results for Christopher in his first 2 heats. Just looking down, Cheesy Green ended up 25th, but again, how that result will play out, these are all provisional that I'm reading out here, Nick, because of that red flag will alter things.
Obviously. Well, that's quite an exciting start, wasn't it?
It was a very exciting start.
It started quite dry, and then the water just fell onto the goo on the circuit, and that was it, really.
It was a slow motion, fantastic. It was bizarre. I mean, we've seen these many times when karts go out on slicks and then the track gets wet, and everything slows down, and everybody's just you just can't get the car to turn. You can't touch the throttle. The rear axles just spin up, and as we saw Nathan Traverse, you go on the brakes, the rear end locks because you've got no grip on the rear end, and you're just a passenger. It is always a voyage of discovery.
And next heat, he raced 6th.
Yeah,
First in the Rotax
177 Rotax out for their second heat of the weekend. And we've got the grid nicely formed up in the collecting area. We've got Nathan Chafer, the number 3, third in the championship last year. Absolutely outstanding first round at Forest Edge. He will start from the pole position. Will Milner, suffering a pulled muscle in his chest, is Will. He obviously caught with it yesterday. We'll see how he goes today. He starts on the front row. Lincoln Bailey Arneson and Jake Davis start on row 2. Louis Rees and Sean Rudge are on row 3. Ollie Goodyear, Mark Gilly are next up. Bradley Heath, Ashton Parsons are next. Stephen Horner, local driver, alongside Steve Gilly. Nathan Wells and Tyler Fossey are next. Byron Sly Hewitt starts alongside Zach Bolton, who had a bit of an interesting first heat yesterday. Brian McCready, who we talked to in the paddock show, actually. Great chat with Brian down from the west of Scotland. He starts alongside Rob Simpson. Chris Abraham and George Walker are next up. And then we've got George Willis, Harrison Crook. We'll talk about that after I've read the grid. Colin Campbell and Scott Smith. Ryan Taylor-Truman, current champion, starting and winner of the heat yesterday, starting at the back with Steve Thompson. And then the rear quarters are Archie Elliott, the number 5, and Will Murdoch. So 2, 3, 4 strong drivers at the back there. We'll keep an eye on their progress. Harrison Crook took a penalty for yesterday with that little trip over. He was behind Zach Bolton and Will, wasn't he? Will Eberhardt. Will Murdoch. And when Zach went, Harrison looked like he went for the gap at the same time as Zach went for the gap. There was kind of 3 wide coming together at the first of the centres, and he's incurred a penalty for that. So that's going to put him down the order for his comeback. Harrison Crook carrying the number 2, vice champion from 2024 with TH Corsa here, and he's come back to try and take the O plate. I'm not sure what he's going to do with it because he's got no plans to do any more this season.
Just stick up in his garage,
keep it in his mountain piece. But it might sort of make him a bit eager to come back and do the final 2 rounds. The final 2 rounds are Wilton Mill on the 15th and the 17th of August, and then we round off the 2025 Junction 6 NKC at Dunkswell on the 19th and to the 19th to the 21st of September. Now then, there's a lot of activity there. Drivers' helmets coming off. Have we got a change of tyres? Yes, I see wet tyres being handed over. This, Nick, when we had a track like this, which was barely moist, I used to hate these because you could burn off a set of wets.
This is a very expensive race.
This is a very expensive heat.
So what happened is that they've had this declared as
a wet race,
and therefore they are allowed to, normally after 3 minutes to go, you put the cart down, that's it, can't touch it again. Now they're able to do the changes. Not everyone's going for it. There's a kind of mix and match about... Is everyone? No, I think some people aren't going for it. I think they might wait for their tyres to turn up, but I'm not sure that everyone's going to go onto wets.
This is going to be one of those races where, fortune sort of rewards the brave. There's Harrison Crook there, standing in the blue and white overalls. I'm not sure if he's going to change. Again, it's not confusion, Nick. It just looks chaotic.
Activity.
Everybody knows what they're doing. Everybody knows what needs to be done. There's a few drivers settled for slick tyres and not really being urged to change.
I think, to be honest, I'm not overly sure whether whether the wets are going to work, because we're on grease, aren't we?
You see, the problem here is we've got a lot of rubber that's being laid down, being very dry here in the northeast of England, and we've got a lot of rubber on the track. And Warden Law kart track, with Karting Northeast being the primary business owner here, they run a lot of hire carts around here, so it's got a massive coating of rubber, and the wet line, the off line, is absolutely where the grip is. The normal conventional textbook line is brilliant in the dry. It's very grippy. However, when it gets wet, it's one of the slipperiest tracks, and even with a set of wets, you will find it very tricky. We're getting setup changes on that number.
When you have this
24,
how long do they get for this? 10 minutes?
I'm really not sure. That's kind of an open. How long is a piece of string? It just depends on when the officials are happy that everybody is where they need to be. Now, that number 24 is Rob Simpson. Now, Rob has decided, it looks like he's decided to stay on slicks, but he's looking like a little bit of a caster change. Now, that'll give him more grip on the front end when he turns into the corner. I think that was Matty Easton, former 177 British champion, actually, who was his mechanic this weekend. Local lad, Matt. Very familiar with the conditions here at Warden Law as well. So a good advisor there. Local knowledge being massively important at a track like Warden Law. I do apologise for the weather, by the way, guys. I know.
You laid it on. It was going to be fantastic.
Well, it was the forecast was going to be fantastic all weekend. It was going to be 26 degrees yesterday, 25 degrees today. However, the Arctic Circle, the wind's blowing in from the east, which means it's coming off the sea, and it's very cold out there, even in the height of summer, which is what we're in now. So we have got the forecast for this fret to clear.
Oh, good.
When the sun gets higher in the air, and we will see it burn off. Hunter Motorsports, Jack Thompson, spannering for LRG.
Is that allowed?
Well, the Warden Law is the home of Hunter Motorsport. They've got their workshops and all their kit here. Venator engines based here as well. You hear their dyno burning away all hours of the day. And it's also the home of LRG Motorsport, which is Louis Large, who, remember, a couple of years ago, was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago, where he had that massive battle for this 177 championship in the NKC. 3 years.
It's because we're very old.
Yeah, I know.
Every year we get older.
Yeah, we're creating NKC history.
We are creating,
and we're already looking back at the history, aren't we?
We're creating NKC history in KLTV Trails. Well, that wasn't us, in fairness.
I've got a weather report from our roving reporter.
Who's that? Is it Gaz?
It's Gaz, our roving reporter out there. Basically drizzling out here.
Basically drizzling.
Yeah. No tyre temp on the restart. Yep, they're all going to be...
It's quite funny.
An update on the Harrison Crook penalty from yesterday. 5 seconds reduced from 10.
No, there's been all sorts of arguments been going on then.
Yes, there's been a bit of deliberation. It was a bit of an unfortunate incident, actually.
I'm not actually surprised it's happened because I had a chat with Sarah Darlow, who runs the
grid,
the correcting area. And I said, yes, start at 9. We should get through this. I said, I've been to Warden Law. I said, on 3 or 4 occasions where we've started early and we've never, ever managed to finish early. We've had no end of random reasons why things haven't happened. It's not always been... So multiple red flags, bad weather we've had it delayed for. Do you remember we had it lost when we were here with the ill-fated IPKC? We lost an hour and a half. The timing system broke down.
That's right, yeah.
Every single time you think, got to get way home early.
That wasn't Warden Law's timing system.
No. It's not Warden Law's fault. It's just
that's right.
It's this track where you never get to finish early.
Well as that, it's always full of drama. It's like a big soap opera when we come racing at Warden Law. There's always drama. There's always incident aplenty. The nature of the track is a very, very fast, sweeping track. Even the slow corners are not really that slow, and their entries are very, very fast entries and sweeping, and that makes it a technical track because you very rarely slow down. Even the Gasworks hairpin is a heavy brake and turn in, but even that is so quick when you straight back on the gas, downhill, and out you go. The dogleg's perhaps the slowest part of the track, and even that's got a lovely flow into it. Lots of.
So what are they doing then, Joe? Apart from slicks on,
they're changing the caster on the front end. So that's Mark Gilly, the 118. He's got his name on the back, Gilly, and nice to have Mark back with the NKC. He really does love his karting. Brother of Steve Gilly, the two brothers, when they come together on track, step back. Tyre pressures being set for...
lower or higher?
I think lower. I may be wrong on that. I'm not the expert.
You used to race karts properly. I did 2 years playing at it. You did several years properly.
Not on these tyres and not on those karts. So I don't know. You know what? You could walk into the paddock now and you could say a lower or higher on the pressure. You'd get 7 lowers and 16 highers. You know what I mean? So it's a majority.
Sounds like a really bad game to play a card.
It absolutely is. So the thing that you see them sort of fiddling with on that on the front of the cart is the caster. They're just changing the caster to give them a little bit of more turning, so that the front end will grip. Because as we saw in that first senior Rotax heat, the driver's turning the steering wheel, the front end just not gripping at all. And that was a little bit down to tyre temp. Couldn't get the tyres up to temp. Have we got an answer?
I have another weather report.
All right, go on.
From Ash Barker.
Oh, Ash, yes.
It stopped drizzling at Potter's Point. Circuit's very greasy, though.
Yeah, well, he's got a roof over his head at Potter's Point. Can Frank show us Potter's Point? Does Frank know where Potter's Point is? It's across to your left, the marshal's post with the big eyes.
It's where the other camera used to be.
Yeah, where we used to put the other camera. Let's have a look at Ash in his little post there. There he is, Potter's Point. There's Ash.
Keep zooming, Frank, all the way. We've got that digital zoom we can use.
Well, it's called Potter's Point after Ken Potter. There's Ash. Give us a wave, Ash. There you go. It's called Barker's Base.
You won't hear this for 45
weekend.
seconds. Oh, no, you've got PA. We'll hear it. It's on the PA,
yeah. He's on the PA. Potter's Point, named after Ken Potter, but it's Barker's Base this weekend.
What are the eyes for?
Because Potter's eyes are always looking, always observing. Never miss a thing. Ash Barker or not. Ash Barker's watching.
Yes,
Ash Barker's watching. Any kind of nudging going out there on there at the dog leg or at the back chicane.
I think someone can see all the action.
That's a nice weather report from Frank, actually, because we're looking out to sea there, everybody.
Oh, that's the sea over there, is it?
Yeah, we're looking east.
Okay.
Yeah, that's straight ahead from where you are, Nick. So that's the sea fret. That's beginning to sort of make an exit. Go off back out to sea, please, and let the sunshine come out.
The sunshine.
But I saw a forecast, Nick, of only highs of 20, so that's a lot cooler than we've seen for the past 3 weeks. It was red hot yesterday. We had track temperatures of nearly 40 degrees yesterday, which really, really gets the tyres working. And we had a lot of handling problems with the carts hopping, where the tyre grips and then gives up, and then grips and gives up and grips, like microseconds. Lots of tech talk going on. The new viewing area atop the garages, the units, which are the home of LRG Motorsport.
I'm not talking about the new building.
Why?
Because you haven't opened my memorial toilet yet.
Well, Matt Hunter,
after a year, I've been looking at this for a year now, and I'm still having to walk 400 metres just to relieve myself.
Matt Hunter and the Hunter family, a big round of applause for what you've done here, all the investment and the hard work and effort that goes in.
But
Paul Bainbridge and all of his staff. here making this a very pleasant visit for everybody in the NKC. It's become a feature on the calendar, hasn't it? We came here last year, and we're back this year, and I'm pretty sure we'll be back next year. But all of that development going into the track and making it one of the premier tracks in the UK. But big round of applause for everything that's going on here. And that viewing area on top of the garage, I came here for the British Champs, and I just plotted up there in the sunshine and sat up there. Sam, you'll be shocked to hear, that's my wife, Sam,
Yeah, I know.
was up there with a couple of bottles of wine and a cool bar.
No.
Yes, I know. Totally out of character.
Sun's coming out at 11, apparently.
Yes, I saw that. With highs of
22
towards
now.
20.
22
Oh,
now.
it's gone up.
Picked
Yeah,
up,
it's going up.
Monday, it's chucking it down.
Have we done the grid on this?
Yes, ages ago.
All right, okay.
Do we do it again?
No, I don't think we need to. We've mentioned everybody.
Oh, they're getting ready to go now, aren't
Right.
they?
So there's Nathan Chafer. He's the orange and
Can we have a look at the tyres, Frank? Just go down the things. So we've got slick. So we've got slicks. Was
So-
that wets? That's
so Chafer there, the number
Slicks.
3, slicks.
Slick. Is anybody
I
on
think
wets?
slick. Yeah.
I think they've just done setup change, haven't they?
I think, in the end, we did see wet tyres coming out, but I think they've gone for a caster change at the front just to give them a bit more bite.
I can't see anybody on wets at all.
But I actually think, Nick, what's going to happen here, because the sun is actually, you can feel the
Oh,
lightness.
118 hasn't started. That's Mark Gilly's not started. He's got
Oh,
a fuel
that's-
supply by the looks of it.
That's tragic. So what we're going to see is the track coming back to them and having lots of grip with a caster change. They're going to be gripping too much and causing oversteer. That's basically called tyres that we're seeing people struggle on. We've got a
that's
spinner.
a 2, I think it was. Is there a 222?
Spinner
Yes,
going
there is.
out.
Byron Sly Hewitt has spun it, trying to warm his tyres up.
So we are going to see it's a bit of a voyage of discovery.
Are they going to give them 2, are they?
I don't think they probably will. I don't think it'll affect the racing though, Nick. I think everybody sort of set their carts up for a little bit of a less grip on the front end to create more grip on the front end. If the grip in the track comes back, then that's going to induce oversteer as you turn into the tighter corners like the Gasworks hairpin. But you still see there's a lot of sliding around going on out there. So still, and that's a kind of a tyre temp and track condition there combining. But I think what we're going to see, if that fog does indeed clear off like it looks like it is, and that precipitation going with it, then we are going to see this track evolve to full dry and even hot conditions on track.
So I think they're going to form up on this one. I'm not sure who transponded 139-153-76 if you're in this race at the moment. That's just information from the master.
I don't know who that is, because Nathan Chafer is the first cart out there.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened there. It might be. Sometimes this causes a moment where it doesn't actually go anywhere, and sometimes it'll just ping down. It's down to what comes. We're just interpreting the information we get from the timing systems.
That's from Paul Bainbridge. Oh yes, that tickled Nick, did that, Paul? Yeah, well done, mate. Yeah, not for broadcast, of course. Not for broadcast.
Yeah, because we know about that.
Yeah, we know.
All right, Paul, you got me there very funny.
Well done, mate. We know what not to say. So here we go then. We're coming through the horseshoe into paddock turn. Nathan Chafer on the left there. We've got 2 Nathan Chafer Racing carts at the front of this. Nathan Chafer and Will Milner are the drivers. Chafer will have the inside line. Got a bit of a disorganised grid, but we're getting them underway with a green light. And Chafer in the lead, and through has gone the 75 of Lincoln Bailey Arneson, and he is absolutely... Milner got mugged
didn't
completely.
Pick up. He pressed the loud pedal and nothing happened, and everyone, his side continued behind him, and the inside line into the first corner, they were the ones who got away with it. So I think you're going to find being on that inside line was a big advantage. Up the inside move there into the second of the centres. Is it going to happen? Yeah, he's made it through. So who is that going to move in third? The 55 cart moves into third. That's Ollie Goodyear, who crossed the line in 7th. He's already in third.
Will Milner had to have some medical treatment from our lovely paramedics on Friday. He had pulled muscle in his chest. So I'm wondering if Will is still sort of biting his lip to get through this.
Do you think he liked that?
I think it did him a world of good, to be honest, by his own admission. Here we go then across the line, 1 lap completed. Nathan Chafer did me a world of good, just watching on. Lincoln Bailey Arneson in second, Ollie Goodyear third, Louis Rees, Jake Davis, Bradley Heath, Sean Rudge, Nathan Wells, Ashton Parsons and Stephen Horner rounding off the top 10. Will Milner down to 11th, Nick. That was an absolute disaster for Will, dropping down from there.
A little issue with his engine, I don't know. So this is an excellent move to pick up position early on, pick up second place, and that's Goodyear moving into second past Bailey Armisen.
So Ollie off and after Chafer as we see the orange shoulders of Chafer. This is a battle between the
Reese is cut at the inside of Bailey Armisen. They're fighting it out now.
Yeah, Louis Reese for Nib Sport ahead of Jake Davis. Is that? No, it's the 75. He's ahead of Lincoln Bailey Arneson. Kevin Gifford racing there, and there's a change for the lead into turn one. Chafer not having any pace on the straight there, and Ollie Goodyear has just scythed by him. Chafer unable to challenge that into turn one at all.
Chafer also had a really bad meeting at Clay as well. I think he went home before the final.
Oh, did he?
It just wasn't working for him.
Yeah, wow.
He had a breakdown. I think he had one decent heat and then two terrible heats. But he was qualified breakdown. Thought that's enough. I'm not going to bother with the rest of the day. So he's already got his drop round. So he's going to make sure he maximises everything every round from now onwards. As the third and fourth. That's out. Well, that's an interesting overtake there. Yeah, and they both lost several positions because of it. So
Jake Davis on the number 8 taking advantage of that. He said, "Thank you very much, guys." It was the number 75 Bailey Arneson who absolutely slid in on the brakes, full sideways action. And is the track getting slippery again?
They run 2 laps and it gets super slippery.
Look at that. I think everybody's in second place there as they went across the line. We were 3 and 4 wide.
Black and white flag. What do you think that means? Is that number 2? Is it driving for 2? Something happened there. Something really weird happened there, didn't it, Joe? Just something, the whole field constantly is back behind something.
Well, it looked like everything slowed down because of a slow track or something.
Goodyear's got away.
A slippery track.
But Bailey Armsen's back into second place again. Bailey Armsen's been in most of the positions so far in the top 10 at some point. Off the track, they do 2 laps and he gets slippy. They're doing 53s, 54s.
And there's Bailey Arneson, just no traction whatsoever towards the back chicane, and Nathan Chafer's back up in a second.
This is so weird.
This is a very, very
weird. It's almost
weird.
as though when the tyre pressures come up, they lose all the grip. They get two laps, and suddenly once the tyres are up to temperature, the grip disappears again. But it's
bizarre. I think it's even more fundamental than that, Nick. I think it's just the fact that the track is getting damp because there's
nothing on the window though.
No, but I think we're getting sort of bits of cloud that are just. Look at that. So Chafer absolutely struggling to get out. Zach Bolton's had a spin.
Zach had
and he's not happy with that.
It wasn't a spin. He basically arrived with 17 carts in front of him, not moving.
And that's down to traction out of that bottom corner. We've got a cart off at the moment, but right now we're in the middle part of the track there, onto the infield, and that's Chafer back to second. He holds second place all the way around this lap, and then towards the end of the lap, he completely has no performance.
I've never seen a field so spread out, but also so condensed. You've got a leader miles ahead. Ollie Goodyear is 4 seconds ahead last time round. And you've got this trail of carts trying to be second, and you've got all these stragglers who've had previous problems.
There's definitely some sort of slippery track surface down there as we get them squabbling. Now let's just keep an eye on Harrison Crook on the number 2.
He's up to 6th.
Yeah, and he's come through the field. He's side through the field. Chafer out of the final turn in proper style there, with performance and traction. Whereas before the last 2 laps he struggled out.
Whatever was wrong with that corner wasn't wrong that time.
That's right. That's what I mean. It was bizarre. For the last 2 laps,
so the paddock hairpin has had no grip, and then suddenly it's fine again. They're still 7 seconds off what they do in the dry. No, not that far.
We are 50 seconds. We would see yesterday.
Yeah, 4 or 5 seconds off what they would do in the dry.
So it still is a track that's going to have to come back to us before we get where we want to be, and with a consistent track condition.
I mean, this is a great track. This is a great track condition to start your back of the grid heat, isn't it? Because you've got a real chance of making up. But it is, because if you throw it off the track, you've not lost anything.
Well, that's true.
But if everyone else on the track, you get 3 positions.
That's true.
You don't want to be at the front, do you? You lose.
Harrison Crook on the number 2 is now scything into that gap between himself and Nathan Chafer in second place. Ollie Goodyear's disappeared. It's still at 4 seconds. That's the battle for third between Jake Davis and Louis Reese. With everybody tripping up behind him. Nathan Wells, Ryan Taylor-Truman coming through the order as well. That's Ryan Taylor-Truman on the number 1. And just round the outside of the dogleg for Taylor-Truman, he's got Archie Elliott coming with him. Now, these have come from the back of the grid. So the number 1 and the number 5 there. The number 5, the red with the red overalls with the black helmet. He's following in Ryan Taylor-Truman. In fact, he's got Taylor-Truman up the inside, using the traffic well for Archie Elliott. That's the Sushi Racing driver, remember? And that's a great bit of manoeuvrability and racecraft shown from Archie. Now that's the battle for second.
That's Crook and Schaefer. Holding back. Crook really does seem to have a bit more pace. I think he's just taking on the straight, isn't he?
These two had a great season last year, battling it out. They came second and third. That's why they're carrying the number 3 and the number 2. As Schaefer looks to see where Crook is into turn 1 now. Schaefer's got the inside line. Who's that coming as well? It's Jake Davis on the number 8. So a 3-card battle now for second. And Schaefer, the wily old fox Schaefer, knows how to defend no matter where he is. And look at that, he just positioned the car just in the middle of the track there. He does the same, but going towards the first centres, and that's allowing Harrison Crook to come under pressure. In fact, he's bottling them up, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's the interesting thing. Schaefer's got a positional excellence, but he's got no speed. I mean, we saw a minute ago that they were pulling away, and now we've got, 6-7 carts in this train, which theoretically could come second. Ollie Goodyear a long way away, 5 seconds up. And they sweep round the hairpin for the 8th time, but no movement there in position for anybody. They're all kind of waiting for something to go wrong.
Yeah, it's Schaefer who's struggling a little bit with handling that. That might have been with a setup change going into this heat. But Harrison Crook trying to get alongside. They're all nailed nose to tail into turn 1. Archie Elliott's been hung out to dry a little bit, so he's got to go around the outside.
I think he wanted to be there.
He hangs on to third place.
I think he wanted fourth. I think he wanted to be there.
Fourth place.
Because Ollie Goodyear's in a completely different postcode. I think he wanted to be there. It didn't quite work. But he didn't lose him too much. Now, Schaefer goes super defensive inside the centre 1, trying to cover everything off, which is going to take all the momentum out of all the carts behind him. So, yeah, we've got a 9-cart trade.
Look at that from Elliott around the outside of Harrison Crook.
It could cost him.
It could, but it's
not.
Oh, look at He's gone all the way around the outside on Harrison Crook, and that is no mean feat there. Great driving from Archie Elliott here. Harrison Crook coming back at him, though. That's the third place taken back from Archie Elliott. This is fantastic, entertaining karting here in the 177 class as ever. It's going to be one more lap of racing when they cross the line. Ollie Goodyear is on his last lap. Nathan Schaefer now sees the last lap board. Okay, boys, chances are running out. Harrison Crook 3 wide into turn 1, and Archie Elliott round the outside. Will he have the grip? Schaefer's going to be a tough one to beat through into the dogleg, and Harrison Crook squeezes down, and as does the number 8 Jake Davis. So it's all changed there, but Schaefer stays in second place. Harrison Crook is in third, and then we've got Jake Davis. Archie Elliott lost out there. He tried what he could. However, they've all got to bottle up behind Nathan Schaefer going towards the flag.
And look at that, Harrison Crook finally got the inside line with fighting that one out, absolutely. But having nothing, Schaefer was having nothing of that. He was just having nothing of that, and then they came together. That's going to be wandering into the stewards room, I think.
Well, we've got to follow this race to the flag as Ollie Goodyear has taken the checkered flag. Here's the fight for second place. It's going to go, would you believe, Jake Davis has picked up that second place with Archie Elliott hanging on to third. Will Murdoch up the order there. Will just taking a watching brief on all of that action unfolding there. Harrison Crook, there's the replay, Nick.
Just no one's giving any quarter at all. And as Schaefer tried to turn into the chicane, there was absolutely no distance to do it.
It's a constant sweep, the entry to the chicane there out in the second centre.
Oh.
And the line closes on you. And we saw them coming together, just running out of space, really. Junior Rotax are coming next, but this is the result. The top 10 from Heat 2 for 177s. Ollie Goodyear takes the win in fine style with a 9-second gap to Jake Davis in second. Archie Elliott was third. Will Murdoch fourth. Nathan Schaefer fifth. Nathan Wells sixth. Ryan Taylor Truman. Discretion being the better part of valour, I think, from RTT. Lincoln Bailey Arneson eighth. Ninth is Scott Smith. And George Walker rounds off the top 10. Wet tyres are on the... Well, not on all of the Junior Rotax coming next. We've got drivers on slicks. We've got drivers on wets. So that's going to be an interesting one to monitor. The grid looks like this. Coming up to the second heat for Junior Rotax. Samuel Aston on the front row on the pole position with Leo Basterfield, the number 7 alongside. We've got Eddie King and Finley Hines on the second row. Sebastian Benson and Nathaniel Gray are next up. Nathan Edwards and Harvey Lee Winteridge are next. Luke Richards, Dylan Morton, Jaden Shearing, Leo Steed, Riley Thatcher, Logan Hartshorn. Joshua Jeston and Jacob Aston share row 8. Row 9 is Bailey Collins and Hector Sadlowski. Travis Rose and Tyler Rackham, Warwick Milam and Leighton Kelly. Alfred Matthews, Jake Walker, Jensen Archon and Barnaby Gruber next. George Theobald and Alfie McBain start near the back, and Daniel Martis and Tobias Johns are our final row of this junior Rotax field.
Packed grid again. Let's have a look at the collecting area. Thank you. So we've got a mixture. Look at that. In the left-hand side there, the cart is on wets, and on the right-hand side is on slicks. So that's the 75 and the 39. Not sure how far that's linked. No, we haven't got the grid up onto the countdown yet. So they are all. Is that the only person on slicks, Frank? I can't. Oh no, sorry, the only person on wets. No, we've got the pole man, the 7-man is on wets as well.
So that was the 75 on slicks,
We've got
wasn't
the
it?
sevens on wets.
Where's the 75?
On
That's Sebastian Benson.
The 7's on wets. And I can't see many more wets.
Right, Leo
actually.
Basterfield, that on the front row of the grid, is on wets.
I'm not seeing many more.
No. Where's Frank? Frank, can you bring us back to the front row of the grid, mate, and just show us what those two on the front. So Samuel Aston on the pole position, which is the left of your screen there, the number 31, he's on dries.
But then behind him.
But then alongside him.
But behind him,
the 39
is on wets. So there's only two on wets, and that's the second and third in the grid.
Right, and then Leo Basterfield for Guy Cunnington Racing. He's carrying the number 7th in the championship last year. He is on wets. It's interesting. And now we saw how confusing and chaotic it was for us for the 177s. Couldn't quite get our head around how the carts were struggling for traction only on certain parts. Now, when you look out
certain laps,
when you look out, Frank, give us a look at the track, Frank, from your position there. We can see. Lovely
good
thumb.
Finger work
there. Nice clean thumbnail there. Yeah. You can see that the track has cleared up of all mist, and the fog is clearing, or the sea fret, I should say, is clearing. A little bit different to fog, and it's clear. We can see all the way across the track now, whereas just a few moments ago it was like kind of faded out in a bit of grey. That's clearing off now. The sun's coming up. The temperature's going to rise. The sea fret's going to burn off even more, and that's going to start giving us a very, very consistent track position. We can see how greasy the track is, and that's cold tyres on a greasy track is going to make people slide off when they come out the entry. I think
the question is here: the two drivers who've gone on to wets, I assume they're going to get an initial advantage. It's whether that advantage continues as the race and the temperature wears on.
Yeah, they're going to destroy that set of wets, that's for sure.
Well, some people just like spending money, don't they? So they come through the
report from Ash Barger. It stopped drizzling. The circuit is very greasy though, and that was 20 minutes ago. Thanks, Ash. Didn't see that.
No, I actually read that out.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
From Ash?
Yeah.
All right.
He
messaged me as well.
You did get the sun, didn't you?
He messaged me as well. Here we go then. Grid nicely formed. Sam Aston, Leo Basterfield. That's your front row. We've got the Leo Basterfield, the green, white and red of Guy Cunnington Racing, easy to spot there. The Coles Racing number 57 of Finlay Hines tucked in behind him. But we get the green light, and we are indeed off towards turn one. And into turn one, it is Sam Aston from the pole position with Leo Basterfield slotting in behind. Now remember, Basterfield on the number 7 is on wet tyres, so he will find this greasy track not as problematic maybe. As the race wears on, though, those wets are going to go off.
Not at the moment showing any pace at all, and he's being overtaken immediately by Eddie. I think he's made a horrible mistake because already on lap 1, other slick riders are going past him. 39 and 57s up there to Finlay Hines, who's in second.
Well, 39's on wets, Nick.
Ah, right. But he's not in second anymore.
Right. There's the 39, the blue and white cart is what we're talking about. The 57 of Finlay Hines has gotten off into second place. Down the inside has gone the 49 of Nathan Edwards, who's come up the order from 7th on the grid as we get towards the first lap completed. Sam Aston leads, Finlay Hines in second, Nathan Edwards third, Eddie King, Sebastian Benson, Leo Basterfield, Harvey Lee Whitridge, Luke Richards, Dylan Morton and Leo Steed is your top 10, and it looks like 2 and 3 wide through Brian's Bend and on towards the dogleg.
Yeah, and he's looking like certainly Basterfield's idea hasn't worked. It was a good idea, but he's going backwards already, and we're only on the second running lap. He's dropping down. You see 3, 4, 5 positions. Was it Nathan? Who's it also on the wets? Is it 39?
Yeah, 39's on the wets.
So they've also he's gone as well down to 4th. So it's a good idea, but just not the right time to do it. So back at the front now, and it's Aston against Hines. Hines looking around the outside. Aston has the correct line around the gasworks hairpin, and they come into the horseshoe. But as it is, we're being joined by third place man, which I assume is Dave Edwards. Certainly is.
Across the line then, the leader, Sam Aston, is under pressure. The pressure is ever present with the Coles Racing's Finlay Hines right on the rear bumper through the dogleg, out of there, down towards the off-camber left-hander at St John's, and on towards the first of the centres, the centre hairpin. Coming up now, and there's Hines, textbook, nice gets move. The rear axle jacking up very nicely. That shows me, Nick, that the track is beginning to come back to us, and it's a nice, dry, grippy track, certainly at that centres.
At a 53 last time round, so Edwards showing a recent bit of pace now. But the top three are broken away quite nicely from the rest of the field, so they're giving themselves a chance to make up the virtual podium that doesn't exist in heats. And get the points they require. I'm not quite sure how far the 7 cart's falling down now. Near Basterfield's down to 15. I think the bank says to pull off.
Yeah, that was not the.
Nothing venture, nothing gain though, Joe. Sometimes you just got to try.
Driver on the move up to, where is he? He's up to 12th now for Alfie McBain, the number 41. He's moved up from the back of the grid, just spotted him moving up the order in great form. Is young Alfie. As the leading 3, not really, they've broke away from everyone else. That's Finlay Hines now leading, Sam Aston, Nathan Edwards. They've got a gap of 3.5 seconds, well 3 seconds actually, to Sebastian Benson now in 4th. Eddie King's dropping back on his wet tyres. Eddie King, another driver to have gone out on wets, and that's proving now in hindsight not to be the tyre of choice with the conditions at the moment.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation. When you make that wrong decision, you are nailed in. I think possibly 10 minutes earlier they thought they had a genius stroke watching the previous race, but it's just on a knife edge, isn't it? A knife edge of grip. You look at the lap times now; they're down to 51 flat. So they found. I know they're a bit quicker because they're lighter, but they found 2.5 seconds over the previous heat.
We are inside the second half of this heat then. It's the second heat. Second time we've seen the junior Rotax carts out on track here at Warden this weekend. We're at round 4, incorporating the O plate for the Junction 6 NKC for 2025. And it's Finlay Hines now breaking away to Coles 1-2 at the front of this field, with Nathan Edwards now latching onto the rear bumper of his teammate. It is Coles in that second place. No, it's not Coles. It's Coles first. And it's a very, very similar. Is it Coles at second? He's got a different overall on. That's confusing me.
Yeah, isn't he?
Are they both the same team carts? They are, aren't they?
They look very similar. Very similar paint jobs.
If they're not,
a bit of white.
Yeah, they are. They've got to be. That's exactly the same.
Gaz says it's raining again.
Oh.
That's our roving,
roving weather reporter. Yes. Our very own Lucy Verasamy. We've got to be from the northeast too. It's our weather.
Is that Wincy Willis?
It's our new Wincy Willis, yes.
She passed away, wasn't she, Wincy Willis?
I think so.
Oh, it's sad.
Yeah.
Sad news breakfast AM. What you on about?
Gaz Berry, the reincarnation of Wincy Willis.
Is he?
Giving us our weather report. Yeah.
I don't remember Wincy having such a big beard, to be honest.
The leaders are through, not showing any signs. That's the battle for 4th place now, and now we see signs of wetness on the track as the number 9 there, Dylan Morton, gets it all. Oh, and there's no grip.
It's gone.
No grip into the dog leg. There's
now,
the number 25, Luke Richards.
Is this Basterfield's chance to come back to the field again?
It might. If his wet tyres have stayed intact.
Where was he? He was down in 25th when this.
Yes.
He's up 24th already. Oh, sorry, I've done that.
Well done, Nick. So
will the 7 start? So we had 7 and 39 who picked up the wet.
Right, so we'll keep an eye on. Oh, no, it's raining. We've got wet.
We've got wet now.
Wetness, yeah. Wet. Where's this rain coming from? It's coming from that low cloud again, isn't it?
You told us it was a lovely weekend. It's a lovely weekend.
I did say the cloud had disappeared, and now it's back. And now it's back. Thank you, North Sea. Really love you. Love you too.
No drop off in lap time. They only dropped about less than a second.
Yeah, but look at the way that the drivers are having to absolutely.
They're soaring now. Now it's gone.
Yeah, there it is. Very, very slippery towards Brian, out of Brian's Bend, towards the dog leg. Struggling now to get the front end and the rear end to work. You've got no steering, no traction, and the rear end just spinning up. There's fourth place. The rest of the field coming through St John's. The leading three: Finley Hines, Nathan Edwards, Sam Aston.
Yeah, Aston now looking a little bit more on the tail of Edwards, but a little break there with Finley Hines, who's enjoying these greasy conditions slightly more than the others. The rest of the field now doing what it does when it gets wet. Constantini right up.
Yeah, we'll see. It's interesting now. Then where is the? No, Basterfield still in 24th. Still in 24th. Now they're coming, aren't they?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you who's coming. Alfie McBain on the number 41. That's the kart in fourth place now. Alfie has come from the back of the grid.
Wow.
Now he is with Hunter Motorsport. Warden
He's
was the home of Hunter Motorsport.
Absolutely flying.
He is. He's absolutely flying. This is local knowledge coming from the young man.
This is 17,000 laps around the Warden Law circuit. He's going to take Sam Aston any moment now. He's just visibly quicker.
It's also, being with Hunter Motorsport, you get all the tips and clues from Reese and Kai Hunter, of course, former British champions. And they are showing Alfie how to go on here and have been instructing Alfie for months and months now. And Alfie showing that all the application that Alfie can apply from all of that knowledge and experience here. And if anyone has been on this track in every condition you can possibly conceive, it's that number 41. And to come from where he did...
Oh, he's gone off.
Yeah, easy to do. I'm going to just confirm where Alfie came from.
Certainly pushing at the moment.
He came from 30th. 30th up to 3rd now. That is the driver of this heat, certainly. He's after the Coles boys, though, on the last lap. And he was... I did get an eye on him. He was into 14th very quickly, using all of that inside curve, like a rally driver, ditch hooking. And I think if this race had another, 5 minutes?
I think if he hadn't gone wide round the horseshoe last time, he lost himself a second or so doing that. You've got to go. I wouldn't count him out and get one of these positions back. He's so much faster as they go around the second centre. It's the 41 we're talking about.
Strangely, though, he's on a very similar racing line through the corners as the Coles drivers, Hines and Edwards. So I don't know where he's finding that pace from. Oh, here he comes down the inside. Just drove
got more grip.
Just drove past Nathan Edwards. And he's into the lead.
Hey!
He's into the lead as Finley Hines slid wide.
Wow.
Alfie McBain from 30th on the grid on the very last lap. This is the final corner. Gets the thing to turn. Gets back on the power, and the two in second place scrabbling for the grip as the checkered flag flies. A round of applause.
Everyone's fifth.
Wow. Hunter Motorsport and Alfie McBain been looked after today by his dad Bradley McBain, and there's the move for second, and then that move for second turned into a move for the lead, Nick.
No, that's absolute bonus. I think it was a little bit of a mistake by Finley actually, but that's they all count, and that's a great performance. Tremendous. All the way through from there. Brilliant.
Tremendous. Alfie McBain takes the win. Finley Hines second. Nathan Edwards third. Barnaby Grubb came through in fourth. Dylan Morton fifth. Warwick Milam sixth. Daniel Adamitis in seventh. Harvey Lee Wintridge eighth. Ninth with Logan Archon. Luke Richards was 10th. Leo Basterfield made up only one more place on those wet tyres, and that was into 23rd. There's the running order or the result of the second heat for Junior Rotax. We have got our next heat very, very quickly already formed up, and it's the first time we see this weekend our inter-Rotax runners. The championship has been all about that young man, Casper McAllister and T.H. Corser. They have absolutely dominated. He dominated Forest Edge with 3 heat wins and a final. He took 2 heat wins and the final at Fullbeck, and then at the last round at Clay Pigeon, 3 heat wins, and then with a racing incident happening out on track with Elijah West coming through to take the win. Elijah, who did very well actually at Forest Edge, but then had a technicality disqualification in the final. That didn't go. That dropped in points. That's why he's down in 6th in the championship. Elijah West took the win at Clay Pigeon though, with Matthew Lilly second, Ethan Manzi took third, and Casper McAllister his worst final position of the season with a 4th. However, still a good points haul. and he's currently over 40. He's got 41 points lead going into the second half of this season. And I did notice that during the practice sessions, he's got a bit of a job now. It's certainly not going to be as easy as he has had it in the first 3 rounds, because Elijah West, as we will see, we got a very short interview with Elijah in the Paddock Show. Elijah tells me they've found a performance gain with a problem that was in the loom. So the loom was causing to be down on power. So the 99 is the car that I'm talking about.
I assume, therefore, it must be either had a weak spark or it had a spark that was out of time. I don't think would it have limited the ultimate revs? That'd be a bit obvious to see, wouldn't it? Because they've got rev counters.
I'm not really sure how the problem of the loom manifested in.
As an investigative policeman, where are your follow-up questions, Joe? Where's your, oh no, obviously you're talking to a 10-year-old.
I need to talk to him. He's a mechanic, don't I?
Marking that one down.
You just press that button and give me the grid.
I gave you a minute ago.
What, the grid for this?
Yes.
Well, I didn't read it out.
Did you not notice it? It was on for ages.
No, because I'm looking at championships. I'm giving a summary of the championship.
Everyone at home has already seen that.
That's Maria Jurgalovic. Did I say that?
Yeah, go for it. Well, I don't know, because Gaz wrote it down last time. Phonetically.
I usually do as well.
I just call Maria.
Maria's on the front row. Hello, Maria. It's great to have you in the NKC. Buddy Hugo is alongside. That's your front row. It's the 2 championship protagonists, I think, going forward. Casper McAllister and Elijah West are on row 2. Jacob Thompson and Amalie Davey are on row 3. Row 4 is Lucas Gray and Jaden Payne. We then got Matthew Lilly, currently second in the championship, with a second place at the first round, a 5th place at round 2, and a second place at round 3. He's alongside Tyler Banks. We then got Ethan Manzi and driver that's not unfamiliar with Warden Law, Hugo McCluskey. He's been coming here for ages, for years, and he's only a youngster. Bradley Beggs and Alfie Phillipson are the final carts on the 7th row of the grid. The grid is growing, isn't it, Nick? It's, we had Mini-Max a few years ago, which was on a completely different chassis with wider tyres. This is the more conventional Rotax Mini 950s, depending on what series you're in. It's basically the 950mm chassis with the narrower tyres. They're on the Mojo tyre, this class, which is the only class not on the Maxxis tyre, which is more familiar with NKC. These guys and girls are on the Mojo. So 950 chassis, narrower tyres, more restriction on the Rotax 125cc motor. That keeps the speed down. It's not the starter entry Rotax class, that's Micromax. This is the next stage forward before you then go off into juniors, and you can technically use your same engine with a little bit less restriction on it, is the concept behind what Rotax are trying to create. The 55 there, you just saw him there with the blue shoulders and the white overalls with the green and grey helmet. That's the championship leader, Casper McAllister. He's been quite dominant in this early part of the season, in the first half of the season. Let's see if that'll continue. There's Buddy Hugo on the 17. That's the LRG driver here with LRG for the first time, I think, in the NKC. And we get going. The purple cart of Maria Jurgalovic off into the lead, and Maria will lead through turn 1 and into Brian's Bend. No, and she just gets caught out there. Gets caught out. I think that's Buddy Hugo. We'll see as they come through.
Yeah, Hugo's taking the lead.
Buddy Hugo.
McAllister's moving to second, I think.
Well, Buddy's very familiar with this track. Now in third, or in second, is Casper McAllister.
Yeah, McAllister's moving to second.
Yeah,
third, it's Elijah West. So they were immediately starting the chance of event. Maria's dropped down to 5th. And the top 4, they go through the...
Maria's one of our inexperienced drivers in comparison to the other carters.
It's all a learning experience.
Yeah,
I mean, it's interesting. They all do it at some point. They just suddenly get it. And it's suddenly they all move forward by a ridiculous amount of time.
This is going to be an interesting one. We're getting towards the completion of the first lap. Our heats are 8 minutes and 1 lap. And McAllister is coming at Buddy Hugo. Down the straight then, tucks into the slipstream. Are we going to see a move into turn 1? Very little speed difference as they turn in absolutely almost flat chat, even in these very, very tricky, slippery conditions. And McAllister follows Buddy Hugo through the dogleg using all the curb on the exit there. They're into St John's and off to the midfield centre S.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that McAllister already looking very, very racy. Sometimes we've seen in other heats, he's taken a little bit of time to work his way through. I think perhaps he's aware that West now, Elijah West behind him, is a little bit more of competition. Don't forget, in the early rounds, we were seeing McAllister going to the front and then gapping the field by several seconds. That didn't happen at Clay. He didn't win the Clay race due to it was our race of the month. It was your race of the month if you weren't there. A fantastic battle, which ended up with the last lap coming together, deemed fine by the stewards, and it was Elijah West who won that round a few weeks ago.
This is beginning to form into the tyres have come on now, so there'll be temperature in the tyres there. Buddy Hugo looking composed, isn't he, at the front of this field? He's got Casper McAllister. We know how quick Casper can be, and whether or not we're seeing Casper playing a waiting game, but it's showing a very, very intelligent head on that youngster. Elijah West keeping a bit of a watching brief for Suchi Racing there on the number 199, just adjusting the flap on his radiator just to check the engine temp, keep it where he needs it to be.
Yeah, they pulled away quite a long way from fourth place now. Hugo McCluskey was the best part of 2 seconds behind these when they crossed the line the last time. Interesting that Buddy Hugo managing to hold the gap from McAllister. I thought McAllister would have got through and gone. So Hugo showed we've not really seen this form from Hugo early in the season.
No, Hugo's at his home track though. Right.
Yeah,
and he's with LRG, who are the local. This is the home of LRG Motorsport. And as they come through there, you can see McAllister looks like he could perhaps have more momentum. And here he comes down the inside into turn one, and that's the move. The TH Corsa driver takes the lead. Buddy Hugo. A valiant effort there, 3 laps in the lead of this race. Can Buddy Hugo come back at McAllister though? He hasn't dropped him. They're already at St John's, and Buddy Hugo right on the bumper of McAllister. He looks over his shoulder. Elijah West isn't quite there. So whether or not Hugo can, and that's a great line to fire him out towards the chicane, but can he pull alongside?
Ooh.
No is the answer.
So McAllister now taking the lead. Now is his chance to try and gap. But I think Hugo's now sitting in a slipstream, getting a little bit of a pull down the straight, but it's quite interesting to know, really, whether we're going to see anything much now from West. Can West now catch up? He's just been kind of stranded now in no man's land. He's a second behind these two, but he's 2 seconds or a second and a half ahead of fourth place Hugo.
Yeah, 2-car battle. Hugo not dropping off the back of McAllister with half distance looming. We're only a few seconds away. Let's keep a wary eye on this battle at the front and see if we can pick up any of the other runners, Nick, while We'll keep a wary eye, because I think Buddy Hugo's day isn't done here, really. He's keeping with McAllister.
It's a very, very big gap after the first 4. Tyler Banks and Emily Davey.
Elijah West coming back towards the two leaders.
Just seems to be a little bit of a game. We're 4 or 5 laps in. I don't know if this is indicative of tyres coming on or just perhaps starting to move ahead.
Towards the gasworks then. That's very, very steep downhill. It's got a lot of gradient and a lot more than our cameras really show. And here comes Elijah West. Sushi Racing's Elijah West on the red and black overalls, the red and black cart of Sushi Racing, coming onto the back of that red and gold of LRG. It's the blue and white and red of TH Corsa that leads, and that's Casper McAllister, the championship leader, going into the second half of the Junction 6 NKC for 2025 as they go through St John's. What was a 2-cart battle for the lead is becoming a 3-cart battle, and if we're not careful, Hugo McCluskey has got time, and he's coming. The black and white livery of Origin is in 4th place and coming towards the 3 and the front of the Intermax field, the Inter Rotax class, new for 2025, and it has proved to be a very, very interesting class as ever. This age group of drivers, they're about average of 10 years old before they move up into juniors at 12 years old as they come out of the final turn. Then 6 laps completed. McAllister, Hugo, West, McCluskey. Little bit of a gap before we see the rest of the field of Tyler Banks, Amelie Davey, Matthew Lilly down in 7th. Not really making any ground is Matthew. We've seen him perform a lot more competitively over the course of this season. He 4th at round 1, 2nd on the podium at round 2, and a 6th at round 3. And as I said, McAllister, Hugo, West, McCluskey becoming a little bit spaced out. Now that's a big, big mistake there from Hugo, as Buddy Hugo gets it all wrong across the curbs. He's gotten away with it. Elijah West has now moved right onto his bumper through the horseshoe and then into the final turn at the paddock hairpin. Now that was a mistake at the back chicane. That cost him, and that's cost him momentum. Look at that. That momentum didn't manifest until they get towards the end of the lap. And coming through as well is McCluskey. McCluskey onto the back edge. Oh, the back bumper, I should say. Buddy Hugo McCluskey. It's Hugo McCluskey and Buddy Hugo, not to confuse me at all with that mix of names. But Elijah West has managed to get ahead of Buddy Hugo and is in second place. But this squabbling for second has allowed Casper McAllister to break free, and he's pulled a bit of a gap, the biggest gap we've seen pretty much the whole race. As Elijah West, Buddy Hugo McCluskey looked like he was getting involved as well, and he was unlucky really not to take advantage of that opportunity that presented itself. But they're three now through the horseshoe, absolutely nose to tail through the last turn and across the line. McAllister leads. The gap has gone out to 1.3 seconds. We will see the one lap to go board next time by, pretty certain on that. Looking at the clock as they come out of the dogleg, it's Elijah West, the black and red cart there of Elijah West in second place. The green and grey helmet of Buddy Hugo now being challenged by that Lando Norris replica helmet of Hugo McCluskey, and that was a little bit naughty there, was that left hand down. We'll see how the stewards really see that, but that was a bit unfortunate for Buddy Hugo as he took the line into the second of the centres. We're getting towards the final stages of the lap, and it will be the last lap board that will be shown to Casper McAllister as he comes out of paddock turn, the right-hander. There's Elijah West, Buddy Hugo hanging on to third, and across the line they go. Last lap for these drivers, and it's been entertaining, Nick, hasn't it? We've seen some great racing from these three youngsters, but perhaps spaced out, the most spaced out we've seen the top four since the green light went on. Yeah,
I mean, we've seen a lot of good racing from Rotax throughout the series so far. This one's just settling down into a more processional 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think you turned around and said the final order would be Casper McAllister, Elijah West, Buddy Hugo. We've gone, yeah, fair enough. But it's been a more interesting race to perhaps arrive at the result we expected. So through the back chicane for the final time, coming into the Gasworks hairpin. This is the battle for second. I don't think it's going to go anywhere, so I think that we'll just ease forward to our leader, take him over the line. There is Casper. And he crosses the line to take the... Oh, he's very chuffed.
Oh, yeah, very showmanship. A lot of showmanship from Casper McAllister. Another heat win to add to his heat win tallies for the 2025 Junction 6 NKC season. Elijah West follows in his wheel tracks and finishes a strong second place. Buddy Hugo third. Hugo McCluskey it was in fourth. And then we've got Tyler Banks, Amelie Davey, Matthew Lilly, Ethan Manzi, and the rest of the finishers there. So with the threat of the sea fret continuing coming in off the coast, I've got a very, very
there it comes.
Technical weather explanation
Go on, then.
From Ian Hartley, who is better known as the father of Daniel Hartley, who races in the car championship and has made appearances at the NKC. Damp falling on the track can be caused by a change in temperature. Temperature changes and there's a dew point where when that dew point is hit, water suspension stops and it drops out of the air. It's called dew point. And then he says to me, is it a sea fret? Yeah, it's a sea fret, Ian. And what you've just described there is happening on the coast, which is literally just a couple of miles as the crow flies from here. We're a very high point as well. So that cloud being created by the sea, the temperature of the sea hitting the temperature of the land, is then drifting across the track here because we're very, very high. We didn't see any real change in track conditions there for Rotax, that's for sure, as we get the next grid that will appear, and that is our senior Rotax. The fourth time we've seen these drivers out. It's Isaac Reynolds and Rafi Salentano on the front row, Georges Grove and Alexander Culler next. We've got John Hobbs alongside Bobby Rosier, Cheesy Green and Sam Wyatt share row 4. Row 5 is Dylan Braley and Lucas Reeves. We've got Kane Downer and Jensen Watts on row 6. Ethan Martin and Daniel Knight are next. Mason Perrin and Harvey Quick. Ryan Sears, Joshua Priest. Ethan White and the returning Andy Powell are next up. Ethan Lomax and Cameron Davey. Michael Ambler and Bertie Wellesley. Ollie Rowley and Jack Theobald. Then we've got Brodie Skinner, Alexander Colentiano, Callum Farley, Nathan Jensen, and rounding off a 32-cart field is Tristan Sharp. So Michael Ambler, by the way, starting in 24th, keep an eye on him. He was the winner of the first heat for not just this class, but for this round of the Junction 6 NKC. He took it in very fine style there, so we'll keep an eye on him coming through. But right now, Nick, it's all about the drivers at the front of the field, which are Isaac Reynolds and Rafi Salentano, who come out of the final turn under caution, and we are about to go green, and we get the green light, and it's side-by-side action. The Lando Norris livery cart into the lead, but that's a Guy Cunnington Racing. As we slip and slide our way around, we had a cart off on the grass, but off and into the lead has gone the Guy Cunnington entry of Alexander Kull, carrying the O-plate, wanting to retain that O-plate from 2024 into 2020, winning it in 2025, you take it into 2026. Behind him, the battle really beginning to get hot here, as we expect with mixed grids, I should say. And with the carts making their way through the horseshoe for the first time, it will be across the line. It'll be Alexander Cole for Guy Cunnington across the line in the lead. Isaac Reynolds second, Bobby Rosier up to third, Lucas Reeves, George Isgrove, John Hobbs, Jensen Watts up 3 places to 7th, Cheesy Green up 1 to 8th, up 7 places Mason Perrin, Andy Powell up 9 places from 19th to 10th, with Daniel Knight up 2 to 11th, just outside the top 10. Sam Wyatt lost out massively there, dropped 6 places down to 13th on that first lap. Ethan Wyatt, his brother, coming up to 18th there down the order. Side-by-side action. The Nib Sport driver there, the number 39, George Isgrove, trying to get down the inside there of Jensen Watts. And as they come through the horseshoe, it will settle out before they hit the line. Down across the line then, still Alexander Cole pulling out a gap. Isaac Reynolds and Bobby Rosier following each other around. And then we've got Jensen Watts. That's the red and white with the orange helmet there in 4th place, just trying to gain ground and get away from the George Isgrove on the Nib Sport cart. With that helmet livery that looks very Francois Siver, but you've got to be really old like me before you appreciate that. We've got the number 49, Bobby Rosier, ahead of Isaac Reynolds now, as Rosier off towards the Gasworks hairpin and will want to pull a gap. Isaac Reynolds now hanging on. He's got the Lando Norris cart and the Lando Norris overalls. OTK chassis, of course. Not sure whose motor he's on. But Jensen Watts is coming as well. These 4 breaking away, nicely spaced out. Battle for 5th between George Isgrove and Andy Powell there. Andy, he works for Origin Motorsport. He's on an Origin Motorsport livery cart. And making a bit of a comeback at his home track is Andy. And he was a bit dubious as to where his fitness would be. And we saw him out in one of the heats yesterday. And went very well. He's about to challenge that Nib Sport cart of George Isgrove out of the chicane. As that's a battle for 3rd as Watts down the inside of Isaac Reynolds. A change for 3rd place. And the red and white livery cart of the Racing Perfection Birrell Art team up into 3rd, carrying the number 1, our reigning senior Rotax champion. He took the championship in fine style last year, very competitive class as ever, the 162 Rotax class. And now, next on his list is that man, Bobby Rosier, the O-plate holder for Guy Cunnington Racing, continues to lead by 7/10 of a second as we hit the half distance mark. 4 minutes remaining, 4 minutes and 1 lap then. Off and out of the back chicane, with Watts in that 3rd place, chasing them down. And then Andy Powell has indeed got by George Isgrove and demoted the Nib Sport drive at the 6th place. Andy Powell now at the 5th. And with the Isaac Reynolds Lando Norris kart next on his list to catch and overtake, we've got the gap coming down to 0.4 of a second now. Bobby Rosier is catching Alexander Kull. The orange and green kart there of Guy Cunnington Racing led from the start, but that lead is coming down ever so slightly. Every braking point, every corner, that gap is reducing, with a gap of 1.3 between Rosier and Watts. We'll keep an eye on whether Watts is catching those two ahead of him as well. So that's 3 minutes remaining. Enough time for that to become a 3-kart race. I mean, Rosier will want to get by Alexander Kull as quickly as possible. He doesn't want to have to start defending from anyone. Thank you, Ben. Ben Constanduros, I think, coming to us from Japan. Nice to see he's keeping up to date with the Junction 6 NKC. Good to have you along, Ben. As Alexander Kull into and out the back chicane, he's got Bobby Rosier now. You can virtually see he's on his rear bumper, and Rosier will be looking as to where he's got the advantage, where he may be able to make that move. It's going to be a big ask. He's carrying the O-plate for a reason, our leader, and that's because we know how quick he is. So it's 0.2 of a second, says the stopwatch. That looks narrower than that for sure, as Jensen Watts has not been able to close the gap at all. 1.5 seconds to third place Jensen Watts, and Jensen Watts will come back towards these two in the lead once they start squabbling. About coming up to a minute and a half, 90 seconds remaining, and then one more lap. Out of the second centre and off towards the back chicane. Sweeping entry, turning all the time. And it looks like Alexander Kull has responded to the advances of Bobby Rosier, and he's kind of woken up a little bit with a personal best lap time of a 50.4. However, Bobby Rosier 50.3, still closing that gap ever so slightly, but it looks bigger than it was the previous lap. We're about a minute on the clock now, so we've got time for at least 3 more laps of this. And yeah, gap back out to 0.4 of a second, gap down to 1.4 between second and third. Meanwhile, Isaac Reynolds has got Andy Powell and Charles Cheesy Green now on the back end. The green and orange kart of Cheesy Green right on the back of that Origin Motorsport, and down the inside has gone Cheesy into 6th place, and Powell coming back at him. Side-by-side action through the second centres. Andy is a local driver, he knows where the gap's going to appear here at Warden Law, but there was no gap appeared from him there, and he's now under pressure from Dylan Braley on the number 28 as Cheesy Green ahead of Andy Powell. Cheesy's now got Isaac Reynolds to chase down. This is giving Isaac that car just off shot there to the right, coming through the hairpin and out onto the start-finish straight. Isaac Reynolds on the Lando Norris kart, able to pull a little bit of a gap there as the leaders stay the same. Alexander Kull, Bobby Rosier, Jensen Watts, Ethan Martin. We've neglected a little bit of Ethan, as he has had a bit of a lonely race in 4th place. He's made his way through ahead of Isaac Reynolds, got ahead of Andy Powell as they begin to queue up behind Isaac Reynolds now. It's going to be the last lap board next time by. Out onto the back, curving back straight here, and Charles Cheesy Green there on the Guy Cunnington kart, looking like he wants to get by as quickly as possible. The horseshoe. Oh, and a little bit of a nudge there, a little bit of a trip over, wasn't it? And Cheesy gets by before they get to the final turn. Powell comes out to break that slipstream and takes the inside line, defensive line by Andy Powell in the black and white kart there. Third kart in that string in 7th place. We're on the final lap though, and Alexander Kull is our leader, just coming through the second centre there, just in there. There's the leaders there as they're out onto towards the back chicane for the final time. He responded to Bobby Rosier's presence, didn't he? And he had Bobby Rosier on that orange and white kart there in second, just nestled up towards his bumper, didn't quite get in connected enough to maybe make a move, and it's a fine drive once again from the Guy Cunnington Racing kart of Alexander Kull, taking the heat win with Bobby Rosier second, Jensen Watts third, Ethan Martin fourth. And then we had Charles Green, Ethan Martin, a great drive there. He's on the, I think, the Motorsport liveried kart in fourth, Charles Green in fifth, then Isaac Reynolds sixth, Andy Powell in seventh, Dylan Braley in eighth, and then we've got John Hobbs and Ethan Lomax rounding off that top 10. Track beginning to, well, certainly we didn't see any kind of problem with greasy conditions, and dare I see it, the sky looking a bit brighter, the sea fret blowing away a little bit, but that could come back at any moment. That's the problem here, being as high up as we are on the northeast coast. We've got the first sight of the senior TKMs that are going to be out next, and there are pole position kart. That is actually 72 is the number on that kart. Looks like a number 12, but it's actually 72. Chris Whiteside, the number 66 there, the red and white kart just underneath us. That's Joseph Phillips. And then second row, the Flex team, as ever, very well represented with their bright yellow and blue livery. That's the number 8, or the number 6, I should say, of Matt Slate. Gareth Haynes is fourth on the grid. Row 3 is Patrick Leaf and Jake Cox. Then we've got Alexander Lehman sharing row 4 with Molly Nicholas Biles. We've got the two Kings on ninth. First of the Masters, James King, and then Charlie King. Just behind them on row 6 is Ben Watson and James Workman. Michael Cornell and Will Cregeen are next up. Row 8 is Matthew Harris and Jamie Scott. We then got Rob Wallace and Dominic Pine. Mitchell Ball and James Hull are next up. Joe Booth and Matthew Temple Purcell are on row 11. Row 12, Paul Monks and Samuel King. Leo Crabtree and Christopher Whitten. And then Ian Calichurn, winner of the first round at Forest Edge. Just get the reminder up, actually, of senior Rotax. And it was indeed Ian Calichurn, who had a great run out at the first round at Forest Edge. So Calichurn starts at the back. We'll keep an eye on his progress. He went very well in the practice sessions here over the last couple of days. The last three karts on the grid are Francis Holm, Joe Fowler and Tom Johnson. Making their way around TKM here, we've effectively got the British National Championship here, because we've got the only national series for the TKM class, so we're effectively running a national championship for TKM, or the British Championship I should say. We're obviously a national championship. Getting towards the start then, and across the line we go. Into turn 1, we've got a green light. The karts are already with us through Brian's Bend. And smoky TKMs, the 110cc air-cooled motors, the air-cooled single-barreled engines of TKM here, giving us some old-school action. These TKM engines have been around. Oh, it's a false start. So we haven't gone green.
No, I thought they were doing a bit of tyre
Well, we always
there.
give TKMs another run, don't we?
Well, yes. So anyway, as I walked out to do what I was doing, it was lightly precipitating in my face.
Was it really?
Yeah, but that's just like that water in the air of a cloud. When I walked back, after spending 5 minutes doing what I was doing, significantly warmer.
That's right, I know. It's cheap.
No, I talked.
And now we've got the sea fret coming. Or is that TKM
Who knows?
smoky
There were
here?
two guys. I was doing this stuff. The two guys, and I said, they said, "Oh, you've got problems." I said, "That's not your problems. Work out what the hell's put these carts."
Yeah, absolutely. You seem to have fixed the problem. Ben Constanduros messaging in from Japan.
Is he big in Japan?
What
tonight,
time is it in Japan? Oh, it's middle of the afternoon, isn't it? Here we go. Have we got a green light? We have got a green light. We are racing as Chris Whiteside and Joe Phillips head down to turn 1. We've got a little bit of sliding going on towards the midfield.
On the grid. You keep talking, I'll find out who it is.
Yeah, absolutely. The leaders are already at the dogleg. Into and out of the dogleg, and it looks like we're slipping and sliding around.
I told you there's water in the air.
That water in the air has descended upon the track, and we've got inconsistent track conditions.
Sunderland loves playing these sea fret tricks, isn't it?
Yeah, if it's lacking entertainment, add water, is what they say about any kind of motorsport, and we are seeing that here.
Top 2 getting away, seem a bit happier with it. Oh, well,
it's Flex.
And then it's the 12, I think, in second, isn't it?
It's the number 6, I think, that's Matt Slade that has got.
But say it's the 12, there's a 12 car, which is a great start from my observation.
No, it's the 12.
I told you it's the 12, but I can't see the 12.
No.
So they're both in this race. Is it 72 possibly? Yeah, it's 72. It's going to be 72, not 12.
Yeah, that's Chris Whiteside.
These numbers sometimes aren't the clearest fonts, to be honest.
No, and then they get tyre marks and tyre scuffs.
Yeah.
The leader, though, is definitely the number 6 of Matt Slade, the Flex driver, into the lead.
Whiteside trying a wet line there around the outside of turn 1, or possibly just going wide.
Well, that's perhaps what we maybe see these drivers try and do, and we'll see here. No, that's the conventional inside line there, not the wet line through St John's. Off towards the first of the centre hairpins through the left-hander.
Was a move for fourth and fifth. Didn't happen with the flex number 5, Alexander Lehman, looking to make a position. Actually lost a bit of time there as he comes back out of the centre 2, and they come to the back chicane. And they sweep through. Unfortunately, the smokiness has gone by lap 3. It's nothing like as much fun as it was. They get to the smokers. Looking out the window now as we are, there is no fog. This is now a clear day. It's overcast, and we promise the sun. But there is this high humidity, which I've just experienced walking to and from, and it's just this dampness in the air. And I think it's really upsetting the tyres on certain laps only.
And on certain corners.
Yeah.
Great move up the order at the 16th. Mitchell Ball just losing out to Paul Monks there, but staying in 16th. And Ian Calichurn up from the back of the grid there. He was up 7 places last time by. He was up to 17th, but he's just dropped 2 now behind Christopher Whitten and Rob Wallace. So Calichurn, winner of round 1, as we mentioned, having a run up from the back of the grid. Tom Johnson trying to follow him through there. But Mitchell Ball, current championship holder on the number 1, up to 16th. We'll keep an eye on them. Joseph Booth on the yaw plate. He wanted to retain the yaw plate. Where was the yaw plate for the TKM class?
They held it at one of the rounds, didn't they?
Wilton Mill, wasn't it? Yeah, of course. Because they missed out the yaw plate meeting, so they had their own yaw plate at Wilton. Well, it's the yaw plate up for grabs here for everybody in all of our classes as Matt Slate. Which one? All right, Matt Slate crossing the line. Chris Whiteside, Joe Phillips, Patrick Leaf, Alexander Lehman, Jake Cox, Ben Watson, Charlie King, Bolly Nicholas Buys, and Joe Booth, the up plate. What are you smiling at?
He who complains about it does it. Anyway, so here we go. So now they're moving along with the second place is Chris Whiteside. It's Joseph Phillips who's been moved out now to 5th. So he just locked 2 positions across the line. So 22 now, Patrick Leaf in 3rd place. And they sweep back through the 2 centres. And Lehman now trying finally to make a bit of full momentum. He's under heavy pressure from Jake Cox in the 26th.
Down towards the gasworks they come then. The leader pulling out a very comfortable gap there as the 72 of Chris Whiteside started on the pole. He's following him round. The 22 is now Patrick Leaf. He's got ahead of Joe Phillips. And that was me. Patrick Leaf, head down, tries to get into that slipstream. Not much of a speed variation through turn 1 there. That's a very fast turn 1 here at 1 more. Left hand sweep and right sweep into the dog leg. That's Brian's bend. And then the right-handed, the dog leg there. This is St John's.
Let's see if they can make a move into the first of the centres.
No,
just thinking about it.
Yeah.
But I think he thought about it so much, he actually left his braking a bit late, even in the straight line there, and got a bit of wobble on the nose.
Yeah, it's easy to do, isn't it? It's off camber as well on the outside. It changes in the middle of the track there, and it goes viciously off camber if you get it wrong slightly. We're inside the second half. Here is the move we've been waiting for from the number 22 of Patrick Leaf. This Whiteside comes back towards him.
He's got that one now. Lehman, I think, has picked up 4th place during this lap as well, because he's looked like a man on the move, but he's been thwarted by various situations. But he's now out into 4th now. Can he bridge the gap to Whiteside? He's got 3 minutes, he's got several laps to do it in. And then behind them also, they're now sort of stringing out back into the lower top 10 positions. It's now a long train of carts who sweep round the dogleg.
You see how you try to make that just one complete turn, just one right-hand turn. there's a little bit of a straight, and you might wind the steering off just for a microsecond and then straight back on to turn through the dogleg. But it's a great part of the track. Once described to me that part, and we'll see that next time by. That's a lovely camera shot, by the way. We'll see that next time by as one of the most difficult. I know, we've got to move. Calm down. One of the most difficult parts of any kart track in the UK, and that was told to me by somebody high up in Strawberry Racing or something. Or was it? No. Anyway, the number 5 has moved ahead of Chris Whiteside and into third. Here it is, textbook move, Nick, off the back straight and into the gasworks. Yeah,
it does seem the TKMs have got that kind of to a T there. It may actually be that what's happened now is the grip's up, so it doesn't look so very Larry has done the rest of the morning.
Well, you've got confidence to do that, haven't you, when you know where the grip is, when you've got consistent track condition. And I think when we first went out there, that precipitation you had blowing in your face was on the track. That's now gone, it's dried off.
Pretty sure, I think the ambience went up 2 or 3 degrees in the last 20 minutes.
The sky has gone a lighter shade of grey, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's blue.
No, it's not. It's still very much Sutherland grey.
It's nearly white. Yeah, and that's why we go abroad to go on holiday. Yesterday was scorching. Could have been by the pool today. Put your hand on. Here we go then. Leader out. 90 seconds or so on the clock remaining. 7 laps completed. Matt Slate. Patrick Leaf is catching him. Gap down to 4/10 of a second with Lehman. Charlie King up to 4th now ahead of Chris Whiteside. Jake Cox, Joe Phillips, Ben Watson up to 8th. Molly Nicholas Biles hanging on in that top 10 for Molly. Great run for her in this first heat. And Gareth Hayes is rounding off the top 10, but that's a battle for the lead now, Nick.
Leaf really trying to get back on the back of the flex machine. There's so many flex carts, you always have to look up and see which one it is. I remember we walked into their awning at Clay, and there's about 7 carts. Weirdly, one of them's a Rotax. The rest are all. You can think, okay, obviously they're lovely people. What are you gaining by putting a Rotax in when all the expertise is in TKM? But they looking particularly good here. They've got a first place. They've got a third place at the moment. Those bright fluorescent yellow and blue machines.
Across the line then, and Matt Slate now aware. You can hear the cart come behind you when you've had nobody behind you, and then all of a sudden you hear this noise like a buzzing bee over your shoulder, and he knows exactly where Patrick Leaf is. Doesn't have to look behind him, stays with the line, maximises the entry. Now he looks over his shoulder, and there's the move. There's the move that has been coming, and it's a lovely drive here from Patrick Leaf.
Absolutely.
He's just moved onto the back of everyone. He's moved onto the back. He's followed them round a lap or so, and then he's made his very clean move.
Is this his first meeting?
Patrick Leaf.
I don't remember talking about it.
You keep talking, and I'll find Patrick Leaf and see where he
comes around through into the Gasworks penultimate time. Not quite sure whether there's a possibility that Liam might be able to tap his teammate side off the 6 and 5 and 2nd and 3rd at the moment. Certainly Charlie King off the back is going to stay off the back.
I think you're spot on, Nick. I think Patrick Leaf, this is his first round. Gaz might be able to confirm that with somebody.
Certainly chucking it into the first corner, aren't they?
Roving reporter.
Now, is Lehman going to make a move for the second place on the virtual podium? I don't know. He's certainly looking very racy. Obviously a bit careful, because if it all goes horribly wrong, there's going to be long faces in the awning up the inside now. The centre one, he's going to make it. Can he hold through on the switchback? He can. There's a chance here that he just didn't have enough momentum from the slight machine to get back past him again. So unless he can get a good toe down the Gasworks, it's going to be an excellent run for Lehman as well.
And Charlie King for Klassen is just there, the green and black cart there, just waiting for these flex boys to trip over one another. And Charlie King trying around the outside of the horseshoe. Time's running out though, as Patrick Leaf will come out of the final turn and across the line. The first 4 pretty much nose to tail as they cross the line. It's Patrick Leaf, Alexander Lehman, Matt Slate, Charlie King. That's your top 4. And then behind them, Jake Cox, Chris Whiteside, Ben Watson, Molly Nicholas Biles, a fine 8 for her. Leo Crabtree 9th, and Christopher Whitten rounds off the top 10. Mitchell Ball, the championship holder, he finished in 13th. But Charlie King, winner at Clay Pigeon and championship leader coming into this 4th round of the championship, will be very, very happy with that move up the order and into 4th there with a good points haul.
Yep. So why is position 3 missing in the next grid?
I don't know. Let's see who's in.
He's missed it. He's missed the down and go.
I can
show you the grid now if you like it.
Well, in 3rd place on the grid should be Riley Thatcher on the number 83.
Not there at the moment. Is he?
Not there.
Has he missed the cut-off? I think he has.
Just a second there. Just hold that, Nick.
So they're getting ready to go. They have made up for the missing Riley Thatcher. Let's have a look and see how the grid should be.
So there's your grid. You can see on the screen there, we've got 33 grid positions. Keep an eye out for Jensen Cook. Let's get the championship up actually, Nick.
Kai Pepperell's tends to have a bit of a fan club. Yeah. I don't know. He does reasonably well. That's got quite a good fan club.
Championship leader Riley Thatcher starts on the second row, so he'll be wanting.
No, but he's not starting. He's one who's missing.
Riley Thatcher's missing. Now then, he finished third at Clare Pigeon. He finished 10th in the final at Forest at round 1, 5th at Fulbeck, and 3rd on the podium. Now, Riley Thatcher will be devastated by this because this is where he needs to be out there. He needs to be gaining points. Alfie McBain, who starts 14th, keep an eye out for him because...
More weather reports, it's spitting again, according to...
Yeah, because that Seafred just keeps coming and going.
Go away!
Coming and going. Keep an eye on Alfie McBain. Remember, Alfie came from 30th to 1st. Well, he's got only half a job to do this time because he's 14th. So keep an eye on Alfie. He's here with Hunter Motorsport. Again, Warden Law, the home of Hunter Motorsport, so they have a lot of experience and information about track, especially variable track conditions. Now then,
they're not releasing them, are they?
No, they're not. And I'm wondering if there's some sort of debate about that.
Should we take this off and get Frank's picture up so he can show us what's going on there?
Yeah,
they got ready to go.
Yeah,
and they are going now. Okay, obviously think about it, but we are missing Riley. Is he even allowed to join at the back if he's missed the cut-off point?
Yeah, I think so.
Not here, that's 114, that is. So I don't know where Riley is. He's obviously had a mechanical as he's come to the grid.
Yeah, that's an absolute shame. As I said, came here at the halfway distance in the championship, in the lead of the championship. Our winner at Clare Pigeon was Samuel Aston, who I don't think is actually out in this heat. This is the third time we've seen our junior Rotax field, and with such a large field, we've got 54 entries in juniors, so we split the grids up.
A couple of messages come in. Says Richard Murray, keep pushing all in Team Klassen.
Yep.
And Matthew Lambert, hi NKC commentators. That's me and you this time, thankfully. Can we have a shout out to all the boys in Nib Sport, and especially my mate Billy Voot? So we have to do the shout out now in kind of full Radio 1 DJ.
Well, we wait until Billy's out.
Quite literally.
And that's from who?
That's from Matthew Lambert.
Is Matthew Lambert here this weekend?
I don't know. He's people are here and then still put a comment on the chat.
I know. Well, that's true.
Okay, we're getting ready to go. We're getting ready to rumble, as they say. And then down the road for the third Rotax Junior Heat. And they have got an absolute go. And it's a fantastic start from the outside of the front row. Oh, is it?
Oh, we've got an accident that's ensued there.
Dear.
And that's a slippery track. That hasn't helped. We've got carts spewing off left, right and centre. We had a big hit at the back there, and carts have mounted one another. However, the leaders are already at St John's.
Yeah, Felton lost the lead he had round that corner. Just didn't quite have the grip. And trying to see who's in the lead. I think that's Hector Sadlowski who's taken that in the Tony Cart liveried number 45. It is, as they go round again. They have got a slippery surface. They Battenberg it. Okay, so back on the cake again.
Thought so.
Every time we say that, I want a piece of cake.
Yeah, we've got a nib. I think that's a Nib Sport driver. Number 74 has felt
this
the brunt
shouldn't
of that.
take very long because they've already cleared the carts and had the incident at turn 1. There's a cart that's driving round the centres with an upturned Nassau panel, which is A, not aerodynamically, and B, not very safe.
Yeah, he's going to be
black flag
in the pits, isn't he?
I think so.
So what do we mean by Battenberg flag, Nick? You just mentioned there.
We mean I get a piece of cake.
No,
it means everyone should. But effectively, it's virtual safety car.
It's called a Battenberg flag.
But they're going green now.
We've pulled the Battenberg in, so we are now racing proper under green conditions. And the leader, Hector Sadlowski, off through turn 1. and then we had the slippery track surface flag out for the first lap there. And we're not seeing any pace being dropped through the corners here, are we? Up into third already, Alfie McBain. And Alfie McBain up into second at the first of the centres, and off he goes after Sadlowski. The white helmet, the red shoulders on his overalls, from 30th to 1st in his first heat. And here he is in second place, but he's got a lot of company there. That's basically queuing up behind him. It's the number 19,
He's made the most of Aston. He made the most of the wet conditions. Now he's going to try and make the most of the sort of dryish conditions. Certainly, I think if it's not actually spitting, it dries off the surface very, very quickly. But it was a good break that Sadlowski's made.
Here comes Aston down the inside of McBain.
McBain's off.
What on earth? I don't see any mechanical flag with the number 41.
He's retired.
So McBain off into the pits for a problem there, and that is absolute tragedy for what will be a massive disadvantage. He'd be lucky to get in the year final now, Nick.
Yeah, with the entries. He has got one very good result, one from the back, and a bad result from the middle. So he's got his front start.
Whenever you DNF, that just ruins your day completely.
It's weird,
that's really sad.
There's a strange thing happened there, because he was absolutely on par and just pulled out from position.
Yeah, he was.
And pulled off. So whether he realised they'd made a mistake that was going to cause him problems, like they'd forgotten to they hadn't fueled it enough, it's going to be underweight, or he could see something on his dash that they got wrong, or he realised they put the wrong pressures on, but it's very, very strange.
Leaders across the line in 3 laps completed. Sadlowski, Jacob Aston and Jacob Felton, the two Jacobs chasing him down. Great racing there with Barnaby Grubb, Tyler Rackham and Jaden Sherwood. The number 2, Sherwood, getting by down the inside. He's up against Tyler Rackham now, I think. Or is that Barnaby Grubb on the number 12? It is. It's Barnaby Grubb now, the Nib Sport driver, just turning into the S's, centre S's there. Black and white nose on that cart. But Jaden Sherwood of Coles Racing, the number 2 vice champion from 2024, off and after him and wanting that third place.
Yeah, the field now streaking through the back chicane, but right down to the Gasworks hairpin. It is Grubb under pressure now from Sherwood. White helmet on Sherwood there behind Grubb. I saw Barnaby Grubb walking when I was walking back a minute ago, and it's one of these people whose name doesn't match the person. Obviously, he's not that old, he's like 14. But you kind of think Barnaby Grubb like he's a local councillor somewhere. Like a local councillor for a small town in like from where Johnny comes from, the Black Country. I'm Barnaby Grubb. Were you local councillor? That's what I think.
Yes, let's move quickly on.
I don't know.
This is Barnaby Grubb and Jaden Sherwood, as Nick has been describing. And now Nib Sport, Matt Isaac's team, they're been a stalwart presence in the NKC for the last few years. And Coles Racing being a bit of a presence in the paddock here at the NKC for the last couple of seasons. Great to have a team. Adrian Coles' team as he goes down the inside. Jaden Sherwood it is, second in the championship, third on the podium at round 1. And then a little bit disappointing in round 2, wasn't he? 10th in the final there. However, want to rectify that here at round 4. As he now goes off and after the Birrell Art of Jacob Felton.
Yeah, Felton's got a 1.3 second lead over him. He isn't looking particularly slow, but she's cleared a place, she's made a point, scored a couple more points. But now you've got just under half the race to try and catch up the top 3. They've spread out rather annoyingly.
Yeah, they've spread out massively, haven't they? Hector Sadlowski, very composed at the front there. Everybody pushing on though, they're not holding back, Nick. They're putting in green lap times.
Sadlowski's also now not heard. Has he been in this event so far?
Yeah. Sadlowski's been a big part. Yeah,
I don't think he has. He's also joining for this event.
He is joining for this event. Have we seen Hector?
It's really weird because
Have we seen Hector in another series?
Very probably, yes.
Yes.
Because the interesting thing is that you're brilliant at remembering all the colour schemes and everything. I've got this kind of thing. I think I've heard of him before. It's like the
You're very good. Yes.
It's like, but then I have the advantage. I did the last round, and you did the nerve instead, and then everyone missed you.
You did. But don't worry, I'm back.
Can I just point out that for everyone who at the paddock who said, "Oh, we missed you, Joe," his head got at least one size bigger. He's now wearing a size 15 cap. It's a nightmare.
It's just nice to be loved, isn't it?
So much closer now. Aston's now got.
Very unlike this environment.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. Yeah, Aston now on the tail of Sadlowski. And Tony Cart being followed up by what team is? Aston's own team. Isn't it? They're him and his brother in their own team, aren't they?
Yeah, the two Astons, Jacob and Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go then. Challenge for the lead coming in a minute and 43. And I don't know what that, let's work together. No, mate, I'm going to take the lead from you as a side-by-side. And that's always going to happen there because the track narrows there towards Brian's Bend. So the number 45 of Hector Sadlowski, he's on the Tony kart. And not sure which team, if any, that he runs with. But Hector now having to defend quite robustly from Jacob Aston as they come through the second centres off towards the chicane. This is the important bit. Need to get a good momentum out at this part here. Fire out of there. Aston, okay, he does indeed have good momentum. He's going to go down the inside into the gasworks. And Sadlowski just has nothing in the toolkit.
He lost a bit of time as well. It's not only he was overtaken, but he needed a gap by 2 or 3 tenths. So both the Astons looked good at play as well, actually.
They did.
They had a kind of a performance there. I mean, I don't think Clay and Warden Laurie share much between them, do they? Really?
No, very different track.
You couldn't get much more different. I mean, Clay, the shortest track on the British circuit. He's made a mistake. He's made a massive mistake from the lead, Jacob Aston.
Oh, and that was an absolute tragedy. Let's have a look from the low camera angle. We'll see this.
A bit wide.
Yeah, I think so.
Tyre off the curb.
He went off the curb, over the curb. That just shows how much he was pushing there. Just trying to eke out a little bit more speed through there. Ended up on the dirt.
He didn't need to.
No, but it's something
junior
you do.
Rotax, is how you learn.
It's something you do, isn't it? And he just ended up on the dirt, and there's no grip on the dirt, and he spun round, and that is a tragedy for Aston.
Drop back. I mean,
he's going to drop back considerably.
Place, I think, but
Are we going to get the one lap board? Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Last lap,
one lap to go.
8-0 something, then across the line. Missed it by a second. But I think in reacting to something spinning in front of him, it's cost Sadlowski a second himself. He's now got Jacob Felton right on his tail for his last lap bash.
Here we go then. Can Jacob Felton do anything about Sadlowski? We've seen how hard Sadlowski is to get by. Jaden Sherwood is coming as well. Current vice champion from 2024, latching onto the back end of these 2 leaders. And I'm joking. And Sadlowski comes out. This is where it's going to happen, if it's going to happen. Into the gasworks. First, second and third. Line astern. There's nowhere to pass now until you get to the final turn. And it takes a massive opportunistic move at this point here, which doesn't happen at all. He did have a think, but it's Hector Sadlowski who's led the majority of this race that takes the heat win. It's the 3rd time we've seen Junior Rotax out there. It was Jacob Felton that hung on to second, Jaden Sherwood third, I should say. Barnaby Grubb ended up in 4th. Aidan Lodge was 5th. Tyler Rackham 6th. Nicholas Guzyuldis, I think is how we say that, for Nicholas. He was 7th. Jacob Aston was ended up in 8th, Nick. So
Albion Bay got running again, and the problem apparently is rear bumper.
So they tightened the rear bumper and came out. So where did Alfie finish then?
But down in 26.
Down in 26, yeah. Off the lead lap, I think.
So thank you to Christopher Fedrick for giving the information about the rear bumper. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Hans Raven say morning for Australia. Surely it's not morning, but it's not morning in Australia. I say morning to us, it's morning here.
To us, yeah. Good evening.
Karen West says, shout out to Sushi Racing and our amazing grandson, Elijah West. There we are.
Yeah, did well, 2nd place in his first heat. Yeah, found a bit of pace with the change of loom is why we wanted to speak to him. Indeed, we did speak to him in the paddock show. So we look forward to their next heat. We've got another couple of heats before we see the Intermax out. And it's the 177s that are coming next. Nick, we'll have a look at that grid. There's your grid there on your screens.
Yeah, so we've got Tyler Fossey and Max Williamson showing the front row. Looks like we haven't got... We've got Brian Taylor Truman starting 19th, and he's going to come through the field.
Yeah, Taylor Truman. He was 2nd at Forest Edge. He chased down Nathan Schaefer, who was absolutely on fire at Forest Edge, wasn't he? He took the win at round 2 at Fullbeck, and he took the win at Clay Pigeon, and he also took a 2nd, a 1st, and a 1st in the heat phase. Stephen Mottram starts at the back. He'll be happy with that because Steve suffering a bit of rib damage on the number 72. He's a Sunderland lad, so he knows this place well. And he was complaining of his ribs that just popped on him yesterday. If you've done any karting, you'll understand that is an absolute impossibility. Once your rib's gone, you might as well forget it. But Stephen's battling on. Tough lad, and he's battling on, and he will start at the back and no doubt give it his best. As we've got that Seaford coming back, Nick. The sky's looking a little bit darker grey than it ever has. As the fields make their way around, they'll start forming up in the horseshoe. That's the protocol here at Warden. That's the horseshoe there. And drivers just weaving very vigorously to get some heat, last-minute heat into the tyres. So Max Williamson, Tyler Fossey, Luke Oliver, Liam Deedman, Scott Smith, George Willis. That's your first three rows. Two of the LRG there, the red and gold. And who's that on the yellow and blue car? That's the 115 of Tyler Fossey. He will start on the pole position as they come through. He should be second on the grid. So where's Max Williamson? Max Williamson hasn't come out.
There's had a couple of these non-starts, haven't they, so far this time? But they go into the first bend and they come through Brian's now. Oh, 2 or 3 carts take to the grass. I think not because of lack of grip, because they ran out of track because they were eased out, but they've moved to the back. So there's going to be a bit of shuffling in the midfielders when they come across the line in a minute. But into the lead, or staying in the lead, is Fossey in the 115, and second it's the 97 Luke Oliver challenging centre one now. No, not getting past on this line. So the top two have gone off and made the first 2 positions.
So there's a loss of third place for, I think, Liam Deedman, was it? We'll check that as the all-white cart there into third place. But the rest of the field there chasing out of the back chicane onto the straight now. They're already out of the hairpin.
Oh, it wasn't. No,
challenge for the lead.
I think it may have changed about a yard.
I think it did, yeah, momentarily, in the correct use of the word momentarily, not like the Americans, but that's another story. As we come out onto the start-finish straight then, completing one lap, Tyler Fossey, Luke Oliver challenging for the lead there, Scott Smith, Liam Deedman, that dropped to 4th, George Willis, Nathan Wells, Stephen Horner up to 7th, moving up 6 places. Championship holder is Ryan Taylor-Truman in 8th, Archie Elliott on the number 5, up with him in 9th as well. We'll keep an eye on them. Archie Elliott already, I can see in that midfield order there in the black and red Sushi Racing colours, just moving up very steadily. But these 3 now, Nick, are battling for the
Smith's
lead.
Getting quite racy. He's having a real think about when he moves past Luke Oliver in the 97. That's the all-white car is Smith. He's not sponsored, he's a bit heavy. He can't afford this ticket. Or he can't afford it weight-wise or any otherwise. It's about half a kilogram to ticket, and he's obviously 177. That's your minimum weight. Many of these races will be over that weight. It's the nature of being slightly older. Up the inside, Smith takes the second place quite easily. That's not like taking candy from a baby. He's let through there by Oliver. Sometimes it is, of course, discretion. It's a better part of valour in kart racing. Sometimes it's best not to scrap for everything, because the scrapping you could lose time yourself. But Fossey now is the target of Smith's attentions. They're going to go round centre 2 in a second. It's not even that long. 4 corners to actually take the lead there. So Smith's got some real pace, and interestingly followed through there by Oliver.
Well, that's because Fossey then, having to make way for Scott Smith. You just lose momentum. And great opportunist driving from Luke Oliver on the LRG kart to move through and stick with Scott Smith. But this is a great drive from Scott Smith, who's driving a very, very smooth race indeed. We've got
Nathan Wells is coming up.
Nathan Wells for Cartal.
And he's about to pick up 3rd place, going through the first corner.
We get a great interview with Cartal, who's been around this sport for about 40 years as Alan.
Wow.
And Nathan Wells showing that he's...
That makes him a contemporary of us.
Well, yeah, he's been around, he's seen it all. It's gone,
he's seen Joe racing, that's how much he's seen.
He's seen many cycles of this sport sort of come and go and ebb and flow. Great battles in the midfield here, isn't it?
Yeah.
When you're
going on there. Where's Taylor Truman? Is he involved in this at all?
He is indeed. Yes, Taylor Truman is.
No, he's dropped right out.
Where has Taylor Truman gone? He's gone. He's absolutely gone.
Has he had a problem?
He's down to 23rd. And Cole Edwards has as well. Yeah, so they're at the back of the field. Yeah. So he was engrossed in this
battle here for
and Archie Elliott on the number 5 has dropped back as well, but now he starts regaining. That's the black and red cart there of number 5.
Centre screen now. Yeah.
Now he was further up the order as well. So there has been
how dare they have off-camera action?
What do you call it, Nick? A kerfuffle.
A kerfuffle has been happening.
A kerfuffle.
Some kerfufflage has occurred, and there's been a bit of an issue. But it's interesting that RTT dropping back. A, that means he's not going to get any heat points, which is going to be champion. B, this is also going to mean he's not going to be starting right at the front of the overall final. And the problem he's got is being the O-plate and Harrison Cook being here, he almost certainly will be at the front.
Yeah, but there's a move down the inside, didn't come off
once again. That's Fossey who's fought off that move from earlier by I think Luke Oliver's now fought it off again from the 8 of Jake Davis. Davis had a good result in the first heat we had earlier this morning. Sorry.
First 3 through, spaced out comfortably. Scott Smith, Luke Oliver, Nathan Wells. Tyler Fossey, though, has had a very busy race, hasn't he? He seems to have been.
He's had a lot of fun. He's been in most positions.
He's been under pressure pretty much
He's
the whole of
gone
this
forward
race.
as well as going back, but he did start the lead, so now he's going back to fifth. So it was a move finally by Jake Davis. He grabs the machine.
This is what happened before. Jake Davis went ahead and then coming out of the gasworks. So if Fossey can get through the chicane, stay with him.
Dropped off a bit, isn't he?
Yeah, he has a bit, yes, where he was better. But there's a move for the 55
and 45. So Ollie
Goodyear.
He's made 2 places this lap. Don't forget, Ollie won the first one in the wet. Well, he's got a win already so far this weekend. He won the first heat in the wet this morning by whatever a country mile is up here. Is it, about 7 miles?
Ollie Goodyear is with CRG, isn't he? And
again, it is good for him. He's making positions. And making positions just means you're getting further and further up the grid for the final.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, and that's what we're working towards, isn't it? They're all important.
Because we don't have.
There he goes again.
Down the inside. Because we don't have qualifying, so you've got. So you always have mixed grids. You don't get the situation you get in other championships where people get maximum score, where they win every heat and the final, because it's virtually impossible in every heat.
Yeah,
because of where you started. So, you think, I've got a 37 from this heat. Well, that's fine, because the best everyone else got was a 32. There's another move position with 5 this time.
Tyler
Elliott.
Yeah, Archie Elliott up in the number 5.
I think Fossey's just kind of been, perhaps he's got his tyres slightly wrong, looking slightly caught out, or perhaps sinking back to the natural position he may be in this pack.
Well, his performance has gone off ever so slightly, hasn't he?
I think Everson just was doing well.
And now Stephen Horner moves through.
Once he got a bit of praise from Joe, it all went off.
Yeah, I know. I thought he was driving really well. Well, we've got a broken axle there with a cart off in front of us. I'm not sure that's.
He's knocked over one of our things. Two of our things. The camera's working.
We might lose a couple of cameras here, as we've had a big off with a snapped axle.
So we'll carry on to the end of this heat, and a red flag. We've red flagged it.
Yeah, that was a big off just underneath Frank.
So
it was.
Okay, Frank, don't.
Nick, goodbye. You're going to need to fix our camera antennas. We had a big off at the first turn, as we have red flagged it with just on about 90 seconds. Well, 1 minute 48 was the official time that it stopped. So at the time that the red flag has come out, we had Scott Smith in the lead, Luke Oliver in second, Nathan Wells was third, Jake Davis was fourth, Ollie Goodyear was fifth, Archie Elliott sixth, and then Tyler Fossey seventh, Stephen Horner getting by and into eighth, Liam Deedman ninth, George Willis rounds off the top 10. Just outside of that top 10 was Will Murdoch on the number 93, the LRG driver on the 93. So with the race being halted, we've got just under 2 minutes of this race to be completed. It's the third heat for the 177s. Just to give you an idea and a reminder of what you are watching at home, or indeed if you have just turned up at the track and are come here to spend the day spectating. This is the Junction 6 NKC 2025 Championship. We're at round 4 of the series. It's also the O Plate. The O Plate will be awarded to the winner of this round in all of our classes. All of our O Plates for each and every one of our classes will be awarded at the end of the afternoon. And with 2 more rounds remaining after this one, in the middle of August, about a month away, the 15th to the 17th of August, is Wilton Mill, down there just off the A5 in Daventry. And with round 6 completing the season, a bit early completion of the NKC, Nick, in September.
We've only got 6 rounds rather than 7, because they dropped the O Plate.
So
they shuffled back a month. So
okay.
normally we had one in October. Because the last round was on Petit Le Mans weekend, and you were up here, weren't you?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and
you
had to miss it. Yeah, you had to go to Petit, didn't you?
Yeah,
I had to go to Atlanta.
Might have to miss it again, unfortunately.
Well, Dunkswell is the 6th and final round of the 2025 season, and it's the 19th to the 21st of September. And I can't believe, Nick, that we're actually talking about the conclusion of the championship for 2025. We'll be talking. We're already, looking towards 2026.
Oh yeah, we had
calendar announcements.
There were conversations about tracks to visit.
Yes,
absolutely. We advised of tracks not to go to, and they, tracks to go to.
Tracks what we like to go to.
Yeah, tracks where we feel loved.
Yeah,
which is the key point actually.
Don't like to go to.
Yeah. But
we're calling this race off. Then we're calling this race a conclusion. Again, the results that I've just shouted out with Scott Smith, Luke Oliver, Nathan Wells, I think they're locked in, as is Jake Davis in fourth.
Right.
Ollie Goodyear, Archie Elliott, Tyler Fossey, Stephen Horner. If there's been any kind of change of positions,
it's possible that Goodyear and Elliott, Fossey might get a slightly better score because 2 laps back he's actually lost 2 positions. So I think there's a possibility he might get it'll get sorted out.
So the race was red flag for Bradley Heath, who I saw half his axle rolling across the grass. Never a good thing.
Realistically, you always want all your 4 tyres connected to your kart.
That's a very rare thing to see an axle snap. The rear axle, solid rear axle,
wow.
tube
snapped.
It snapped.
It didn't break at the.
It broke just inside the sprocket area.
So that wasn't the whole thing coming off then.
I actually don't know. I don't think I've ever seen that happen. But Bradley's been tended to there. He went in really hard at turn 1.
Yeah, he knocked over some more cameras.
The fastest part of the track, and I would imagine he's pretty well winded.
Yeah.
But he's been tended to by the professionals, and Gezoan, one of our officials, helping Brad.
Dear.
And hopefully he's not too bashed up.
When I was fixing the cameras, he was complaining he hurt his foot.
Yeah. So, I saw him, but I think he'd be winded as well. Your ribs always take it as well.
Got some comments to talk to. Frank Dart, well done, Jacob Felton from the previous race. Joe Bow 75 was part of the
Zach Bolton
fan club. So wishing everyone in the team LRG all the best of luck today.
16 competitors LRG's running.
Really?
This is the home of LRG.
How many they run on a normal? Obviously they've got extras because it's here.
I mean,
how many they run normally?
9, 10.
Wow.
Yeah, they've had a good influx of interest in the NKC, and Louis and his dad Darren, who are based here. Their workshops are here.
They are.
They're on home turf, and it's great to see them. And they've got representation in all of the classes, all of the Rotax classes. I was
kind of following back from Clay.
Yeah.
Oddly, a large part of our journey is the same.
It is.
I mean, I thought it was long enough, and they had another 2.5 hours to go. I was thinking, my God, that was long enough for me at 4 and a bit.
Yeah. If the year 1 remains open, that's always a bit of a roulette wheel of chance when you're heading north on a Sunday evening.
So Brad now going into the ambulance. It's not life-threatening, don't worry. It's his foot, so it's just foot-threatening. Karen West, come on, Archie Elliott from Sushi Racing. And the backrooms, have they done the Minimax 950 yet?
They've done one.
Oh, the Intermax.
Yes.
Is Intermax Minimax?
Well, it's not called Minimax 950 here. It's called Rotax.
But
it is exactly the same.
Right, we've done one of the 3.
Yeah. Casper McAllister took the win. Elijah West was second. And who was third? I'll tell you. Hang on. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay. Anyone like a drink, anybody?
Into Rotax was
Buddy
Hugo, of course. The two Hugos.
How long would it take to put another coffee on?
2 minutes.
Okay. So, hang on, do that first.
Are you going to be able to talk?
What, for 2 minutes?
Yeah,
I can talk for 2 minutes. I can talk about colour. Look at that Brill cart's pretty colour. I can talk about... Honestly, he gets a couple of... No. Is that what it looks like? Yes. Who did it? Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the other bottle of water we have in the Coventry booth. See, this is why, and I'm prepared to take the wrath of Paul Bainbridge at any sort of action that follows it. But they haven't opened the Nick Day Memorial Urinal, which is only a hundred yards away, rather than we have to use the main toilet, which is 400 yards away. This is commentators' issues for you here, but we've got a very good view here at Warden Law, and what we're looking at the moment is the ambulance, which has picked up Bradley Heath. It's just going to roll him back to the area behind the control tower. Which, interesting, the control tower. Can you, Frank? Can you cut up the control tower? That's the green and yellow building down the farther straight. You might have to ask, mate. Listen to me. There he goes. Yeah. So if you go and zoom into the control tower. Now, what is significant about that control tower? That is where the first ever karting live TV broadcast took place from. The Tom Tyman race control. Yeah, we did the celebration of the opening of owner driver racing here at Warden Law, and myself after Matt Hunter bought it. Sorry, Matt Hunter. After Matt Hunter bought it and invested a huge amount of money in it. It's a bit weird. We're working with Joe, right? At this track, we get a list of sponsors we have to mention, even though we don't know who they are. Mention him. Show that graphic. But yeah, so we Joe asked us to come up and do it because obviously the foundation of this channel is RC Racing TV. We cover international RC racing, which is basically like kart racing on a smaller scale. Literally, it's scale racing, but it's a similar thing. And so we just turned up in February when it was dark and wet. Paul was out on the gantry that no longer exists filming. Frank was where he was right now, which I think he was up on that tower. When we covered the race, I remember it got very dark towards the end. We had John Hindhoff, of Radio Le Mans, as one of the commentators, and I was the gopher. I thought a job I did excellently well there. I gophered loads of things, and that was that was February 2020, and we thought, right, this is our chance to take over the karting world. Fortunately, in March 2020, the world didn't really think it was a very good idea, so that all got scuppered for a while. But yeah, that's where it all started. So if you want to blame someone, blame the Tom Tyman race control. That's what happened here. And that's also you can see behind it is where the ambulances are. The second ambulance, which has picked up Bradley, that's not going anywhere, so they're going to treat him here. He doesn't need to go to hospital, thankfully. Still waiting for Hold. They'll have to Hold to make sure they've got the coverage they need. I can see Sarah Darlow actually on the PA, the walkie-talkies to see if she can get them into order to roll off. All the drivers are back in their carts, sitting down, waiting to go. I don't know if so we're going to have a look at the weather again. Yeah, that's pretty much the weather. It's grey. It's supposed to be sunny by now. Oh no, yeah. My original forecast said by 11 o'clock we'd have sun. Just goes so accurate you are. But anyway, the thing is though, anywhere in the country, if you're near the coast, weather forecasters are a guess. It's just a guess near the coast. So that was Rotax Heat 177, Heat 3. This is our next heat. It's the Senior Rotax Heat 5. There is your grid. And hello and welcome to Billy Voot. We obviously were asked to give Billy Voot a shout out. Billy, how you doing? And the person who wanted to shout out quickly, just so I can go back on that one, so hello to Billy Voot, is Matthew Lambert. Matthew Lambert says, hello, Billy Voot, currently starting in 6th place in this one. You can pick out your favourites in this one. Tristan Sharp and George Hall make up the front of the grid. We've got Kieran Gifford on the 2 plate, right back in 31st. His chance for him to make up some points. Braden Hill there, he's in the 8th from last year. He's starting 28th. And we've got Ollie Rowley, Charles Cheesy Green, previous round winner. He is in 20th, so he's got his, that maybe his backward, maybe his middle start. It's hard to tell with 20th. It could be either of those two. And then we have Callum Fight Alex Campbell in the 2nd row. That's pretty work. The first pressing the button.
It's like being on a surveillance job, haven't you, do?
Right, go make the coffee whilst I talk about what we used to do. Oh, I can't believe we did that.
Andy Powell is back out again, I noticed. It doesn't seem that long ago that he was out. His fitness is going to come into play, isn't it? Making his comeback after months out of the seat.
I'm sat there thinking, I look at this and I think, I can do 4 laps max.
That's right. Here we go. Are we going to get these away? Have we got a green light?
Looks like we have. Oh, it's been there 3 wide.
It's a Birrell cart that leads into turn 1, but he's not going to lead out of it.
Oh, and someone's retired straight away. Did he retire or did he fall off?
I think he just missed the corner.
He's back. He's gone round.
Yes, he's back out. Was that the number 8?
That's like a Mario Kart style, isn't it? I guess he's going, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, he took the escape road into the pit lane, and that was Braden Hill. Was that Braden Hill?
I don't know. Whoever's last when they come round in a minute.
It was Braden Hill.
He's rapidly catching up the back of the field.
So he came into the pit lane and then went out the...
I think basically he got to the corner and realised he wasn't going to make it.
Absolutely did.
There were too many carts in the way.
Yeah. Maybe we should put a joker lap on that one.
Do you know what? That would make it so much more interesting. Very dangerous. So they're all scrapping away now. Is it Tristan Sharp who actually has the lead now? No, it's not. He's in 2nd. So
it's a Nib Sport driver that's got the lead.
The blue one in the lead.
I have no idea what.
You pressed the wrong button there for a lap time. It is actually the night. Billy Voot. Oh, see, my shout out works. Your shout out sends them backwards.
Yeah, Billy Voot, Tristan Sharp, Alexander Campbell, Dylan Brayley, Leo French, William Eberhardt, Charlie Hume, George Hume. And Nathan Jensen and Rafi Salentano as your top 10.
It's a pretty lot battle for second and third. And I don't know that. Oh, at the inside though, the second and third changes round, and into second has gone the. Is that 90? No, I can't be 29. The 28. Dylan Briley has got himself all the way up from fourth to second. Yes, it is a Briley, brilliant drive. He's got made 2 places in a few corners there, but it looks like it's going to be a battle as they come in the Gasworks hairpin. Not so much. Have they set up their lounge again, Real Arts? I know they're up at the higher paddock. They have. The paddock.
There's plenty of room up at the West Paddock.
Still never invited. You got invited the first round. I've never been invited to the Real Arts.
I almost had a sit in it on Friday when Paul Bainbridge and I were walking around the property.
Right. Were you surveying it?
Paul was inspecting his parking.
Right.
He loves parking, does Paul.
Did he have his gamekeeper's outfit on with a shotgun?
He loves parking. He's the only man I know who gets Parking Monthly. A magazine on parking. Yes, it exists. If you don't believe me, have a look at it.
Every magazine exists.
Right. We've got a race going on here, Nick, and there's absolutely all sorts happening out on track with places left, right and centre changing in the midfield area.
The track, the 84 was there.
The number 91 there
George
gets
Hall
in
lost
all wrong.
All momentum and then just caused a massive traffic jam.
I think he was helped round slightly there. Let's have a look in the middle of that pack. The 91 there turns in and
he got clunked heavily. And then he lost. He didn't actually. He never went more than about 45 degrees off. Just lost everything. I think he was going there and thought, took it off the sort of throttle, and then everyone went past him. So he lose a few places. So an action-packed first few corners. But that's one of those situations where I don't think anyone's going to get called for that. That's just one of those 17 carts into 2 don't go.
It's a racing incident.
Yeah.
It's a racing, and nobody's real fault there as to what happened.
We're looking at the battle for third and fourth, which is Sharp and Campbell. Sharp in the Briol Art red and white. Campbell behind him. He's in blue and green. And we've got a Bumblebee. Lucky it's Bumblebee, not
We need
Wasp.
to save that Bumblebee and put him outside.
We haven't got there's no time, no gaps. No. Don't worry, there is actually a small kind of bee's nest, not like a proper honey bee's nest, but like a Bumblebee and a slightly bee's nest in the hole which we put up our wires through.
If someone would bring me a jam jar, an empty jam jar, I can trap that bee and release him into the wild.
Yeah, because bumblebees are great. They're very good for your garden.
Yeah, very good for the earth.
Anyway.
Here we go then. Just getting towards half distance with Billy Vogt. 1.5 seconds, the gap to Billy. He's disappeared. Dylan Briley's disappeared with him, but that is the battle for third there. Into the dogleg. Tristan Sharp, Alexander Campbell, Leo French and William Eberhardt. Eberhardt on the red and gold cart there, just on the back of the 4-car train. William knowing this place a little bit like the back of his hand here, local driver. There's Stewie, just outside of our window, trying to scare us. Well done, Stu. Scared the life out of me. That's still the best hair I've ever seen on a male.
Oh, no. There's an RC racer who's got the most unbelievable mane.
Oh, down the inside then, a change for third.
There you go.
And it gets a little bit dicey there. 3 wide, 4 wide. At one point,
333 of Leo French just leapt on that advantage there, went round those two, squabbling so much. There wasn't actually enough road for 2 of them, so he said, I'll go around the outside of all of you, thank you very much.
And a driver that has benefited massively there is Eberhardt, who has gone through from the back of that train in 6th. He's now up to 4th place. And he's, is that Eberhardt in? Just behind Leo French, isn't he? Yeah. It was French who made the move and then just created the gap, and everybody tried to get through with him.
Campbell battling Sharp that's constantly causing his issues, and he's finally got him. So that's 94 there, the blue 94 of Campbell. He has had that. That was the coming together. They're coming together at the Gasworks. Let everyone get through.
Look at JJ Hind though, opportunistic driving there, and JJ Hind coming down the inside at the Gasworks as well. It's the Rolf Racing, the blue and yellow.
I think Sharp made a mistake there. I think he was looking too much in virtual mirrors, or around it, looking back too much, not forward enough. Mrs. Breaking Point, he went very, very wide for no discernible reason around the Gasworks there. But the race to Billy Vogt, by the way, for Billy Vogt fans, is not on camera because he's winning by 2 seconds. Dylan Briley fans, he's not on camera because he's 2 seconds away in second. Third and fourth looking very close. And that's this third and fourth of the camera now. It is, it's French from 333 and the 84 of William Eberhardt. Yeah,
it's Rolf Racing on the 333. Leo French from
Eberhardt sounds like an early vehicle, doesn't it? I've got a 1904 Eberhardt.
We'll ask Will where his name derives from.
Brilliant, I love it.
But he's for LRG on the red and gold livery. Chasing after Leo French. We know how quick Rolf carts are. They're a big part of this championship. As they go through the horseshoe then, Billy Vogt already coming out of the final turn as we do. Look at this. And they're getting it all wide, didn't we?
That.
Yeah, and that was French losing it at the entry to paddock.
Yeah, but in fairness, Eberhardt was so fast around the horseshoe. I think he may have been like slightly on his bumper as it was, and it just, I think, completely spooked French, and he let him through. So now he's thinking very problem with Eberhardt. Now he's got 2 seconds for him to make another position, which is Briley, and I think with a minute 39 that's unlikely. But the battle now shuffles down. The battle for 5th on down over 94 Campbell, JJ Hind in the 18, and then the red and white machine of Charlie Hume. Kieran Gifford, who started dead last, well, he's 30, he's got to 12th. So he's making a hatful of points for the number 2, the vice champion from last year.
We've got a wolf, trio there in the just outside the. They're going to be squabbling over their positions.
And it got
the team positions.
Big loser there was 94 of Campbell. He just suddenly found himself not where he wanted to be. I think he's lost 2 positions around that last couple. Well, he did. Yeah, he's down to 7th. Hind in the 18. Rolf Machine is up to 5th. Then you've got Charlie Hume in 6th and the 56th.
Inside the final minute then, as we continue to watch this battle, Billy Foot's got a gap of 2.5 seconds now to Dylan Braley, who's got 1.7 on William Eberhardt, who has finally made that move stick on Leo French. JJ Hind just coming in behind them in 5th. Charlie Hume up to 6th. Alexander Campbell 7th. James Lowther is up to 8th now, and that's from quite a lowly grid position, if I remember rightly. This is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th though. Leo French and JJ Hind, the 333 number there with his teammate JJ Hind. That's made his way through, and JJ will want to get by his teammate, but he's going to have to be a little bit more cautious than he perhaps would normally with someone else's team.
Yeah, they're very, very close indeed. What they don't want is to have an argument in the awning. Sometimes this track actually looks sped up. They just sweep around some of these corners so quickly. You think this is running at 1.25 or something.
It is a quick
very,
track.
very fast circuit. I mean, I think you were saying that there was a desire to build a very slow section, and Matt's thinking about making a circuit extension. Is that right?
Still on the plan. He's bringing the problem is
can't finish the toilet, can he?
He's kind of I think he gets bored very easily, does Matt. All right, the toilet idea. Yeah, we'll crack on with that eventually. But I want to extend the track. I want to put a slow corner in, so that's got his focus at the moment. It might have changed by Wednesday though, when we have our Wednesday coffee.
When he sees your bucket there.
Exactly. I'm going to show him that. Yeah, it's like being on a surveillance job. Not able to get out the van. Yeah. God, took me back there, did that. Anyway, Paul Bainbridge, I hope you're listening. The conditions that we're working under as the 2 Roth drivers
get a cease and desist about this.
Get on with it. And it is indeed JJ Hind who's got by the number 18. It doesn't look like there's been any change because it's still the yellow and blue carts that are ahead of Charlie Hume. But as that's Eberhardt on Dylan Braley. That's second. That's come together now, hasn't it? A little bit of a wheel banging session went on there through the horseshoe.
Eberhardt's done what I didn't think he could do, which is make up that gap in a couple of seconds. A couple of minutes. That's it though.
Yeah, checkered flag. The great drive from William. Eberhardt in third.
That surprised all of us. We got so involved in talking about various other things and the race that we all missed about this last. Anyway, we got him over the line, so it's fine.
Billy Fook won as well. So
Billy is fan club's working well.
Yeah, Matthew Lambert will be delighted for his teammate Billy. Is Matthew here? I haven't seen him out there.
Matthew Lambert, are you here? Is my next message.
Well, if you're not, why not? Dylan Braley was second then, under a massive amount of pressure from the LRG driver William Eberhardt. Leo French got back ahead of JJ Hind by the looks of that. That might be confusion. Yeah.
Sorry.
Charlie Hume was 6th. James Lowther moved up the order to 7th. Great drive from him. Freddie Worlock. Now Freddie is the championship leader, and we get to chat to Freddie in the lunch break in our paddock show.
Somewhere away to the lunch break, by the way.
Great little chat with Freddie. Alexander Campbell was 9th, and then rounding off the top 10 was Jacob Hobbs.
Now, what race was that? That was
Heat 5 for Senior
Heat
Rotax.
5. So next we have Inter Rotax Heat 2.
So,
would you like to see the grid?
Who was it that was asking about Inter Rotax?
I don't know. I'll tell you. I'll put the grid up and I'll tell you.
Give me the grid, Nick, and we'll have a look. Hugo McCluskey and Bradley Beggs then on the front row. Now, Hugo...
It was the back rooms.
Was it? The back rooms. Hugo McCluskey is here with Origin Motorsport, and Hugo has been... I remember Hugo being a Honda Cadet driver, moving, obviously, as he grows, he moves up the order. He's now into a Rotax class and finally finding his feet in the Intermax class. Bradley Beggs is alongside. Matthew Lilly is currently second in the championship. However, he had a torrid first heat, didn't he? He was absolutely nowhere after a great run in the first 3 rounds. He's alongside Amelie Davey. Elijah West second in the first heat. He's alongside Tyler Banks. Buddy Hugo, he had a great run, third in the first heat. He's alongside Maria Jurgelevichuta. Ethan Manzi and Jacob Thompson share the next row. Jaden Payne and Lucas Gray. And starting at the back, championship leader and winner of Heat 1, Casper McAllister, starts alongside Alfie Philipsen. So they're out on their warming up lap, and Intermax, we might only have a very small grid of carts, 14 carts. It is growing. It's growing all of the time.
From 11, 10 to 11, to 13 to 14.
It absolutely is. And we expect it to grow perhaps even a little bit more as we get through, and certainly in the next season. The big attraction to the Junction 6 NKC is the tyre regulation, of course. 2 sets per season brings the cost down.
They're very narrow tyres now on these junior cars. Have they got that sort of durability?
Well, these are a different tyre than what we run. These are a Mojo. And Hugo McCluskey just telling Matthew Lilly alongside to keep the pace down. Hugo, you're in charge of the pace. We get them going, though. No. They're at race pace.
Oh, yes. Oh,
yeah, as Hugo McCluskey on the black and white Origin cart. Not really a fan of black and white in this part of the world, but Origin deliberately doing that colour scheme, I think.
Someone's off the track.
Because they are from further north from here. But it's Hugo that leads into turn 1. In fact, he's leading at St John's. Hugo with that distinctive. He's got a lovely Lando Norris replica helmet.
I think that's is that Elijah West already up to third?
He's up to third, yes. That's Elijah, Sushi Motorsport. Matthew Lilly.
See where Casper gets the end of the first lap.
Well, Casper's already moved.
He scored 11th across the line. He made 2 places before he even started.
See if you can count. See where he is by the time we get to this hairpin here. As McCluskey turns in, Matthew Lilly, Elijah West. We've got a little bit of a movement there from the number 17 of Buddy Hugo, moving through the order. And with the 72 of Amelie Davey making her way around. Amelie out onto the... Yeah, here we go then. McCluskey, Lilly, Elijah West, Bradley Beggs, Buddy Hugo, Amelie Davey, Ethan Manzi, Tyler Banks, Casper McAllister up from the back of the grid to 9th, Jaden Payne, Maria Jurgelevichuta, Alfie Philipsen, Lucas Gray and Jacob Thompson.
Yes, he didn't make a many places. I thought he would actually. He's made 4, but I mean, obviously he's got to find this. But there he is. He just actually, in fact, the person who looks like he's got a bit of movement on is Ethan Manzi in the 15 back there is looking quite racy. But up the front, second and third now coming under battle as Elijah West wants to make the most of this heat when he's got this kind of head start over Casper.
I think what we've seen as well, Nick, since round 1 when we started at Forest Edge with this new class to the championship, we've saw these youngsters gather confidence and gather seat time and their speed. They've come together. There was a massive gap between the front and the back of the grid when we first came out of Forest Edge. That gap is reducing and narrowing all the time. Yeah. And we see we've got some fast drivers here. Hugo McCluskey showing he's the fastest
right.
at
What's
the
happened is that the guys at the front have probably stayed quite fast. So I think even but everyone else has stepped up. And they only have to step like half a second, and it condenses the whole field up massively.
And this is more like it from Matthew Lilly, who didn't really feature at all in the first heat. Now he's under pressure from Elijah West, who makes the move into the first of the centre hairpins. Can he hold on through the second? Matthew Lilly comes back at him. In fact, he's got the inside line towards the chicane. This is great racing. Very clean as well, giving each other plenty of room. West's going to come back at him on the back straight, down towards the gasworks. But Matthew Lilly, a little bit of a defensive line there. And they're side by side towards the horseshoe. And then they settle in. Elijah West there was ahead of Matthew Lilly.
I think he might still get him again. He has.
He has. That was very audacious.
This is one of the advantages of these narrow chassis, isn't it? You can get the 2x2 is much easier on the track than it is with the full size, full width Rotaxes. And he used it well. But that was a 9-corner pass or 11-corner pass.
Yeah. Almost the whole lap to make that happen.
McAllister made 2 more places in that one, so he went from 9th to 7th in that lap. But it's kind of McAllister's now 4.5 seconds off the lead.
It's going to be a big ask to get through this field and get by the likes of Matthew Lilly and Elijah West. He's got to get past Amelie.
McCluskey's going really well.
Well, yeah, he is. And so is Buddy Hugo, and so is Amelie Davey.
Has McCluskey been in here before? Is McCluskey new? He is, isn't he?
to this championship.
Yeah, McCluskey's new, isn't he?
Yes, he is, but he's not new to Warden Law. He's a local lad to this place.
Yeah, I'm just looking at.
But yeah, he's been in the Rotax Mini Max 950. Depends what series. It's fundamentally the same chassis. Into Rotax.
10 to 12 year olds, isn't it?
Yes, it's under. Yes, it is. Yeah, 10 to 12 year olds. It's after Micro Max and in between Micro Max and juniors. So when you're 12, you can move into junior Rotax. But it's a 950. Well, even better if you're with the car championship and you can go junior primo. You're 12 to 14 year olds. But the chassis, 950 chassis with the narrower tyres. Mojo being the tyre that we use in the NKC. And with a little bit of a nose-to-tail battle between
Banks there in the 39 trying to get hold
of Amelie
in the 72, but they've got a problem that McAllister's coming after them. But again, he's not doing what it's a very good point you made earlier, Joe. He's not sizing through the field, not because he's got any slower.
It's the others, the other youngsters.
I mean, let's get wrong, he is still the class of the field, but he was like PhD to O level at the start of the season, and now these guys are also degree studying.
That's right. And we've seen that, the experience, the speed, and we've just seen that grow in front of our very eyes. And if you look at some of our footage from the first 3 rounds, you will see what I mean. Second
and third nailed together again now. Third and fourth. Yeah, sorry, it's Lily and Hugo because McCluskey so far ahead he wasn't in the frame. So third and fourth. Kind of like swinging left and right is Hugo. I don't know whether he's trying to upset Lily.
It bodes well for the final, Nick, when we're going to have the faster drivers, which tend to be forming into the shape of McCluskey, West, Lily, Buddy Hugo, and Casper McAllister.
Hugo just got Lily then through the gas works, but it was a tight one.
Oh, round the outside.
Not taking it, is he?
No.
Not taking it lying down. Lily's got a really good attitude when he gets past. He immediately is going to snap back. He doesn't get downhearted as they get a bit closer as they come across the first corner and through Brian's Bend.
McAllister is now on the back end of Amelie Davey, just behind these two that we're watching now. And
still seventh,
though. He's not scything by. He's not just scything by, and Amelie Davey makes it very hard. I think he's got by now as we continue to watch this battle here between Buddy Hugo and Matthew Lilly. Buddy Hugo
just
on the number 17. Just beginning to pull away from Matthew.
West is about a second ahead, but McCluskey is 1.7 seconds ahead of West. So it's a great run by McCluskey. And I'm sure McAllister and his team who want to keep up his very good record. Of course, they didn't win at Clay because of the last lap incident. It was a racing incident. It was a great race. But it meant that he didn't get the maximum points, and so we're looking to drop Clay's when the best he can get round here. Still comfortably lead the championship, but with West coming on stream and working out apparently a technical issue that's been plaguing him all season, you're really going to need to get forward. McAllister has got to 6th now, but these two are the ones who are battling, and they are battling for 3rd and 4th.
And they are going to start squabbling, aren't they? Matthew Lilly coming back at Buddy Hugo. Hugo here with LRG. You mentioned McAllister. McAllister, of course, is with TH Corsa, the same team as Harrison Crook, and a very good setup there. Venator engines on the TH Corsa, in the TH Corsa team. McAllister came into this round as the championship leader and very much the favourite. However, what we found is we've got Elijah West for Sushi Racing. He's come to the fore, and we've got Hugo McCluskey and Buddy Hugo now forming a very, very strong field, with Matthew Lilly not out of it. Matthew's 2nd in the championship. Tyler Banks is 3rd in the championship, and it's Tyler Banks who now has the company of Casper McAllister.
McAllister's probably going to be able to steal that 5th place, but I would think that's as far as he's going to get.
Yes, and it's going to be a tough fought for 5th place because he's not really making any sort of ground on him. If we could just drop back, Paul, for the last lap or so.
There we go. There is McAllister in the 55. So
that's McAllister with the white overalls with the blue sleeves, and the car ahead of him, the orange and white one. That's Tyler Banks.
Can we get the inside? Will it work?
Side by side through the horseshoe. No, it's Tyler Banks who's going to have the line.
Fairness, Amelie's not being dropped. She's sitting there. She's sitting there with a watching brief as well.
Amelie's pace has been really impressive as well. She's come on a lot as well and finding good pace here, staying with McAllister, who moves down the inside, and that's just all momentum. Good waft as well from the motor. and a bit of slipstream. So McAllister has found his way by Tyler Banks and will now find himself in 5th place. So that's a good point. So we're on the last lap, so let's find a driver that we've kind of ignored, and the reason we've ignored him is because he's 2.3 seconds up the road.
Too good.
There he is, out of the back chicane, the Lando Norris helmet. Bright yellow. It looks behind him.
He's gone
Hugo,
I didn't realize he'd gone full Lando Norris replica.
Hugo, you have dominated this one.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because he'll have had that painted that way as a Lando Norris.
That's right, yeah.
If you do motorcycling, you can buy replica helmets.
That's right. I had a John Kaczynski.
You get replica bike helmets.
Checkered flag then for Hugo McCluskey. He will warm the cockles of Kyle Fletcher's heart, his mechanic, here this weekend.
My cockles need warming.
Yeah. Elijah West in 2nd, Buddy Hugo 3rd, Matthew Lilly 4th, Casper McAllister was 5th, Tyler Banks 6th, Amelie Davey, very strong 7th for her, Ethan Manzi 8th, Jaden Payne 9th, it was Alfie Phillipson in 10th, and then we had Bradley Beggs, Lucas Gray, Jacob Thompson, and Maria Jurgova-Lachuta had a spin.
Oh.
And that's why Maria found herself at the back of the field there after that little harmless spin through turn 1.
Now that was
moving swiftly on, Nick, no
making
doubt.
me a coffee.
Yes, you can take us through the grid then.
It's going to be Junior Rotax heat number 4 is next. Here we go. So it's Spencer Trahorn on pole with George Theopold next to him. Then it's Nicholas Graziadolis and Alfie McBain, James Tate, Nathan Rond, Liam Crosby, Jaden Shearling, Jaden Sherwood. So it's double Jaden there, 8 and 9. Luke Richards, Nathan Edwards, Daniel Adamantis, Dylan Morton, George Kay, Matthew Little, Jensen Hartshorn, his brother actually, Logan's about 6 rows behind him. Nathaniel Gay, Leo Basterfield's in 19th, starting on the 7. So Jaden Sherwood, who's the vice champion, is starting on 9. So there's a chance of moving through. You've got Aidan Lars, Ewan Scott, Jacob Aston, Ethan Hunt, Max Carlton, Max Flatley, and Caden Welsh with Herbie Wiggins, Sam Aston. So we've got a double Aston as well. Jacob and Sam both in this one. So 2 sets of brothers are in this one. But there's a little bit of delay again. They haven't been rolling them straight off, have they? There's been a little bit of checking and balancing on what's going on the track, it seems.
Did I hear you mention Alfie McBain being on this one? Did we find out what happened to Alfie? Oh, it was the rear bumper.
Rear bumper was loose, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think Alfie's in this one.
Oh, I thought I heard you say his name.
No, it's Aston's I was talking about. You go and check it and tell me.
Oh, he is. He's starting 4th. There he is. Number 41.
Right,
just
so he's
to the bottom of the picture.
He's got a win and a 26th.
Well, we was going to be, that loose bumper didn't do him any favours, did he? Are you getting warm, Paul?
We've managed to employ our own punker waller.
You know what? Paul is the closest person to the fan.
Is he? Yes.
He's blocking the fan. He's blocking the fan to you.
It's the muggy, not the heat.
You're blocking the fan completely to me. I'm
still disgusted with you. It's fine.
What? What? Oh, really?
I haven't done that since I used to rep, and you had to do it. And you get stuck on motorways.
Well, needs must, mate. I could have just left you for 20 minutes. Having to walk all the way down there for Paul Bainbridge.
Yes,
his fault.
It is. It's all Bainbridge's fault.
Here we go then.
Oh, no, I've said that. Here we go.
Who said that?
Here we go. Here we go. Then. Yep.
That was your line.
Hang on.
Oh, you still got something to say?
Some answer your question. Matthew Lambert, not at Warden this weekend, pulled out due to lack of funding and power. Have we back ASAP, which I think means he needs to buy a new engine.
Funding and power over his wife to allow him to go.
I think it means
to spend more money.
If he hasn't got enough power, I think it means he needs to buy a new engine.
He needs to engine rebuild or something.
What is a new engine? 4.5, isn't it?
6, isn't it?
Is it?
For a tuned one, I think.
Yeah. Okay. No wonder.
Oh no, sorry, it's about 4.5. Yeah, 3.5, 3 to 4 grand. It's the chassis that's 6.5.
Oh, it's cheaper.
Yeah.
I think I bought my entire setup at second-hand for 800 quid with 3 engines.
I remember buying a Rotax.
I know 800 quid was there.
For £700 in 1991.
I know 800 quid was a lot more back then. But
here we go. Alfie McBain.
And in fairness, the cart was rubbish, and everything was rubbish.
We've got somebody missing, Nick.
Again?
And because Alfie McBain has gone up to the front row of the grid.
So it's either Theobald or Trahorn.
Here we go.
It's
Origin and Hunter Motorsport. And it's Hunter Motorsport that wins out by the way that Alfie McBain has gotten into the lead. The number 41 has gone straight through and into the lead and into the dog leg. He will lead into and out of the dog leg. And it's line astern for pretty much the whole of this junior Rotax field, getting very busy in the midfield.
Rough ride for a couple of them there over the St John's curbs. And they again shuffle positions during the second part of the centre. But of course we are now in a situation where we are beginning to see bits of blue sky. So the track is now dry and warming up, which does of course mean that those massive performance differentials caused by conditions and different setups are gone, and everyone's pretty much back on their ideal, or what they think is their ideal setup, and therefore you're not going to see massive movements caused by weather or
but look at that, we've got cloud break.
I know, it's a bit of blue sky, man. It's amazing. I mean, you don't often see blue sky at Warden, in fairness.
Yeah, well, you saw yesterday. What are you talking about?
Pure blue sky.
Scorching.
Well, I've lost.
Here we go then. I expect Alfie McBain to check out. He's leaving Spencer Trehorn in his wake, and Spencer has Nathan Ron, Jaden Shearing and Luke Richards for company. This will continue. They're behaving themselves and just following each other around at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, McBain's got himself a really noticeable advantage over the rest of the field. Like, I think he's 2-3 tenths faster than anybody. Now, obviously, he won the first heat because he was mastered in difficult conditions with local knowledge. Second, he was doing okay to a bumper issue.
Yeah, that's gonna spoil his grid for the final.
He's not going to start from pole, that's for sure. Even with 2 wins, you won't start from pole. But he won't be that far back. He won't be back on 56, even with that difficult result.
This is Alfie's third and final heat. So his grid position, his points haul is confirmed after this one. So he's maximising that by continuing in the lead of this race. He's still got 6 minutes of hitting those apexes and those braking points, however. And likewise, Spencer Trehorn has got 6 minutes to hold back the ever advancing Nathan Ron. Jaden Shearing begin to bottle up in behind them. Luke Richards, Nicholas Gozzioltis is there as well. Nicholas, Daniel Adamitis and George Cade. Jaden Sherwood. Jaden second in the championship, vice champion from 2024, not that far behind.
So the 141 is an Origin car? Is that an Origin car?
Yes, it is. That's the Origin.
Just trying to learn this now. Yeah, I've decided 3 years I'm going to learn.
Have you really? Are you really? What? Don't bother. You'll only mess it up.
Don't bother.
You'll only ruin
it. This is a supportive work atmosphere I've engendered.
You'll only ruin it.
I've enjoyed this supportive work atmosphere where the lead commentator just dismisses.
Well, I've worked with you for a long time, Nick.
That's true.
And whenever you try to be clever, you ruin it.
All right, fair enough. Anyway, so the Origin car's in second. That's the 144, the black and white car. We like black and white. We do. I do.
Why?
Because apparently it's not popular around here due to Sunderland and Newcastle rivalries.
Well, exactly. Yeah, but you're from Gillingham.
Yeah, we're blue and white.
Gillingham fan, so
yeah, I have to suffer enough.
Shush. Exactly. Shush.
I've completely off topic there.
We really have. Let's get back to this then, because I'm really interested here in Spencer Trehorn. He's holding ground here, and he's not being pushed at all by Nathan Rond. I thought Nathan would maybe have a go. We've got Jaden Shearing and Luke Richards beginning to start getting a little bit impatient. In fact, Luke Richards has got ahead now. So Luke Richards ahead on that looks like the Birrell Art machine as well, the Racing Perfection Birrell Art cart of the number 25 there, as ahead and into 4th place. Now then, we might see, with half distance looming there, we're only seconds away, this is where we might see the drivers starting to get towards, right, I've followed you around enough, I know where I'm better than you, I know where I'm quicker than you, here we go. And this is what we're seeing now, down the inside, into the Gasworks hairpin. Can he do the switchback? Can Spencer Trehorn? He can't, and he loses out to Luke Richards.
If you remember the last race, side by side round that area, the horseshoe was possible without losing momentum. Now the carts are both a lot wider. You can't get 2 carts at full speed round that.
You certainly can't get junior Rotax through there. Yeah,
I've got a question about this. I'm looking at this now, and you might know the answer for it, but I'm just wondering. I understand that this is a question for everyone to answer. One of the information from Joe, our question. 1 to 10, obviously, 1 to 9 are the results from last year. So why have some people got 2 numbers, like 25, and some have got 3 numbers, like 154, 211?
It's just preference. Now, the 213, some series that they may race in as well, ask for 3 numbers.
Right.
And I forget which series it is where Junior Rotax starts with a 2. It's the car championship, isn't it? It starts with a 2 and they have 3 digits. So you just stick with the same number. If you are if you were running and there's a change for second as that barrel art cart of Luke Richards continues on his way, he's now got clear track. Look, it's a little bit of a nudge there.
Careful with that.
Yeah, absolutely. He now has to get chasing off after Alfie McBain, who's up the road there. Seeded numbers are how you finished in last year's championship. So the NKC championship, if you see a number 1 to 10, you've earned that by finishing in the top 10 of the previous year's championship. And there's a problem. Oh, that is terrible for Luke Richards.
Is it the nudge he got at the backside, not something like his exhaust wrong or something like that?
I don't know, maybe a chain off or something, because has he slowed to a stop or is he limping round?
I don't know, but that's a really good question. But he got a bang at the backside and some of the cart's not working. Now,
that was just a little nudge though, Nick. I doubt very much. Now that's just ground to a halt, so that might be a chain off. So that little jog might do that. But he had a lot of pace. He had a lot of pace, and it boded very well that he was potentially going to be able to catch Alfie McBain even. Alfie's gap now 3 seconds to Spencer Trahorn, who's now back into that second place.
The second's really raging. The 67 of Nathan Rond is all over the back of him and really making those aggressive shapes. He hasn't actually made a move yet, but he's kind of going, I'm going to go right, so I don't know what to do. But he's got a problem because behind him, that's the Coles machine, isn't it?
Trahorn's come back, hasn't he? He's got that
Sherwood,
back. Because Nathan Rond and Sherwood had got ahead.
I think what happened was when... sorry, the guy broke down. I've got the phone already.
Oh, yeah, they got shuffled.
They got shuffled because he stopped in the middle of the run down to the hairpin.
And there was a flat-out area as well on the back straight.
But I'll tell you what, Trahorn is missing a couple of miles an hour top speed, which is probably gearing. Which is probably gearing. Oh!
Do you want to describe that, Nick? Or what?
I think will describe it perfectly. Let's see it again. I'll describe it again. Hang on, here we go. So he's coming along there, and he just loses a bit, goes a bit too fast, and he goes round the other side, like that. I made Paul laugh.
You're making me laugh inside. I'm crying a little bit as well. So that was who?
What they paid for.
That was who?
That was...
Because you never mentioned his name, Nick.
It was the number 2. Jaden Sherwood, who didn't do it. No,
that's Jaden Sherwood.
Aiden Lodge?
Nope.
Oh.
It was Nathan Rond.
Is it? Okay.
Yes. Thanks for that. Good informative commentary coming from Nick here.
Luckily, I pay myself.
Just oohs and ahs is what we've grown to know. No information whatsoever. Not a clue. Just look at the colours. As the number 2, Jaden Sherwood continues there.
Kindergarten commentary.
Absolutely. Aiden Lodge is the cart behind him, the yellow and blue cart. Is that a Roalf cart? Gaz Bury just behind us. Give us a hand here. Who's that blue and yellow livery? And that is Spencer Trahorn now. That has to settle for 4th as they continue. That's a Roalf cart, is it? Yeah, good spot. So Roalf it is. That is in 3rd place. There's the number 2, Sherwood. He's under pressure, and it's going to be the 1 lap to go board this time by for Alfie McBain, who has absolutely dominated this one. We thought he might. He's maximised his points haul towards that grid position after that DNF in his second heat. Sherwood in second there, having to defend into turn 1. As the Roalf driver in large now looking for a way by, but Spencer Trahorn, they've gotten by him, Nick, but he hasn't dropped off, has he?
No, Trahorn's has had an odd race, really. I'm not sure whether when he gets out of this car he's going to be happy or he's going to be sad. Because it could maybe that we don't speak about some of these drivers that often because they don't shuffle to the front. So we don't really know where his pace is. Is he a guy who's we're disappointed he's finished 4th in this one because he should have been better? Or is he going to think, this is a good performance? This is part of a growth period we're having. Here's our leader, Alfie McBain, who has had a definition of an up and down day. Round 1 up, 1 in the wet. Round 2 down, had to stop after 2 laps to refix his bumpers. Got back going again for 26th, and he's won again. And behind him it's Sherwood, Large, Spencer Trahorn. I think it's a good performance from Spencer. Jacob Aston's come through the field well to 5th. Jaden Shearing, Adamantis into the Morton. Nathan Rond got down to 9th after his moment. And in 10th place, Nicholas Lunis.
Yeah, I think Spencer Trahorn here with Origin, who are local to Warden Law. This is their local track, being from the Newcastle area, and he's a newbie to the NKC. And we're seeing a lot of newbie drivers who are northern drivers.
We got nationals coming here soon, or anything else? Is this a rehearsal for anything? I don't think it is. So.
No, it isn't. It's all done.
Because they want to be here.
No, we've got the UKC coming next month.
Next month, okay.
So the UKC Championship, the Ultimate Karting Championship, is here next month. You will have to tune into another live stream provider to see that, because we're not part of that, unless Paul Phelan actually sees the light.
Cash is king. Hello all at Warden Law. Ginger Jacobs says Matthew Lydall! Exclamation mark. There we go. Just comments from the chat. Chat-based comments made quite literally what people are saying on the interweb.
I know, mate. I know who it is. Cashies King.
Oh, Cashies. I didn't get that one.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a
Cashies.
naughty boy.
If you what is this, guys? If you run number 17 normally, who's this from?
That's the triple number thing.
Oh, the triple number. If you run number 17 normally and you enter another round where it's taken already, adding another number to the front or the back is the easiest way to change your number. So if you run 17, somebody's already you run 117 or 177.
Right.
That's Gaz who's had to explain that to us because we couldn't work that out for ourselves.
Here we go. Emma Barrett. Right. Is your headset nice and loose?
Why? What's the matter?
Because your head's about to expand.
Oh, God.
Thank goodness you're there, Joe. Very informative. Missed you at Clay.
Well, yeah. Clay was full of oohs and ahs and lots of colours.
Look at the weather. Look at the weather.
Thanks, Emma.
Look at the weather.
Thanks, Emma. We've got broken sky. Hang on, Emma. We're not finished with Emma yet.
No, you're not.
Yes, I'm glad to be back. Unfortunately, I had to be at the Nürburgring.
I can send you his address if you like, or you can send him an email of thanks.
I had to be at the Nürburgring for the 24-hour sports car race. That was the weekend after Le Mans, and so Nick held the fort. But yeah, I'll try and get more information to you this weekend.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Thanks, Emma.
Wow.
Anyway, yes, blue skies. Blue skies. Blue sky, and can I just say how humid it's gone in here?
It's so muggy.
It's very muggy in our little Joe Bradley Memorial Suite.
No one understands the joke. You explain the joke to them, otherwise they're going to think you're dead.
Well, I'm not dead. I'm just future planning.
We've actually missed the thing, haven't we?
Yes, we missed the grid.
Rob Wallace, very quickly, because they might get 2 laps.
It's TKMs out for their second heat, and we love TKMs. Rob Wallace and Francis Horn. People to watch out for. Ben Watson starting in 24th. Ian Calichurn, who had a great first round. Joseph Booth in 18th. Where is Charlie King? He's in 10th. Alexander Lehman starts in 11th. We've got... Where's Mitch? Where's Mitchell Ball? Now, Mitchell Ball, current champion, is down in 23rd. We're going to send them round again.
Well, I'm risking
this
it.
is TKM.
I'm risking it. No, they've already done it. They're already going to do it. They're already doing it. So, back to the grid.
Yeah, I was going to say this is TKM. We've got to get those. Those air-cooled 2-strokes, 115 cc's. A little bit different to when you raced to TKM, Nick. They were 100. They were 100
They're not
cc.
nipping up all the time,
and they're not nipping up all the time. So that helps, doesn't it? Charlie King in 10th. I mentioned that one. Tom Johnson's up at the front. Rob Wallace and Francis Horn. Rob on the number 50. He is on. And I'll tell you what the problem is with this, guys, is that.
Oh.
That needs to be a number 1.
Oh, it's because look how it's happened.
Yes.
That's the first time it's happened.
That's totally threw us, didn't it, yesterday? Totally threw Gaz and I. It was like, how is the even number on the odd?
Just for the TKM? Or is it just
no, it's for everything.
Is it?
Yes. We'll check that next time.
I've looked at them. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
We're moving quickly on.
It'll get changed to next race.
Nick and I just discussing technicalities on air by working and talking in code. Gazberry semaphoring from the back.
Is he?
Here we go. We're in the horseshoe. Right, TKM. We're going to see a lot of moves made in TKM.
What's going on there? They're having conversations.
They are having this conversation.
Shall I win? No, you win. No, I win.
I don't think that. Now, that's class and motorsport for the number 50.
We had a come on class, didn't we?
Tom Johnson's going to be strong here. Here we go then, in a pall of blue stroke, 2-stroke oil
back.
smoke is what I'm trying to say. Through turn 1, more oohs and ahs from Nick, not really telling us anything, so we'll move on.
You were still talking.
Into the dog leg. Yeah, but you're talking over us with your oohs and ahs. Your mic slide.
I'm adding effects. Effects are really important. Engine effects, ooh effects, it's very important. Do you want to change camera position? Yeah, don't ever go at me, Paul.
This is all crumbling, can I just say, lads? Can I just say, this is crumbling. Here we go then. Anyways. Right, settle. We're off to the back chicane. And it's a flex 1, 2, 3,
isn't it?
I was
literally about to say that, but
yellow and blue.
You hind off me.
And classing, where is Tom Johnson? Where is Tom Johnson? He's up to third. He was fourth behind the Flex trio, and now he's split them up and he's into third.
Yeah, so it's a good break there initially by the Flex pair. As they go round to complete the first lap on the TKM Heat 2. There's 3 heats in the final. It's all the same drivers in every single race. There's 25 or 26 entries. And they sweep round now. Wallace from Pine, Tom Johnson in third, Paul Monk's in fourth. So it's the top second and third where the action is at the moment, as Johnson now tries to get back into second place again. He's looking left to do it through Johns, but not quite.
He had a ruinous first lap, and now he's making up that ground that he lost in that first lap. He'd be kicking himself inside that helmet. Everybody thankfully wearing a white helmet to benefit our cause.
This is what you have here. It's great. Leo Crabtree's now in fourth. Leo Crabtree in the car 4. He's fourth last year, fourth in the position. He's coming through as well in the all-black machine. So there's an element of people here with TK where it's again another level more clubby. It's another level more self-funded. Well, some people don't want to actually put a sticker kit in because they are driving with a team, or they don't want the weight.
They don't want the weight, I think predominantly here. And
there's a lack of desire to invest £600 in a helmet.
Absolutely, just in the paint job for £1,000 worth of helmet.
It's interesting how I don't know, because my obvious experience with helmets is motorcycle helmets, and you can get any colour you want. But can you buy your RA's only in white, but you can't get them in black as an original option? I'm
not sure. You can buy a helmet. The helmet that you can get from motorcycle can fit.
You can't use them in cars, can you?
Yeah, you can if they're
bike helmets.
If they're FIA grade.
Okay.
Yeah, of course you can.
FIA.
It's just your normal off-the-shelf bike helmet is not adequate enough, but you can buy a good enough bike helmet.
Oh yes.
My Kaczynski replica back in the 90s. Here we go then, down the inside. The number 4 is coming.
33.
Yeah, 33.
In another all-black machine.
Yeah.
We've got 2 men in black with a whole Johnny Cash tribute band going around here at the moment.
That's Chris Whitten. Now, Chris, we spoke to you. Didn't you do an interview with Chris Whitten, guys? No, I'm thinking of someone else. Took his head. No, I was thinking of Claire.
Right, okay.
Took his head down, getting that airflow across the kart and across his body, of course. The most unaerodynamic thing on a kart is the driver himself, as that air across the kart hits your chest. You use that fairing a little bit to dispense the air around the driver, but it's still... You do actually gain time by ducking your head down against the fairing. Mm-hmm. It is. I've proved it. It's been proved to me by me doing it.
Also, by making yourself large, you can aid yourself in braking by giving you an aero brake.
Yeah, absolutely. Sit up straight. Here we go. The battle of the 2 black carts here into the gasworks, side by side, action and TKM. And that was the number 4 of Leo Crabtree. Had to back right out of there on the exit.
Not being given any extra tarmac.
It's a bit of an unforgiving curb on the outside of there because it's just a massive concrete.
And it does come in quite.
And it comes in sharply. So you
kind of went, oh right, I've lost that one.
You would have ruined your nose cone across that high curb on the exit.
He's about it, to be honest. He's had to settle down. As you can see, the TKM's playing plenty of action mid-pack. But the leader now, who is Wallace, has got Johnson behind him by a couple of tenths, but really coming forward is the 33 of Chris Whitten in the all-black machine. He has at least paid for a helmet.
Yeah, here we go. Tom Johnson was probably looking at a heat win here alongside Rob Wallace at the start of this. Rob Wallace, not an easy driver to get by. You can see the pace in that. We're just inside the second half, and these drivers are, I can tell you, they're absolutely flat chat here, maximising everything, corners, braking area, and you can see Rob Wallace in the lead just ekes out a little bit of a gap here and there, and then Tom Johnson closes it up, but not close enough to actually challenge. And if Tom Johnson in that class in motorsport second place is not careful, Chris Whitten and Leo Crabtree are going to pinch.
Crabtree's not being dropped. Crabtree,
no, he's still there, absolutely.
Dispensed off relatively easy. These are the 2 black carts. Crabtree's got the white helmet in 4th place. He was being relatively easy dispensed by Whitten, but I think what the situation is that the 4 cart has got the same pace as the first and the second machine. Slightly quicker is Whitten the 33, but he's got no way through. So what's happening also, I think we may get joined by Jamie Scott in the 49th car, which has got the purple and blue helmet. Top 3, a little bit of a break this time.
Top 4, becoming the top 5.
Up the inside. And there's the move.
That's what was coming, wasn't it? Tom Johnson, I did mention, if he's not careful, and it has happened, Chris Whitten through now and into second. Now, can Chris Whitten do anything about that gap to Rob Wallace? We saw that Tom Johnson was just unable to close that gap on that on the classing kart. Now we've got Chris Whitten chasing down Rob Wallace, the flex driver leading on the yellow and blue livery, but Tom Johnson falling back towards Leo Crabtree, and here comes Jamie Scott about to make it 5 for the lead. just heading towards the first of the centre hairpins.
Right on the tail through centre one, looking for a way around. Well, it just died at the inside. A beautiful move. There was a surprise move there for the lead.
Yeah, that was that's not easy to do into that second centre hairpin. As we see Chris Whitten, he come out of the first of the centre hairpins and then just position the cart across to the right. You've got to keep your foot in and not brake.
Yeah.
But that's a flaw into that corner.
Rob Wallace was turning and went, oh, you're here.
Yeah, it's a flaw. It's a flaw from the left into the right. And if you're cheeky, you can make that move. He's leading, though, is Chris Whitten. And with getting towards the 90-second mark, we're getting towards that checkered flag. You know what, Nick? Any of these five could finish anywhere in this top five. However, I do get the feeling that Chris Whitten is going to kind of pull out.
Whitten's got the pace, but now move for the four there. So Crabtree,
Crabtree
tripped over there.
He clashed into Tom
Johnson.
Yeah, he just went in too hard on the brakes, last of the late breakers, and then just clattered into Tom Johnson. And that was a little bit scrappy uncharacteristically scrappy from those two.
Actually split this five up.
Yeah, it has.
They were nose to tail, and now they've all got nice little breathing gaps. There's at least, I think it's 3 laps to go, you know.
Well, Jamie Scott is now coming right up onto the bumper of his Flex teammate.
Scott's moved to third, hasn't he?
He has.
Two free positions.
He was handed that one on a plate. I think we're going to get 2 more laps here because they crossed the line with about 55 seconds on it.
2.5 laps to go,
Yeah. So here we go, down towards the witching hour, so to speak, towards the flag. But it's spaced out now, Nick, and I'm not sure whether we're going to see any kind of movement.
I think second and third can move. I think the 2 flex machines are getting involved themselves very, very quickly. I think Scott was held up. He's now got a bit of chance to move into a bit of, chasing air. Look, he's already having a really good sniff at Rob Wallace, the 50s. This is the white helmet against the blue and grey. And up the inside he goes. To be honest, Wallace got a right pig's ear of that corner. Let's go work together now.
Yeah. Now that I'm ahead of you, let's work together and help me get the lead.
Yes. In 2 laps because Whitten's got the pace.
Discuss that in the awning on the
Is it a situation now where Crabtree's going to follow through and also get Wallace? Crabtree's looking around turn 1 now through Brian's Bend. They look reasonably evenly spaced. And interesting what's happening, Kent, is that Scott isn't pulling away in second place, and he could be vulnerable, but more vulnerable absolutely is Wallace now to Crabtree.
Yeah, I do think Jamie Scott in that second spot is beginning to kind of make it comfortable. Chris Whitten is very comfortable in the lead. Jamie Scott will hopefully expect Rob Wallace to come to pressure if he's aware that Leo Crabtree is right on his teammate's bumper. He'll stop worrying about anybody moving, and he doesn't even look over his shoulder there. And Rob Wallace has got to defend there into the gasworks. That's going to slow him down, much to the advantage of Jamie Scott in second place. Here they come out of the final turn then. It's the 1 lap to go board, this time by the number 4, Leo Crabtree, the all-black cart there, looking very racy. He wants to get ahead and into that third spot. It's all about grid position for the final. The finals, of course, coming up later in the afternoon. At the moment, though, we're into the second heat of this TKM class, and I'm not sure, Nick, whether opportunity is going to present itself, because opportunities begin to run out, especially if you defend like that.
But just be careful now on the move into centre 2, but that's not happened at all. So there's one last chance for the 4, the all black of Leo Crabtree, and he's got to get a bit closer than that. He's going to throw it up the inside of the gasworks hairpin.
No, he's not close enough, is he?
Block shoulder looking over.
Yeah.
He's going to say, no, I'll take the point. I'll take the point.
He just wasn't close enough. It wasn't down to him, really. He didn't have a choice. Chris Whitten, on the other hand, he has come through the field and is quite composed and dominant style. Once he got into the lead, he pulled out a gap, and he will take the second heat for TKMs. Jamie Scott finishes second. Rob Wallace hangs on to third. Leo Crabtree pressured him all the way. Tom Johnson, I'm not sure how happy Tom will be from a front row start to 5th, but it was Alexander Lehman in 6th, Francis Horn in 7th, Michael Cornell was 8th, Charlie King 9th, and it was Joe Fowler that rounds off the top 10. There's the rest of the finishers right there on your screen. I'll let you pick out your favourites or your family member that you may be checking up on. But right now, Nick, we move again, as ever, in the Junction 6 NKC.
Hang on,
moving swiftly on.
I'm sorry, but there's a real major news has happened.
Really?
Jojo Bow 75 says, Joe, I bought you a cake. I'm sat near the food hub trackside.
The food hub?
Yeah.
Well, Jojo.
Jojo, we're in the scrutineering. We're
We're-
in the
yeah.
the media centre. If you look down towards the scrutineering where the carts are coming in, we are in the room there with the.
And please come and see us.
If you've got cake, you're more than welcome anyway. With cake, you're doubly welcome.
Absolutely.
Zach, are you waving or exercising your arm?
I'm stretching my shoulder. But Zach will explain. Ask Zach how you get here, and he will explain where we are. And especially if you get
we
cake.
can't go anywhere at the moment.
You are
because
allowed
it's
in.
back to back to back to back to back to back to back racing.
You are allowed in. I'm authorising your all-access entry with cake.
All-access cake entry.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the way in? I'm going to get him the cake. Anyway.
I'll just leave that open and let a bit of cool air in.
It gets very, very noisy.
No, I mean while we're on a break.
Okay.
Senior Rotax Heat 6, Nick.
Should we have a look at the grid?
Let's have a look at the grid.
Let's have a look at the grid.
Let's see who the standout.
Can I just say, I want to say, I don't know if he's listening, I want to say thank you to Stefan Svensson,
Oh, yeah,
who's
brilliant.
our software guy, who
Yes.
has worked tirelessly with us to improve everything. What we like to do is every year and every event we want to improve as much as we can. We've done a lot of work with the timing and the graphics through Stefan, and he works with us, he works with Matt and the RC team, and it's without him it would look a lot less good. And so these are his grids, and
that's rectified itself, look.
I don't think it's every single one. So
right, okay.
it'll be fine for next week. I'll talk to him about it and he'll work out
Yeah,
why
I wonder why. I wonder why it's sort of put a zero there.
I will talk to him and he'll tell me.
James Becker, Freddie Worlock. Freddie Worlock, of course, is a driver that we will... I say of course. How are you supposed to know that? Freddie Worlock we speak to in the...
Yes, you must, don't you know we're going to talk to him?
Yeah, exactly. In the what am I trying to say? The Paddock Show.
I don't know. Better hurry up and pick up your stars.
Freddie,
We're about to get off this.
first year in seniors, currently leading the championship. Billy Vogt down in 24th.
Won his last heat.
Keep an eye out for Ethan Wyatt down in 27th, as we may get a start, or we may be able to go back to the grid as we see them come across the line,
like
and
a
we
start
get
to
a
me.
green flag.
We do.
And it is Freddie Worlock that will lead. Oh no, the Birrell Art cart down the inside.
So
What a
out of shape.
great move that was.
That was 90% hoping it would work, and only 10% thinking it would work. He came in absolutely sideways there. But a great start.
That was brave. That was brave. I'm trying to see the number. Isn't it?
153. I think it's Harvey Murden.
That's Harvey Murden, yeah.
He's going to lose the lead,
yeah.
is he? He does immediately. Worlock says, no, thank you very much. That was quite impressive. And the commentator said,
not
nice. Is it not 88?
No.
Who is it then?
No. I think that's, I don't know.
I
It's
thought
a
that was
Nib
the
Sport.
80.
That's a Nib Sport
Okay.
driver.
I don't know.
Oh, yes, it is. It's Freddie
Okay.
Worlock. Of course it is.
I thought I was going to got things wrong. Rubbing
See,
off.
you're trying to pick out the colours.
I must stop.
3 wide through the gasworks there, down the field there. But it is Worlock. That's 40's way by the Nib Sport driver there. Says, as Nick said, thank you very much. I'll have that back. Across the line then, Freddie Worlock, Harvey Murden, James Becker, Ryan Sayers, Oliver Atkinson, Jamie Kirkbride, Melissa Adrian, Ellis Beatty, Ben Harper, Nathan Travers, who we saw have a bit of an off in one of his, I think, his second heat. Ben Ballou up to 12th, Reece Green 13th, Alexander Cull on the yaw plate, up to down to 14th for him. And Billy Vogt, Nick, is up 6 places to 15th.
He's enjoying this track, Billy. He's obviously... Is he local?
No.
Okay. He seems to be having a good weekend. And we go out round the back of the track, coming down towards us now. And I'm trying to work out where that's a move there by the 40. That's Jamie Kirkbride. We've got the 100 behind us, Melissa Adrian. So the red and white helmet, which obviously Joe approves of, is running with Melissa Adrian running in 7th. But what a break at the front by Worlock now. He's 1.2 seconds ahead. Murden now. He's got a little bit of a gap. The battle is all over 3rd and 4th. A full Lando Norris outfit of one from another Atkinson. He's got the cart, he's got the suit, he's got the helmet. I assume we went to Silverstone last week and stood in the stand.
In the Lando Norris stand.
Yeah. I was amazed how that's... I was just on the side, I was amazed how that's changed in 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. He's breaking a wave in that 3rd place, and he's leaving Oliver Atkinson a little bit in his wake. But as I say that, Oliver breaks away as well. So it's become very spaced out, the first 7 or 8, before we see a train of carts that are going to start moving around the order and gaining ground as the faster drivers move through the field. Mixed grids, of course, for the Junction 6 NKC, meaning each driver gets 3 heats to form the grid for his final. And within that 3 heats, you start one of the heats at the front, one of the heats in the middle, and one of the heats near the back, or at the very back in some cases.
So Atkinson.
As we continue on through and into the horseshoe. Into the horseshoe we go.
And coming through now around Worlock. So Worlock now running down with a nice lead and flashing back. Sort it out quickly. Just don't stop fiddling with it and get it working in the middle of a race. Anyway, that's me talking about problems with cameras. So 131 now of Atkinson. Still running well. He's in third place. Sorry, apologies. We've got a slight camera issue. We'll get it sorted out. It's fine. No.
I've turned myself off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you need to go?
No.
Okay. And there's the challenge coming from the Guy Cunnington cart of Jimmy Cookbride, with number 40 down the inside at the gasworks, and Oliver Atkinson already losing a few cart space and coming into contact with Melissa Adrian, who's about to pounce as well across the line. Then Worlock leads by, what's the gap there, 1.7 seconds that time by Harvey Murden in second. Jimmy Cookbride, Oliver Atkinson, as we said, Melissa Adrian right on his bumper though, and Melissa will want to try and gather another position at least.
Am I right? We've had an arrival of cake, by the way.
Yes, we have. JJ's here.
Oh, hello.
Jojo, I should say.
Jojo, yeah. Here we go. So it's interesting. Yeah, sorry about that. We just slightly distracted by both cake and the camera situation, but we now know the cake is here and the camera's sorted. So we're back to the race again, which is the senior Rotax Heat 6. On the inside goes the 40 of Kirkbride, takes second. Murden not so sure about that one, but can't do anything about it. And they go round the horseshoe, and now Murden has to think about what he can do in his Burial Arc cart going into the first corner.
Out onto the start-finish straight. It is 6 laps now completed, just under 3 minutes remaining. Freddie Worlock has extended that lead even further. He's took another 4/10. It's now 2.1. Jimmy Cookbride in second, Harvey Murden third, Oliver Atkinson fourth, Melissa Adrian still there but looking very racy. So the first 3 looking comfortable, and a great drive from Oliver Atkinson to keep this train of carts behind him. First in that line is Melissa Adrian, who tries down the inside into the second centre hairpin and makes it happen. Melissa has been lining that up, and who's that on the oak plate?
Alexander Cullen.
Alexander Cullen from 8.
Got a couple of places there. I think he'll be scored 6th, I think, at the end of this lap.
Yeah, he's gained a lot of places in one lap. As that battle for 4th place is what we're looking at there. Another one. Oh, he gets a nudge from Atkinson. I don't think that was
very
deliberate.
Scrappy, isn't it, around here?
Yeah, it's very close. Yeah, a little bit of a wave finger, saying I don't know whether that was a nudge back or what, but you can't really do anything out of the sight of the officials here in the NKC. And Ash Barker, all eyes there on Barker's base.
Atkinson's dropped 2 places because Cole and Harper got past him at the end of the straight. But that was some pretty suddenly it just exploded into aggressive movement, didn't it, in this field? But obviously, just to remind you, Freddie Worlock fans, he's away and gone, and in many ways, Jamie Kirkbride now is very happy in second. Possibly the main scrap here now is 4th place. I'm not sure. We're looking at 5th and 6th, I think, now in their new positions. That's Blue 62. That is Harper, but Harper's currently I think is 6th, not 7th, who scored across the line. There's Adrian. Is she up? Is that her just ahead? Yeah, it's 100 Adrian with red and white helmet, and she goes across, scored 4th, and then Atkinson in the green, well, it's sort of the Italian flag colours, but not in the right sort of order. He's running in 5th.
So we're less than a minute of this remaining. Freddie Worlock has got this wrapped up. The gap's come down to 1.2 seconds, so he may be just managing this to the flag. Jimmy Cookbride continues to chase on a personal best lap time for Jamie, as
Harper's really pushing. Harper's got the inside of Adrian, I think. So Adrian's dropped 2 positions, I think, in the last couple of corners because she got jumped by Alexander Cullen. And whilst out of position, that blue and green card went through as well. So Adrian leaning, trying to get the body position, trying to use her body weight to help the cart turn, but she's dropped down 2 positions.
So 2 more laps remaining for Worlock as this battle rages for that 5th and 6th place, as Ben Harper has moved up to 5th now, Melissa Adrian down to 6th. Not sure that is all over though. The blue overalls of Ben Harper still have the red overalled Melissa Adrian right with him.
See who has made a massive jump forward. That's Alexander Cull, because he's leapt forward now. He's going to be challenging very soon third place man Harvey Murden. He's got a lap and a half to do it, and he's looking very, very racy at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like his day is not done. He's got one more lap of racing after this one, with Alexander Cull in that fourth spot, chasing down Harvey Murden. And there it comes. Oh my goodness, that was the last of the late breakers, wasn't it? Tries the switch back, but no, the O-plate holder is right on the throttle there. The Guy Cunnington Racing driver.
Well, he's got second. This is a great result for Cole, because he comes from a long way down
Third.
the O-plate.
Is he third now?
Is he the third?
Yeah.
Top
Freddie
two,
Worlock's
top
gone.
two away. Sorry,
Yeah, we've done that. We've done that all day when people have done that. Freddie Worlock was on his last lap. Let's see if we can pick him up, because we've kind of ignored him because the Nipsport driver just disappeared, didn't he? He's into the first of the centre hairpins.
There
He
goes.
comes out of that one. Well done, Frank. You picked him up. That's him there on the blue and white and black cart. Black Isaac's team running Freddie and running him to the top of the championship leaderboard at the moment. First season in seniors, and we have a lovely chat with Freddie in the paddock show. Keep tuned for that. Don't go away when we go for our lunch break, which is a little bit off yet, as he comes out of the paddock. Yeah, several more. Out of paddock turn, across the line. The sun beginning to shine now here at Warden, and that is a very fine heat win for Freddie Worlock. Jimmy Coobright is in second, Alexander Cull third, Ben Harper, Harvey Murden, Melissa Adrian settles for sixth, George Young, Oliver Atkinson, Ben Ballou, and Jamie Burt. How amazing is that?
I know.
Giorgio,
can you take a picture of that, Gav, on the thing?
Yeah,
on the feed.
The president of the Zach Bolton fan club.
Do you want to talk to him?
I don't know if we can. Will that stretch?
How close can you get, Joe? If you get close, you'll get his headphones and have a chat with Joe. You doesn't want to talk to Joe again.
You don't want to talk to me?
No one does, really. No one does.
That right. So Giorgio has brought. We cannot eat that. I know, but we can't destroy it.
Oh, hang on, I can eat it. Oh, there's your name on there, look, and everything.
I know, with a little microphone.
We're going to we've got some pictures. We'll put them on the Karting Live TV Facebook page.
Is that one of Zach's trophies?
It was. Oh, look, Joe Brad, I promised to make you a cake.
That is incredible.
Look at that. That's amazing.
This is not working for television.
No, but
it's working for radio.
If you go to Karting Live TV and you go to the page, the pictures will be on there.
That is brilliant.
Look, Joe Bradley, you're number one.
I'll tell you what we're going to have to do with that.
Way too much Joe Bradley fan clubbing going on here.
We're going to have to take that down, because it's a tribute to LRG Motorsport, to Zach Bolton's team as well. We should really take it down to LRG. They can help us eat that.
Look.
I know. Karting Live TV, round 4, Warden.
That's fantastic.
That is amazing.
It's amazing.
Joe, I promised to make you a cake with a little microphone.
There we go.
I'm going to keep that. That is amazing. That is a little working microphone. Giorgio.
Oops.
I want a big thank you to Giorgio, the president of the Zach Bolton fan club.
Which eats this one now, sorry?
This is, totally lost track there. Somebody mentioned cake.
Is it Rotax 17 Heat 4?
It's 177s, and it is heat number 4, yes.
Okay, very quickly. Sorry, because we've got very excited about the cake, which is unbelievable. And if you go to our page, you'll be able to see it.
We've got a bigger grid than that, Nick.
Yeah, let's not worry about that.
Yeah, it's Brian McCready, Steve Thompson, Chris Abraham. We've only got a 22 kart field out for this one. Byron Slight Hewitt is on the third row with Joshua Gollan, and we've got Harrison Crook, the number 2, making a return to the NKC. He hasn't been he was bikes champion last year, wasn't he, in 2024? Making a comeback to try and take the O-plate, and just he's trying not to get involved in the championship. That's a big ask. Stephen Mottram, his ribs are still holding out, it looks like, and Steve is out there, I think. Yes, he is. And with them coming round now to take the start, it is Zach Bolton starting on the back row alongside Steve Gilly as we get things underway. And it's Brian McCready, who is another driver down from Scotland. And we speak to Brian in the paddock show.
That's not where you're supposed to be.
Who is that?
That is the number 18
Chris Abraham, off at turn 1 as the rest of the field.
Really don't want to be there at that point in the race.
The rest of the field already making their way out of the dogleg and onto the infield section here at Warden. Still all sorts of moves being made. This is the best time you can make up your places whenever you go to like an indoor kart track or a higher kart track, and they say the first lap is not where you make your clear. No, it kind of
They're
is.
just trying to protect their cars.
Yeah, they're
though,
trying to
aren't they?
protect their cars. Yeah, it is. It's absolutely where it is before things settle down. Paul Edwards there on the number 7.
Just realised, because you didn't do... oh, no, it's not Lincoln.
All right, so Paul Edwards
something I was saying is
on the
completely wrong there.
bright yellow and pink cart there, a distinctive livery for him. The leaders, though, have gone across the line. Steve Thompson and Harrison Crook. Harrison Crook looking very racy indeed as these two continue around. Now, Steve is the first of the Masters. Harrison Crook a bit younger than him. And you can see why he's... And there he is. There's the move.
This is another big result for Crook.
Yeah,
it's
it is.
Put him
Absolutely.
towards the front, and very much his single race of the year may give him the O plate.
Stephen Mottram 7th there across the line. Nathan Schaefer up to 9th. As we...
Oh, we've got more cake. There's more cakes turned up.
Wow.
Oh, thank you very much.
This is from the Racing Perfection VIP suite.
Wow. We've turned a test match special. Thank you very much.
That is phenomenal looking chocolate cake. We'll have that for our dessert.
For a dessert, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a race going on amongst all the cake.
Yeah. If there's any more cake out there,
We'll
bring it here.
We'll find people to eat it.
Cole Edwards
we've got
down the
Frank on the team. He can eat all the cake.
Cole Edwards has just taken 3rd place from Byron Sly Hewitt, just to gather some professionalism back from the village broadcast. As the leaders have gone, Harrison Crook's pulling away from Steve Thompson. Now we've got a gap back to Cole Edwards, who's pulling away from Sly Hewitt. Hewitt now begin to bottle up the drivers behind him, which is Steve Mottram, I think, is the blue overalls there. Yet the 72 there is Stephen Mottram. Amazing to see Steve out there because he was in real agony. He could barely walk yesterday.
No, they're tough old boots, these kart races, aren't they?
Absolutely. He's a Sunderland lad as well.
Obviously,
even tougher.
Yeah,
Of course.
Tougher than that.
There we go. So Stephen lining up the cart of Byron Sly Hewitt. And Stephen, no stranger to Warden Law.
Coming through the field as well
and
now.
Schaefer's coming as well. And Schaefer's always coming.
Yeah.
Schaefer is always coming. And Mark Gilly,
he's given
7th.
Nathan Schaefer's given one of my favourite interviews ever last week on the Paddock Show. Not for anything he said, but the way he was trying to seduce the camera. He was kind of like, well, hello, hi camera.
Yeah, it was a good interview with Gaz, wasn't it? Yeah, there's Schaefer down the inside
look at that.
of Mottram there. So Schaefer on a charge, as we've seen so many times. He was absolutely on it at the first round. He's carrying the number 3. He wants to better that in for 2026, doesn't he?
Well, he had a terrible round at Clay, so he has to make everything. See, it's one of those, you can drop a round, but once you've had that round, everything becomes more important.
Yeah, it's pressure then, isn't it?
But he's having a much better weekend this weekend at Warden Law, and just as the weather brightens up, the temperature's nowhere near track temperature we had yesterday, that's for sure. But it's obviously dried out. They are now able to run on the tyre and the grip they laid down over the couple of practice days. So this kart's coming up, the speed's coming up, it's all coming up and getting better. They come sweeping round again. So Crook now has the lead now, 2.5 seconds. This is really a march to the O plate at the moment. I mean, obviously there's races to go. And this is the battle at the moment. It's Schaefer trying to get past Byron Sly Hewitt. They come through the second of the Sennas. And Schaefer looking to get the inside line. Not going to happen right now, but my guess is he's lining up something into the Gasworks airport.
Yeah, he will. He's got momentum out of the back chicane there, down the back straight there. This is where he's going to make the move on the brakes, and he uses a tin opener there to squeeze in side of the number 222 of Byron Sly Hewitt. But we knew it was coming, and I think Byron did as well. Everybody knows the distinctive CRG livery of Nathan Schaefer, and if he's on your tail, you know he's going to make a move whenever he can. And that came very quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, more than half the race to go. But he's got a 1.3 seconds of Nathan to make up on Cole Edwards just ahead of him. You can see that the second and third are coming together at the moment. They're only 0.6 apart. It's the shift forward to second and third.
Yeah, Cole Edwards has gained and gained and gained on that second place, Steve Thompson. Now, Steve is the lead masters here. Harrison Crook has checked out. Harrison is already out of the back chicane here as we just go into the back chicane.
Yeah, 3.6 seconds ahead. Yeah.
This looks promising for Cole Edwards, who's gained ground, and now he's on the rear bumper of Steve Thompson out of the gasworks and into the horseshoe. Can he make it happen on the main straight here and use the slipstream through the paddock turn and out onto the straight? No, he's not got quite that momentum that he had. He comes right onto the rear bumper as they turn into that very fast turn 1 and then into the horseshoe I don't know where he's going to make this happen, Nick, because they are very, very evenly matched.
Very, very close together. That's where he goes. He's going up the inside. He's just going to leap up the inside of St John's, completely surprising the 42 and taking second place. So the bright yellow and pink machine now into second. Crook, as you say, is now 4.7. Chafer, though, is thinking very heavy. He's got 2 minutes to go, so he's thinking very heavy now, moving into that higher podium position. The Chafer, he's hunting down the orange and the white. And he's right on the tail immediately of Steve Thompson in the Tony Kart livery. He'll come round the horseshoe and they'll start another lap. Still 2 minutes to go for the leader.
Yeah, plenty of time for Chafer to make this move as well. Thompson knows he's there. Remember, the Masters Championship is a championship within a championship here. It's the ballpark.
So massively old people.
Yeah, 35.
Incredibly old.
Yeah, incredibly old people over 35.
Poor things.
Yeah, over 35.
They haven't even been to the opticians yet.
Can barely move. Can barely move. Zimmer frames all over the paddock.
I know.
For 35-year-olds. Yeah, Chafer's made that move, obviously. But Steve will undoubtedly realise where he is in the scheme of things and be quite happy to be the lead Masters here, gathering points for the Masters Championship. Lovely trophies as well, of course. Different podium as well. The 177 Masters podium has its own separate podium and separate trophies. As we've got Chafer now trying to gain ground as much as he can on Cole Edwards as we get towards the 1 minute mark. Then still plenty of time, and Cole Edwards looks over his shoulder. Oh goodness, the origin white livery of a CRG. That means Chafer's on me tail, and he's coming, isn't he? Look at that, look at the gap coming down.
Yeah, it's getting closer and closer. Chafer looking to make that second spot. Edwards himself, of course, nicked that spot off Thompson a while ago, but both of them pulled away from Thompson, but they're 6.3 seconds behind Harrison Crook, who's got 3/4 second a lap on them. Now, obviously Chafer hasn't had any clear air, but I don't think he's shown that sort of ground speed to challenge Harrison later in the day. I think this is the last 177 heat we're going to have. Now, there's a question mark whether we actually need a B final. Up the inside goes Chafer, no problem at all through the Gasworks hairpin. I think they may not need a B final. I think they end up having 34 entries in total, so we'll see whether that happens or not. But they sweep round now, another lap completed. I'll tell you now, Chafer's not going to catch Harrison Crook in 12 seconds in the lap. He's 6.6 behind.
Not at all. It bodes very well for the final when the likes of these two fast drivers, Cole Edwards, Nathan Chafer, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Harrison Crook come together in the final. Hopefully, I know Harrison Crook's a little bit dubious because he had that points deduction, the penalty, I should say, 5 seconds. Not too far down the order though, from I think what was second or third.
They've got 12 minutes to sort themselves out.
Yeah, absolutely. Cole Edwards in that third place kart there, the number 7, the bright yellow kart, having a great season. Had a second place podium at Clay, just behind Ryan Taylor-Truman, and having a great season so far. Second in the championship on 666 points. All right, he's got a few points to gain on Ryan Taylor-Truman, which is a big ask, but having a great season. 7th in the championship last year. On target to improve that, going into carrying a different number for 2026. So is everyone around him. Everyone's determined.
He's not let Chafer get away from him either. Chafer kind of snuck up behind him, got past quite easy, but since then, Edwards has stayed really, really tight to the point where he could possibly make a move going into one of the centres.
Yeah, not quite though. Chafer's really, really quick. On the last lap as well, remember. Harrison Crook already out onto the back.
Can we find Harrison on his camera?
There he is. So he's dipped back into the championship. He's carrying the number 2. He's last year's vice champion in this class, and he hasn't taken part in this year's championship. However, he's come to Warden Law. He's with TH Corsa, of course, on the local engine here, the Venator, and takes a heat win. That puts him up the grid in fine style. That was a very, very dominant run from Harrison. Chafer, second place. Cole Edwards, third. It's Steve Thompson, the first of the Masters, in 4th. Scott Smith, 5th. Joshua Collins, 6th. Zach Bolton came up the grid from 20th.
Didn't see him once.
Wow.
And his
cake's
cake's outside.
It's the thought of the cake,
It's the power of the cake.
Yeah,
It's the power of the cake.
Yeah. Zach, there he is, the man out scaring me outside the window. Come on in, Paul. Byron Sly
room.
Mark
the whole family's here.
Lincoln Bailey Arneson 10th. Yeah, the joys of doing this at home means that you've got, I wouldn't call it a fan base, just casual onlookers. We have an entourage that has arrived. Yes. Having fun, everybody? see our cake?
Who out of all you is going on the lunch run is the question.
Sammy here.
Sam's on the lunch run.
Mrs. Bradley.
Mrs. Bradley.
The current Mrs. Bradley.
Well, that's true.
We have Chris and Erin Madison.
Hello, Chris and Erin Madison. How are you?
Fresh from graduation with a 2-1 degree.
Oh, bloody hell, what in? Oh, blimey, okay.
Bizarre that, isn't
Yeah.
it? You can get a degree in education
Well,
by
up
being
north
educated.
especially,
Yes. Yeah. Clever. Gets it from my mum.
So up here, you just identify different types of coal, do you? Is that what you do?
Let's have the grid for the next race, Nick, because they're
Yeah, good
already
point.
being
Who is it?
released. It's Junior Rotax heat number 5. And there it is. Travis Rose and Jake Walker then. We've got Max Flatley and Caden Welsh. The rest of the grid there in front of you. Keep an eye on Kai Pepperell. We've got Jaden Sherwood starting in 17th. He'll be a man on the move, as will the number 7, Leo Basterfield. He will move up the order as well, no doubt, trying to maximise their points haul. Junior Rotax Championship being led by Riley Thatcher, who I can't see on there. Can you? Anybody? No, Riley Thatcher's not out here. Remember, 75.
He's had a problem, isn't he?
I did. He didn't take the
Obviously,
start,
something
did he?
happened. I assume he's either had a catastrophic heart failure or he's not feeling very well himself.
Yeah, I can't see him on that list. But he came into this round leading the championship. However, that DNS did not start. Will not do his grid order any good whatsoever. We've got a nice ordered and nice pace coming to the start.
Words, but everyone's been really good today about getting the starts right.
Shh. But very few false starts. Here we go. Little bit of a nudge on by Lightning McQueen.
Yeah, he wanted to point out to Lightning McQueen. He's not orange. He's not. They came in last time. This is Lightning McQueen paint. It's not orange and yellow.
No, it's Lightning McQueen.
Caden Welch.
It's Caden Welch. Yeah,
with Lightning. Yeah.
We get things underway, and everybody through turn 1 and Brian's Bend on towards the dog leg. Then
Welch is battling for 4th and 5th. He's then splurted off the track. Oh no! Stop! Dear, oh dear, what's happened there?
You can't stop, mate. It's not complete.
No.
We've had a big incident coming out the dog leg.
They're okay.
We've had a big incident coming out the dog leg. The race will continue, and I would be surprised if we don't get a Battenberg at least. No, it's a red flag.
Red flag.
Yeah, quite right there. We've got to drive it down, and a red flag will fly. The Junior Rotax grid will come around. Stop nudging me, Sam. Okay, red flag will come around.
The guy who flipped out, he's hurt himself slightly, not surprisingly.
They will come around and line up on the start-finish straight, and we'll see. That's going to be a complete restart.
Okay, the guy's winded. I think he's now. We've obviously he's out of the car. He's got it landed on him. He's a bit flattened, but he's now obviously just winded. He's now got out of the car.
It's quite a few.
The rest of them are rolling again. They'll rearrange the grid. Most of the carts involved has got going again. There's one guy, unfortunately, said he was the guy you saw being thrown out. He's okay. He's sitting up. I think he's absolutely just been shocked. Really,
you get winded.
You're driving along. You're thrown out. You get winded. You're sitting there. What on earth happened?
It happens really quickly. And the cart. I mean, I've always been too heavy to roll a cart.
I was thrown out.
You need a forklift truck to roll me in a car.
Just stepping your shoulder. That was great fun. It's a lot of fun being thrown over a car and just hit my shoulder. I have no idea. Anyway, Frank's not giving me his order yet, by the way. Is he trying to write down all the things he wants, like 19 levels of food?
Who's that?
Frank's got his,
well, he hasn't ate for 3 hours, so
that's true. Yeah.
He's going to be wanting some cake.
If you knew how many cakes we had.
We've got we've got very good looking chocolate cake. So red flag flies gives us a chance to catch up and remind you about what's coming next in the NKC. Do you want to switch your mic off when you're ordering lunch, Nick? Round 4 here at Warden Law. We are hurtling towards the lunch break and then getting on with our finals. 2 more rounds to conclude the 2025 Junction 6 NKC. Wilton Mill is on the 15th and 17th of August. That will be round 5, the penultimate round of the championship. And then the final round of the championship, round 6, we will head down to Dunkswell in Devon. It is in Devon, isn't it? 19th to the 21st of September. And great facility down there.
It's a long way, though, isn't it?
It's a very long way. The only place it's not a long way from is Cornwall.
It's not super long distance from Clay Pigeon either.
No, it's true. It's a lovely facility. It's a lot of investment there.
Yeah, that's super stuff.
So, Frank, can you show me the balcony, please? The balcony. We've got some celebrities on there.
Oh, they're really celebs.
Yeah, I've got some Warden Law celebrities.
Oh, you got Matt there, I can see.
Is Frank even had his camera, or is he lying down through lack of food?
He's giving his order. It's fine. He won't. He should survive.
All right.
He's after the cake. Well, that's not happening.
Is he even listening?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
No, to the right.
No,
to the right.
To the right.
To the right. To the right. There we go.
So as we
these are
keep
orders.
going,
These are orders. These are plebs. You don't have to see them. Keep going.
No, you can't say that, Nick, please. Jesus.
Hang on.
Yeah, stop
I'm
there.
writing myself a letter.
Stop there. So that man in the blue there is the man we have to thank for this wonderful facility we have here. That's Matt Hunter.
Is he going to wave at us?
Who is the track
the
owner?
PA?
Give us a wave, Matt.
Matt.
Big, massive investment here at Warden Law, all down to that man there and the Hunter family. Oh, there's Reese Hunter popping out from his VIP suite. We need to have a PA piped into there.
Yeah, they're just not hearing the
I'm surprised they haven't got a beer.
We're very, very loud around the toilets, by the way.
I helped sort of tidy the place up the other day, and Matt and I sat in there and had a lovely cold beer on that balcony on Friday afternoon. Yeah.
We're in a sweat box with 9 people at the moment. This cold box sounds like quite a good idea.
He's looking very intense, though, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's probably wondering what he's going to have for lunch.
Who's the young lady next to him?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's not his wife, though.
All right, let's not talk about anyone then.
No. Yeah, thanks to Matt Hunter and the Hunter family. They really have put this place back on the map as one of the premier facilities for karting. We have all the major championships here. British Champion, Vera Tools British Championship, UKC, NKC, of course, becoming a big part of the calendar.
Question to ask you off air. Important. It's a lot of lunch conversation going on now. They're coming off.
Oh, so we're peeling off. We're not restarting.
Oh, they got a lap.
Yeah, so, that didn't take place. That race did not get one lap in.
So what are they going to do, run it later or something?
We may run that after lunch or at the end.
You've got my card still.
No, I haven't.
Well, someone's got my card.
Somebody who bought this breakfast.
Who bought breakfast?
I did. Hang on. Technicalities of... There we go.
I'm fine.
Right. Come on in. Shall we go for the record on how many people we can get in here?
This is like students in the mini, isn't it? How do we get the mini?
It was human to start with.
Yeah,
now we've got 13
4
people
guests,
in.
3 people in there. Anybody? Right, hang on a second. Right, I can turn myself off. Anyone wants to order breakfast for this one? Order this one.
Am I supposed to talk while you do that?
No, you've heard this now.
All right. Okay.
Go.
Right.
So you can now do what you need to do with your wife. Not as interesting as it sounds. I think they're going to go for into Rotax Heat 3 by the looks of it. Then I think we'll have the Rotax 5 at the end. So the guy's has had a little trip in the ambulance. But they have skipped that 5, Junior Rotax Heat 5, and they're going to go back to it, I think. So we're going to go to the Inter Rotax Heat 3 next. And that is your grid for that one. Casper McAllister. I've got cake. Elijah West starting 11th there. Manzi and Payne, Banks, Gray. Casper McAllister starting in 6th. Jacob Thompson 5th. Matthew Lilly. Good performance in last time around. Amil Daly as well. And Buddy Hugo at the back. Oh, no. Oh,
I'm back.
That was sweet at the end.
I'm back.
At the end, you were sweet.
Do you have a kid? Look, I know you kiss your wife. She's getting a lush lunch as well.
That is true.
Right. Yes, let's open the door.
Oh, it's open
because
the door.
It's so humid in
open the door.
We knew the sunshine was coming. The sunshine has arrived. The cloud is breaking. I'd like to get Paul Bainbridge in here. There he is. Paul Bainbridge. You are... No, he can't hear us.
If you're around the toilet...
So, Frank, can you just pan to these 3 people in the... there's a girl with the red hair.
He's not really there. He's above them, you see. I don't think he's got a view of them, has he?
He might not be able to see them. They're just in the just off turn 1, Frank. So, is Frank actually on his camera, Paul?
He's having a sit down.
All right. There they are. Just zoom in on those 3 people there.
Right.
So that man there in the blue is Paul Bainbridge.
Right.
And he's the man that just loves the parking.
He's the car parking man.
He loves the parking.
King of parking.
He has parked everybody here this weekend.
Didn't park
and
me.
He's got plans, he's got rules, he's got regulations, and he loves a rule and
There's
regulations.
not many frustrated traffic wardens out there, are there? But we have one here.
The only man I've seen ever with the magazine, a monthly magazine called Parking Monthly, on his desk. Parking Monthly. His ambition is to run a multi-story.
Really, there's many levels to that.
There's so many levels to that. But no, in all fairness, that's Paul Bainbridge, our track manager here at Warden, who we've got always. People tell me, we love coming to Warden because everybody's so helpful, everybody's so friendly. Well, that's because it's the north.
Oh, right, is it? Okay.
We Catherine Tate did a big a skit about people from the north, didn't she?
Many. Doesn't Catherine Tate trivia?
Go on.
My sister worked on the Catherine Tate Show series.
Did she?
And
really?
if you remember, there were a couple of sketches with babies where she said how tired she was, a baby. That's my niece.
Is that right?
Yeah. There we are.
Is that right? Thanks, Frank. Thank you for that. That's just showing a bit of the VIP, the very important working people here at Warden Law. Paul Bainbridge, our track manager, who loves a bit of parking.
Oh, can you park me up, baby?
Loves a bit of parking.
There's nothing I like more than some parking.
He gets a bit bored by Sunday afternoon because everybody's parked, of course. He's a bit bored by Saturday afternoon because everybody's parked. And he just basically sits in his office and browses the internet. Which is interesting. But yeah, loves a bit of parking, does our Paul. Hopefully he can hear us. He might even pop in for a chat. And
Michael Hetherington.
Hello, Michael.
What time is lunch so I can drive up and not miss anything?
Right, mate. Lunch is coming
in 3 races time.
So we're gonna. I don't know what we're doing with. Yeah, we're gonna read. So 1, 2. We've got 3, potentially 4 more heats.
Yes, an hour.
Here he comes.
Oh, and there's Parking Man himself.
Here he comes. Do you want to take the headset for a chat? Because we've got a bit of a period here, and all joking aside, I've told everybody how much you love parking, but you make this thing happen so equally. I'm going to have to rush you through it. The who's it all down to putting all of this together and getting everybody in the paddock? Is that you, or is that you've got a team of people, surely?
It's a team effort, Joe. It's a team effort. The planning starts as soon as the booking's open. But when it actually comes to the day, there's quite a large team, as everyone's seen, helping with the parking at every stage, trying to get everybody the space they need.
Loves a bit of parking. And everybody is happy with where you put them?
I hope so. Obviously, some are happier than others, but I'll let you get back to the race,
okay,
Joe.
Mate. It's lovely to chat to you. I was just telling them about your subscription to Parking Monthly as well. Yeah.
I love this idea that everyone's happy. That never happens.
I was taking the mick.
Never happens. If you get above 50%, you've won.
Look, just be thankful there's no firearms allowed in the North East, okay? When Paul's trying to park everybody. We're off and running with the Rotax class, and this is turning into a bit of a scrap for the championship, isn't it? Casper McAllister has come into this round. He's there on the 3rd row of the grid. He'll be wanting to maximise his run. Jaden Payne, the number 9, Ethan Manzi alongside. We'll get things underway. And just behind them, Tyler Banks, Lucas Gray, McAllister, Thompson. We get underway and down into turn 1. We've got Jaden Payne. That looks like he's held the lead. Everybody through that one. Absolutely flat chat through Brian's Bend, and then just feathering the throttle, keeping the cart on the curb, and somebody over the curb. Big there.
Style there.
And Justin. A spinner at the back as well.
72. It's Emily Davey there who lost it going round the dog leg the first time, but on leader.
McAllister up to 3rd. McAllister up to 3rd already by the time to get to the Senna S's.
It's got Payne and Mans. It's really about what the 190 Elijah West can do, the points he can score here. Don't forget, from his back row start, McAllister got a 5th. So that's what West needs to do.
He's already at about 6th or 7th there by the looks of it, just looking down the order there, as the leader, Jaden Payne, has continued. He will lead across the line to complete 1 lap. Here they come then, just to confirm. Jaden Payne leads, Ethan Manzi, Casper McAllister, Lucas Gray, Hugo McCluskey, Elijah West up to 6th, Buddy Hugo 7th, Tyler Banks, Matthew Lilly, Alfie Phillipson, Maria Jurger the tutor, Jacob Thompson, Bradley Beggs and Emily Davey after that spin off the back there. But McAllister looking racing.
He's lining up Ethan Manzi. Up the inside he goes. And easy steal for second there. Now actually Lucas Gray, who's now making a bit of a move towards third place as well. McAllister now needs to start moving forward towards Payne, who had a very small lead. And I get the impression McAllister's going to get in front of this field very quickly, and then it's going to really matter about how much further forward Elijah West can get as far as the points situation is concerned.
Yeah, a lot of composure, that young man, McAllister, in his first full season. I think he did sporadic races. He's ventured into the series just to gain experience. But racing with TH Corsa, looking very composed at the moment, though. Looking even more composed is Jaden Payne. Jaden running across the line in the lead again and looking very composed and not making it easy for McAllister to get by, is he?
No, McAllister does this with handling and skill. He hasn't got any sort of, no one has any sort of kart advantage. In fact, he was just a little bit off the speed. Oh, that's a beautiful move. It's up and over, and that's what's gone wrong.
Yeah, that was a little bit impetuous there. He maybe lacked a bit of patience there. Coming out the first centres, he went down the inside, but the gap wasn't there, and Payne just takes his line. And then McAllister up and over the back axle. That's going to put him all the way down to the back, and this is going to really mix things up for the grid. And who's in the lead?
From sixth place.
Incredible.
As the chaos happens, suddenly Elijah West has picked into the lead.
So everybody concertinaed up, and Elijah West with Hugo McCluskey, who was winner of the second heat.
Yeah, this is McCluskey joining the championship. This is going to be a big old fight, and what's going to happen is Casper McAllister is not going to be anywhere near the front two rows, I don't think.
No, it's going to be a big ask for him to get any kind of result at this all-plate meeting, as well as it being round 4. He maybe needs to focus more on the championship, and discretion being the part of valour, which is not what we saw there, is it?
No, he went for the move. I think it was a bit unlucky that when he came across, he just rode up on the rear wheels and that was it. And then he added a sort of injury, then was spun out.
The problem with that is if you're not fully alongside by the time you get to the turning, the move's not on.
Yeah, more importantly, the guy in the leading can't see you anyway. So
that's what I mean. You've got to be fully alongside. So if he does turn in, he's going to hit you, which isn't really an issue. So Casper, young driver, he's learning all the time.
This is the whole point of this race.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not actually the point of it is actually not to win. The point of it is to learn.
Absolutely.
Which I think maybe really, really that's the point.
Yeah,
the things you should be winning is junior Rotax and senior Rotax.
We've seen these youngsters really, really come on over the course of this year. Here we are at round 4. And we've seen the pace, we've seen the field close up. I mean, at the first round, the field was really spread out. Now look at it. It's almost one train of karts, which is more familiar as you get into the more experienced Intermax drivers. But these youngsters are pretty much novices.
There's an annoying thing about those. They learn really quickly. Just don't know.
Go on.
It's a non-karting story, so that's fine.
Okay.
Good example how youngsters. I always remember playing video games with my son when he was about 10. Couldn't beat him anything. One thing I could beat him at was football games because I understood football. He didn't know the rules. He didn't enjoy football. Then suddenly he started beating me easily. It just became a game to him and didn't understand the rules or offside or formations. Just was better with the buttons.
Yeah, never try and play kids as computer games. Beginning to space out though. Elijah West comfortably off Hugo McCluskey in second, about half a second, almost 6/10 there. Everybody posting green lap times, which means they are going faster and faster each time by. We're inside 3 minutes now.
Banks now really on the tail of 15 of Manzi.
Yeah, Tyler Banks beginning to look like he might even have a challenge here. And just behind Tyler Banks is Matthew Lilly. Matthew's second in the championship. And so he's a championship protagonist by just finishing consistently. He had a great run at Forest Edge with a second place podium. He had a 5th place at the Fullbeck second round, and in the 3rd round at Clay Pigeon he was second. So strong finishes, putting him second in the championship. A strong run here as well. Everybody keeping station though, but closing up, Nick.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. McAllister's got himself to 11th. It's not far off 10th, but it's in a big gap to move forward this battle, which is very, very active at the moment, as the 39 of Banks is under huge pressure up the inside there by Lee. Very nice move there. Saw the battle that was going on ahead of him and clipped forward and got past the 15 of Lilly, behind Mansley. There's your leader, first two together.
Yeah, Hugo McCluskey though just cannot get anywhere near the back bumper of that Elijah West. Now, whether or not he can pick up the pace, whether or not he's got any tools in that toolbox that can pick up the pace, I doubt is very doubtful, because everybody putting in green lap times. Not this time, by though. Buddy Hugo in third. He's the quickest that he's got. The fastest lap is being held by... Sorry, that's not the fastest lap. That's the fastest sector time. The purple sector time, 15.933, is the fastest anybody's gone through sector 2. So McCluskey is maybe beginning to perhaps pull that leader in, but it doesn't look like he is, does he? You can see, you don't need a stopwatch really to see what's happening there.
So they're going through the chicane again, and they're going to stick down. No, just Callis is still 11. Didn't he manage to get one more position in that last lap? He's got Amelie Daly her own problem at the start of this race with a spin up at the dog leg. Elijah West leads by 3/10, and Buddy Hugo behind him. And there's this battle here. 20th Lily, Manzi and Gray. But no real stretch out in the lead either at the moment.
You know, everybody's strung out really, and everybody's settling in. Casper McAllister recovered to 9th place now. Just got by Amelie Davy and Alfie Phillipsen. As Elijah West continues to lead towards the first of the centre hairpins. And then McCluskey still staying there. Buddy Hugo is with him. Sushi Racing, Origin and LRG. That's your top 3 as they go out onto the back straight towards our camera position, which is Ash this weekend, isn't it?
Ash is down at the airport.
McCluskey's coming to him. Now then, it's going to be the last lap board for all of these drivers. Elijah West for Sushi will lead across the line and will take the 1 lap to go board as they head down to turn 1. And can McCluskey find anything to try and challenge, or will he just settle for that strong second place? He's gathering points for the championship and the grid position for the final.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling is that I think he and West will be the front row. Which one will be on the left, which on the right, I can't say.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
but I think he wants the points by the looks of it. He's not holding back too much. West knows what he's doing with that sort of bronze helmet.
Well, it's what I always find incredible is the intelligence of these youngsters. I mean, they're only between 10 and 12 years of age, and they just race intelligently, as well as being on the edge of grip and using. They know, right? I'm not gonna be silly here and try a silly move. I'm just going to sit here because I haven't got the pace. I'm chasing Elijah West round, and Elijah West is very, very delighted with that heat win. Hugo McCluskey will come second. Buddy Hugo came third. Tyler Banks up to 4th. Ethan Manzi 5th. We've lost Jaden Payne on that last lap, Nick. Jaden Payne, who was running in I think 4th place.
McAllister's had an unbelievable last couple of laps.
McAllister
has got himself to 6th.
From challenging for the lead, dropping down to last, and then coming back through to 6th. That's kind of like a damage limitation exercise for him.
All done the last lap. I think, as you say, we lost the driver. I think there's obviously some kerfuffleage, as I say, and McAllister's gained out of that one.
Kerfuffleage.
According to my heat sheet, I think we're going back to the race that got postponed now.
Are we?
It says Junior Rotax Heat 5 is next.
All right, okay. So Junior Rotax, heat number 5, race 19. We've gone back one. Remember the red flag that brought a premature end, pardon me, to that one.
Am I right or wrong? I don't know. Is that Junior Rotax? I'm not quite sure who that is.
That is Junior Rotax, yeah. And we should have Senior Rotax and TKM left after this. So, yeah, you're right, Nick. Good spot. We have got the number 16 of Travis Rose. Jake Walker alongside. Max Flatley and Caden Welsh. Joshua Jestin and Jensen Hartshorn are on row 2. We've got Leighton Kelly and Alfred Matthews. See, it did that again. With the 0.
We'll sort it out, don't worry.
Yeah, Matthew Little and Sam Green Gomez are next up. Row 5 is Jensen Cook and Max Carlton. I think that's row 6 actually. Barnaby Grubb is back out with Archie Dyson, Ethan Hunt and Warwick Milam. Jaden Sherwood, carrying the number 2, vice champion from 2024, is alongside Ewan Scott. And then we've got Harvey Lee Wintridge and Tyler Rackham, Nathan Rond and James Tate, Jacob Felton and Bailey Collins, Liam Crosby and Bailey Heath. Leo Basterfield starts near the back for this one with Kai Pepperell alongside. Then we've got Spencer Trehorn and Sebastian Benson with Nicholas Gozuldis. Nicholas is rounding off the field, is what I'm trying to say.
So, yes, so 3 heats till lunch now. There's this one, then there's Senior Rotax Heat 7, and we finish off with the Smoky Joes with Senior TKM as the last one of the morning.
Yeah, 3 more to go. 3 more to go. And the 95 there, he's got his Lightning McQueen livery
Oh, yeah.
on that car.
Can you get close to that one, Frank, on the 95? Because he wanted to tell us he had a Lightning McQueen livery, and we've always missed it. I'm not sure if Frank's... I think it made Frank stand up again. He's probably perhaps... There we go. No, this is a chance to have a real look at the Lightning McQueen livery. Yes, he's got the Rusty's advertising on the front there as well.
Yeah, Lightning McQueen, great livery. He's had someone do that for him, hasn't he?
I think he has.
Oh, weather report. Get out of town.
It's
spitting with big rain. Rain is not forecast whatsoever.
I don't want rain in it.
That is not the script.
Well, they're off and running now.
As we
Rain or
release everybody on slicks.
Rain or not, here they go. Ready or not, here I come. It is rain, you're right. That's all we need.
Yeah. It's spitting with rain. That's the second confirmation we've had.
So let's see what happens. Are they going to get a slippery surface flag? A slippery surface.
Slippery slurface.
A slippery surface flag. Don't you give me a slippery surface flag.
Absolutely. Right then. Yeah, just put them over there. We can't touch them yet. Making their way around with the threat of rain, and look at our window, Nick.
I know. Look at that window there.
Yeah, look at that
the wind's
window
coming.
there.
So it's coming across the track from across the start finish line horizontally across that way. The rain will come.
That is going to affect the track. Looking at the size of those raindrops. And it's raining at turn 1 and Brian's Bend is where it's raining.
Well, this could be chaotic then.
This could be chaotic. This was a red flagged heat before. We are restarting it here. It's the rerun, I should say, as we get things underway with a green flag, Nick, and we're down into turn 1. This is where it could get tricky.
Oh, there's not quite... oh, no, the back all went horribly wrong. 5 or 6 carts have come off, but they all got going again. No, they've all got... The 67's got a broken front end. He's going to have to come off the track. But they did get round. But what happened was they all turned, and it was kind of a guess. How much grip have I got the front? And the answer was not as much as I thought I had.
Yeah, that's a shame, because that rain has just really reappeared.
Look towards the back. That's where it all went wrong. It was a spin, and then
a few carts trying to take avoiding action as well, and contacting the barrier.
I think one of the carts has unfortunately broken a front stub axle, so I think he'll be out. But back at the front again, we have... That's
number 12.
It's 12.
12. Barnaby Grubb. Where's he come from?
Second place.
Where's he come from?
Second place,
yeah,
Barnaby.
No. That's where he's made massive ground there.
He's all scrapping around there. The 27 of Alfred Matthews scored 4th, but he's battling with the 2.
It's Joshua Jestin on the barrel in the lead. Barnaby Grubb for Nib Sport in second. Sam Green Gomez, Alfred Matthews, Jaden Sherwood, Archie Dyson. That's not necessarily going to be the same next time by, though.
No, they look like kind of got... I think the rain may already have stopped, actually. And they're looking like they've just got themselves working out what is happening as far as the track group is concerned at different parts of the track. But it's a nice lead for Jestin in the Birrell Arc cart. That's the 40. And Barnaby Grubb's made a fantastic start. Actually having a pretty good meeting all round at the moment, Barnaby on the 12. It's coming now down towards the Gatwick Head. He's under a lot of pressure from behind, and that's Sam Green Gomez now for Matthews.
Oh, and there's Sherwood down the inside of everybody. Yeah. Down the inside of the number 77, Sam Green Gomez, being caught napping a little bit by focusing on trying to get by Grubb. He left himself vulnerable, and Sherwood was down there, and Sherwood now on the back bumper of Barnaby Grubb, and away from the back bumper and down the inside into turn 1 goes Sherwood, the Coles Racing driver, now in second place, and off after the Racing Perfection Joshua Jestin, as he continues, and these two pulling away now. It's Barnaby Grubb, who now has Sam Green Gomez back on his bumper, and with everybody cluttering together there, trying to find some space into the back chicane. It's not a 2-line racetrack through there.
No.
As Barnaby Grubb comes
back up again. He's trying to get back past the 77 Sam Green Gomez. I think they've actually swapped twice this lap already.
Yeah, they have on the right.
Pretty impressive performance, I think, by Jaden Sherwood, who just apparently seems to really feel the grip immediately. He comes from his lowly position. He's now attacking Jestin, but there's now a huge gap between second and third. So he's looking to the lead, and there he goes.
He's done it again. Turn 1's his favourite place. Turn 1 is his favourite place to pass, as Nick's having a heart attack next to me. You got to cry. Oh my goodness. That's Jaden Sherwood then in second place. And now look at that, Justin under massive pressure from how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts seemingly queuing up and going 3 wide to get by him. They've settled down before they get to the back chicane. It's all being controlled by Barnaby Grubb here with Sam Green Gomez right on his bumper. And who is this coming as well?
That's
the number 12 of... no, that's Archie Dyson, isn't it?
212.
Yeah, the 212 cart. The number 12 is Barnaby Grubb. And now we've got the 12 and the 212 now together with the 77 of Sam Green Gomez dropping back. This is great racing for second place down as Jaden Sherwood has checked. We're not even at half distance. And that rain has blown away, it seems.
Gone again, yeah.
It's gone again.
It came from out of nowhere, as Ash Barker said on the chat. Much like that cramp I just had came from nowhere as well.
Yes.
I'll stop employing very, very old comedy. The 212 there, but so it's 212 versus 12, and the 212 gets it. And through has gone Archie Dyson past Barnaby Grubb.
Yeah, that was coming, wasn't it? The Barnaby Grubb's done a great job there in holding up the progress of people behind him. Here he comes again, though. He might be wanting to get that place back. Has he got the pace to do that? As everybody's queuing up behind now.
44 with EV3. Jake Walker's made a couple of positions, I think. He's got past Harvey Witteridge, so there's still some movement in the lower reaches of the top 10 there. As Walker does make just one place, actually, as Matthews has also gone past Harvey Witteridge in that one as well. So they're a little bit equi spread out, but they'll come together and start causing chaos any minute now.
Yeah, I'm expecting so. Thankfully, the rain has gone away. I didn't want it to be messed up by a damp track, but here we go. Challenge for second as down the inside has gone Archie Dyson again.
Super opportunities by Grubb to follow him through
absolutely. Yeah, and Joshua Justin has been absolutely mugged there at the first centres and lost 2 places there. He's down to 4th now. Dyson and Grubb moving up. Great battles going on down the field. If you are there on track, you can see them, especially from the viewing area above the garages there. Great view, probably the best view of any kart track anywhere in the country, let alone Europe or indeed the world. It is a really big enhancement to this track here at Warden. As we continue on then, 2.5 minutes remain, and it's Archie Dyson. Barnaby Grubb has come back, hasn't he? He's got a bit of a second wind. He was being overtaken and challenged, but he's got that second wind now, and he's coming back now. Behind him, Joshua Justin, Sam Green Gomez and Alfred Matthews now joining in on the 27. These 3 beginning to trip over one another, and it's all very crowded there as the 27 tries to get down the inside. Yeah, the gap wasn't there. The momentum wasn't there either, so that was a failed mission there instantly.
Yeah, we've had a few retirements and given that first lap to Fuffers. Just 4 or 5 moving forward, but in front of the field, Sherwood has his 1.3 second lead, and it's just a battle now. Grubb's got the inside there. I'm not sure how that came out. Yeah, it just didn't make it. He's up the inside coming up the main straight. Popping out there, the number 7, Leo Basterfield, is also moving up the field. He's up to 9th. He was already trying to get an extra line down the main straight there. So Basterfield is moving heavily through the field as well. Another one of our top 10 from last year. But one of them, Jaden Sherwood, leading quite comfortably. Yeah,
and this is good for Jaden Sherwood's championship position. He came into this round in second place. He wants to better that vice champion position from last year. He wants that number 1 going into 2026, of course. And right now, this is a good result for him. Second place, though, this is a great scrap, isn't it? Archie Dyson on the orange and white cart, the yellow and blue helmet of Dyson there, the purple and white helmet of Barnaby Grubb. Battling it out nose to tail. We're getting towards the 1 minute mark, so at least 3 more laps of this race to complete before we settle this one.
Okay, the battle of 4th and 5th are also really tight, aren't they? Which is Justin and Matthews. Matthews in the darker cart with 27. Looking up the inside, beautiful move up the outside of the dog leg there. Men through Brian's Bend, just swept through with that. It's not black, is it? It's sort of like he's got sort of kind of pinstripes on the 27 cart, but he's moved it up into 4th place. But still, that 2nd and 3rd is raging on Joe.
Great battling, as we expect in the Junction 6 NKC. Archie Dyson just looking over his shoulder. Yes, he's still there, Archie. He's still there. He's waiting to pounce me. Might come on the last lap. Now he's just pulled out a little bit of a cushion here as Archie. So that's good for him. I've got to be right with him. This is where, look at that. Look how they close up there. Just not quite in the slipstream enough to get by. Look at that, about a cart's length in between these two for 2nd and 3rd. Things beginning to space out behind these. Alfred Matthews, Sam Green Gomez, Harvey Lee Wintridge, Joshua Justin, Leo Basterfield, Jacob Felton and Ewan Scott round off the top 10. But Jaden Sherwood off into the lead. It will be the 1 lap to go board next time by, and time and opportunity beginning to run out now for Barnaby Grubb to get ahead of Archie Dyson.
Yeah, he's got this one half lap and one more, and everything that Grubb has thrown at Dyson so far has been repelled. Across St George on the Nassau panel, 2-1-2. Lovely lap. Well won the big one.
Well, composed, isn't it? That's the fastest way to drive a kart, isn't it? Very little steering inputs. You don't want huge, massive inputs in a defensive line into turn 1 from Dyson. He knows that Barnaby Grubb is there. He knows how quick Grubb is, and he's been able to keep him back pretty much the whole from the pretty much the half distance when they got into this second and third place. Jaden Sherwood is our leader, and he will continue just out there onto the back stretch towards through the chicane now and heading towards the gasworks for the final time. It'll be the checkered flag that will fly. There's Sherwood, our leader for Coles, and this will massively benefit his championship challenge as we come through the final turn, and the tails away shot to take the checkered flag as he takes the win. And it is indeed Archie Dyson that hangs on to second place from massive pressure from Barnaby Grubb. It was Alfred Matthews in 4th, Sam Green Gomez 5th, Harvey Lee Winteridge in 6th. Then we had Leo Basterfield. Joshua Jestin rounded off at 8th. 9th was Jacob Felton, and it was Warwick Milam that finished in 10th spot. Just outside the top 10, Kai Pepperell and Bailey Heath. There's the rest of the finishers there.
So 2 more heats till lunch. The next one is the Senior Rotax Heat 7. Then we have the Smoky Joes out for their final heat. TKM. Then we half hour lunch, including the paddock show, of course. Our cameramen can come back and get the food, hopefully, if it's arrived. And we can eat some cake.
Yeah, plenty of cake to go
Lots
around.
of plus points here.
Frank's messaging to tell us
his
that he's
headphone
hungry.
batteries are dead, but he's got some spare ones in his pocket.
Okay, well, he won't be able to hear us. So we are getting on with our Senior Rotax grid, and with Jack Stevenson and Arthur Thacker on the front row of this one. Reece Knight and Mason Perrin carrying the number 4. Mason Perrin, former junior Rotax champion in the NKC. Jacob Hobbs and Samuel Christiansen with Alexander Colentiano and Ethan Lomax. We've got Joshua Priest and Bertie Wellesley, Bradley Howes and Rufus Flan. James Lowther here this weekend with LRG, with Maxim Smith alongside. Ellis Beattie and Callum Farley are next. Kieran Gifford with Jamie Kirkbride. John Hobbs and Ethan Farrell. Bobby Rosier and Philly Underwood. Jamie Burt, Christopher Hughes starting at the back for this one. Blake Tice, Dolly Varney starting at the back with that one.
2 hour shutdown.
And with Isaac Reynolds and Zari Visarek alongside each other. Rafi Salentano, Alexander Campbell. With the old plate holder and going very strongly today is Alexander Cull on the rounding off the 31 kart field. With the brief flurry of rain that we had, the rain seems to have blown away, and no more chance of any kind of inconsistent track condition. Waiting nice and patiently. Still a grey sky here, looking out to sea there on the horizon, top of the horizon. And we've just got one kart to be recovered. They will recart into the karting northeast, be recovered into the karting northeast pit lane. Access the paddock from that way. And with
here we go to the paddock.
Yeah, there is our grid of Senior Rotax. This is the 162 kilogram category. What do we mean by that? Well, you've got to come in minimum weight. Driver and kart has to be the minimum of 162 kilograms. Simple as that, really.
It's not hard, that one, is it, really?
No, not really.
You can explain 177 at the same time.
Yeah, well, the 177, Senior Rotax 177, is a little bit heavier. Their minimum weight is 177 kilograms. It's for the older and the bigger driver. That's why you get the tall lads.
Cheesy's got his own helmet now with Cheesy on the back of it.
Yeah, it's got bits of cheese on it as well.
Is it?
Yeah,
oh,
he's
yeah,
got
cheese
bits
stickers.
Of cheese on the back. Well, there's his favourite cheese.
Are they painted cheese?
That's not cheddar, though.
That is painted cheese and not sticker cheese, isn't
that's
it?
Gouda. isn't it?
That is an Edam.
An Edam, that's the one. Yeah,
I
the
think,
holy
yeah.
cheese. Well, I said to him once, didn't we, in an interview, what's your favourite cheese? And he said cheddar. It's like
Very dull.
so boring, mate. Not even a sort of a truffle-infused brie, you know.
Oh, my
I thought
wife.
I was going to
No,
say
no,
that.
That's my wife's favourite.
Is it?
Yeah, she's got truffle mad, obviously, because it's unbelievably expensive.
Of course.
Helmet cam. Shay would be proud of us for that one.
Shay would be all over that, wouldn't she? She loves
Mm-hmm.
a helmet.
Mel Bolton says hello and enjoy your cake.
Yes, thank you, Mel. Thank you, Jojo. It's not just a cake, though. It's a work of art.
You can't eat it.
Is it up on our
You can't
Facebook
eat it.
page?
I've asked Gaz to do it, but
Well, he's on his holiday, so that might take a while. The 227, Nick, has failed to start, and that is a tragedy for Samuel Christiansen, who should be starting on the third row of the grid.
oh wow.
So that's a bit of a tragedy for him. We have released the cards. It's another 8 minutes and 1 lap. The pictures of Jojo's cake, which is we're massively grateful for that. It seems a shame to actually eat it. It's a work of art, isn't it? It's amazing.
It's fantastic. There's no way to it. Yes, it's on the Cartoon Live TV Facebook page. You can see the amazing cake.
Any comments?
This is why I don't think he's making it. Enjoyed making the cake. So there we are. For Joe. Interesting, not a lot of mentions of me. It's weird, isn't it, really?
Not really. Expect with me. Right, then let's go racing because we're at Paddock Turn. We're about to come out on the start-finish straight and face those green lights. We look in good shape. A lot of deviating from the tram lines
That was
there.
allowed, was it? Okay.
So I'm not sure that was allowed. No, we went from
No,
left
it wasn't.
to right.
No, it wasn't. No,
it wasn't. No, not at all. Not at all.
If
There
we
was
can see it.
Well, I heard Matt Hildred in the drivers' briefing say that tramline infringements were rife yesterday. We only had 4 heats. We've got somebody off
I think
on
being
the
rife after 4 heats is
on
pretty
the-
bad going, really.
on the
isn't it?
second pace lap. That's the number 90. Where is he? Where should he be?
I don't know.
The number 90 is Alex Colentiano. And that is not very good, Alex. You should have been on the 4th row.
Catherine Miles says, "Go for it, cheesy." Love from all back in Cornwall.
Yeah.
There we are.
Yeah, big following. Big following.
Cornish
Down-
cheese,
down
Yarg.
there.
That's
Yarg. Cornish
that's
Yarg.
That's the
Is it Yarg?
cheese.
Cornish
Yeah,
Yarg?
Yarg. That's the
Yeah,
cheese of
beautiful
Cornwall.
cheese. Love that cheese.
I love that Yarg,
I love that cheese.
especially when it's covered in nettle leaves. Oh, yes. Let's talk about cheese. I'm not sure that bee's doing very
I know,
well.
it's
Actually,
good. It's gonna. We need to give it. We need to release it. We need to save
That's
it.
a lunch.
We've got our.
Ah, look, there's a
Carton
cup there.
Light
Look,
bee.
if you took the,
Yes, I will.
we'll release it
I will
lunchtime because it needs to get the drink. It needs to get some food.
Right, here we go. We're going to start. We'll more bee talk in a moment. With Jack Stevenson and Arthur Thacker leading the field across. Are we going to see a clean start here? We get a little bit of tramline infringement, I think, there, but I think that was after the green light, so we're fine with that. As everybody clears turn 1 through Brian's Bend and on towards the dogleg, Nick.
Oof.
We've got the leader pulling out a bit of a gap there. That's Guy Cunnington Racing in the lead, and that looks like Arthur Thacker has
There's a
gone
move
off
by the
and into
4
lead.
there. Mason Perrin looking to get. He's done it. Mason Perrin leaps up to 3rd place.
We've
There's a
got
kerfuffle. A few
three,
off at.
3-cart incident.
Yeah, and
It's Christopher Hughes, who is having, if he didn't have any bad luck, he'd have no luck at all this weekend, will Chris. He seems to have gotten wrapped up in so many things happening in front of him where it's been unavoidable. And that's unfortunate. He has got now a recovery drive from the very back of this field and lost a massive amount of ground as the leaders are with us.
Lomax over the line, followed by Arthur Thacker, and a big shuffle up from the way they crossed the line as they started. It's Perrin in 3rd, Stevenson, then Jack Hobbs in 2-2-5. But certainly Mason Perrin's made a couple of places up to begin with, and he's now looking relatively feisty against the Cunnington cart ahead of him. That's Thacker, and Cunnington playing defensive lines. That was a kind of a weird leap across the track there by the 2-2-5 of Jacob Hobbs. I'm not sure if he thought it was going to be a master stroke. He actually managed to finish it. It actually did work, because he got past the 1-2-3. So they go through the top chicane. Flash of colour. It's not quite as colourful today because the sun's not out, but yesterday it's like, oh!
You mentioned Cheese and Green's helmet, but that wasn't Cheese and Green.
Is it?
No, he's not in the field.
So why did it say Cheesy Green? He said his name there.
Well, where is it?
I don't know, but it was him. It said Cheesy Green, didn't it? That's very weird, isn't it?
Unless he bought a helmet.
So he borrowed his
Let's see if
helmet.
we can spot it on track.
That's weird.
You keep talking, Nick, and I'll look for the cheesy.
There's
green
somebody
helmet.
else who's called Cheesy.
Well,
we just got.
Che-
There he is.
Yeah. But is he?
Is he lent it to Arthur Thacker? It's a real cart. It's a Cunnington cart.
Cunnington cart.
Is he lent the helmet out to the 14?
14 is
Yeah,
Arthur
it's his
Thacker.
cheesy hat. He's lent.
Yeah.
It says cheesy on it.
Yes.
He's
so
lent his helmet out.
Cheesy sold his helmet.
And he's sold.
Cheesy on it. That's just to confuse us.
Look, it worked brilliantly.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, here we go. That is the number 123 of James Lowther here, who's a very, very experienced driver here at Warden, and that experience coming to the fore here as he comes up onto the rear end of Arthur Thacker. Change for that position as James Lowther, Rufus Flan gets ahead of Jacob Hobbs on that lap. It's Ethan Lomax, though, who has got about a second gap to the lead.
Oh, Lowther got the inside.
Lowther struggling to get by.
Well, he got the inside, then he lost momentum. He basically concertinaed about the Flan and the Hobbs machines behind him.
Yeah,
and
Hobbs
all
went through, didn't he?
Very nearly caused some issues, but luckily didn't. And now the two of Kieran Gifford's right on the back of this pack. And don't forget, this is the run down from second down over.
Here they come in out the show. Oh, look how close they are. So Arthur Thacker has a massive train of at least 5 carts behind him. As the leader, Ethan Lomax and Mason Perrin, the other leaders, first and second. There's a gap of about a second between first and second, and an 8/10 between
massive gap
second and third.
No, it's huge now, second and third, because
that's going to extend.
Squish they had at the top of the circuit. Yeah, it's gone to 2.5 seconds.
Lowther just having a look down the inside. If Arthur Thacker had mirrors, they would have been full of the LRG cart of James Lowther. He was oblivious to that little move. And down
lovely.
The inside, that's a lovely move.
I get the impression that Thacker lacks speed around the dog leg. Everyone seems to get really close behind him at that point. He's lost 3 places already, pressing those 4. He's lost 3.
Yeah, he's about to lose a 4th here around the outside of him towards the chicane. So he's going to move down 4. He's going to move to 7th if he doesn't lose any more. That has allowed James Lowther into 3rd place. And James Lowther already pulling a gap to Rufus Flan, I think, on the 125 numbered cart. But the cork in the bottle has been released as the leaders have already gone through. And inside the second half now, Jacob Hobbs is the cart behind Lowther, not Rufus Flan. He's next. So it's Hobbs on the black and red cart chasing down the James Lowther cart there, the red and gold one, and then the blue and white cart of Rufus Flan is chasing them down. So not over yet, Nick, with over 3 minutes remaining.
Yep.
This is still all to race for, and we're going to see some changes as well, because
it's more the minor position there. It looks like 4. The first real scrap here is 4th and 5th.
Jacob Hobbs, TH Course's Rufus Flan, is clearly quicker, or he feels like he is, and he's literally all over the back end of Jacob Hobbs.
And you can get past him. You can feel as quick as you like.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
He's sitting on the back of them. Top 2 together now. So who's that? That's 2nd and 3rd.
That's 1st and 2nd. That's
first
Ethan
and second.
Lomax.
Oh, wow. Mason Perrin suddenly found a burst of speed and is sitting on the back of Lomax as they go through St John's. Now, I wonder if Perrin's just going to try and hop out into centre 1. He's been blocked slightly, which should give him a better run into centre 2.
So it's the Racing Perfection leading MPR, Mason Perrin Racing in second, with the team principal Mason Perrin actually chasing the leader down. Ethan Lomax looking very composed. The red and white Birillard cart there, just a little bit defensive there. Didn't use all of the water in his left just to make it hard for Mason Perrin. He's got a long time to defend here, Nick. It's over 2 minutes still. And with them coming out onto the start-finish bit, that'll be 7 laps completed.
You're pointing to it. It'd be weird if you do it at high speed, but into the first corner, he didn't have the grunt down the straight to sweep by it through turn 1. Now looking up round from the dog leg. Again, Lomax holding a perfect line. And this is where and up the inside again. Just going to drift a little bit wide. Now, interesting, he's come tight. Can he come back again? No, Lomax couldn't. He just went through, and Perrin very, very quick around that top part of the circuit, over Brian's bed and through the dog leg. He carries great speed at the exit, and he's made that really pay for him in the last couple of races.
Into the lead then, and we'll maintain that lead, because I think Mason Perrin has already pulled about 2 or 3 carts lengths now. We are getting towards the last minute. Let's have a look at the move. It was slingshot out of the dog leg, and then he had enough momentum to get fully alongside before the turning point. And then all of the momentum from the 32 has gone. And Mason Perrin's got the momentum to be able to pull away. So it's very hard to come back towards the first of the centre hairpins after that left-hander. It's a very fast left-hander as well.
Yeah, Perrin's going to put a bit of space on that. I think you're now looking probably the next closest battle is 4th and 5th. Because Lowther in 3rd on his own now. Yeah,
Lowther's on his own there, but he is coming towards Ethan Lomax. But with time running out now, we're inside the final minute. The Jacob Hobbs Rufus Flan scrap is still going on, and I thought Rufus Flan on the blue and white cart might have been able to get by him. So if we can try and pick that one up.
Let's drop back to 4th and 5th.
Yeah. So there's the leaders. There's 3rd place James Lowther.
It's 5th and 6th, I think, back, isn't it?
Yeah, we are. That's Jacob Hobbs and Rufus Flan here.
Still going at it.
Yeah. Rufus Flan on the blue and white TH Corsa. As I think that's a TT.
Actually, it's Rosier now. It's Rosier and Flan who have in the land.
Right. So Jacob Hobbs
got through.
Is on the black and orange one.
Yeah, he's gone ahead. Yeah,
that looks like a TT cart.
49 is Rosier,
Hobbs, and then Bobby Rosier is chasing down. And Rosier, former champion, remember, in this class 2 years ago, 2023 champion. He is dropping off the tail end of Jacob Hobbs. It's the 1 lap to go board next time by for our leaders, which are just coming into view now under the start-finish straight. Here they come. So 1 more lap for Mason Perrin, who has pulled out a huge gap there once he's gotten into the lead. And there is Ethan Lomax now with the ever-advancing James Lowther. But I think, unfortunately for James, time may have run out. As I say that, Nick, he's almost on his bumper.
Yeah, he's just giving it a last gentle push to see if he can get an extra point. The 1, 2, 3, Lowther, the grey, silvery, perhaps even white overalls, I think. Hard to tell who goes with this, but the weather is brightening up all the time, by the way. So they're going to have a much warmer set of finals than they had for qualifying. Got 1 more heat this morning before lunch, and then the final start.
So a final few corners then for Mason Perrin, who will take the 7th heat for senior Rotax. Not his 7th heat, it's his 3rd and final heat. 3rd and final lead for all of these runners, and he'd be delighted with that. That's going to put him up the grid order, isn't it? Ethan Lomax, strong finish there. James Lowther was gaining all the time in 3rd. Jacob Hobbs, Bobby Rosier. Rufus Flan ended up in 6th. Kieran Gifford came through to 7th. Blake Ticehurst 8th, and then Alexander Cull, driver of the race for me there from Cull, off the very back of the field and made his way up to 9th, with Zari Visarek in 10th
he's
place.
Had a couple of really good runs, Alexander.
He has,
big jumps up, so he's going to be looking at a good grid start for the final, for the A final, which is in 2 or 3 hours' time. So the last one of the morning. Let's just wait for these to park their way through.
So it's TKM next, Nick. Championship leader after a very fine win at Clay Pigeon in round 3 was Charlie King, or is Charlie King. He's only 3 points ahead of Jamie Scott, by the way. Jamie Scott finished on the podium at Fullbeck in 3rd. Finished on the podium again at Clay in 2nd. We've then got current champion Mitchell Ball, 3rd in the championship. He had a 2nd place podium at round 1, had a 10th at Fullbeck, and then another podium for 3rd place at Clay Pigeon. Round 2 was won by Christopher Whitten.
Yeah, it's just been...
Who made an appearance and didn't come out at Clay.
No.
So Chris will be wanting to maximise this round, and because he's already costed himself a drop round by missing out Clay Pigeon, but he was absolutely dominant at Fullbeck, wasn't he? 3 heats and a final, you can't get better than that. Maximum points all. However, because he's missed a round so far, down in 28th, we're bound to see Chris come back on the order.
He's starting 11th at the moment.
Towards round 6, though, he's going to be very much in contention for a championship.
There's the grid. Using the E-plate, E-Hen He's not really shown an awful lot in the round so far.
No, he has. He won.
Oh, the first heat.
The first round.
The following round, it's just disappeared, so I'm not sure what that is. Wilco Green starting 7th, car 7 starting 4th. Mitchell Ball starting 5th with the reigning champion. Then you've got Joseph Booth on the O-plate. You've got Sam King, who was 8th last year, and Ben Watson, who's a run-up last year. So it's front-ended in this one. of
Yeah,
the faster theoretical drivers. Car 7's had a problem getting going. That's who is 7? I don't know who is 7. Hasn't started this one. So if they do 2 laps, they have a chance of getting back into position. They do 1 lap, he won't. So they're already
Smoky TKM's air-cooled 115cc single cylinder air-cooled. It's the familiar TKM, the Talco motor on these carts.
We'll get right wave round.
2-stroke
Smoking everywhere.
And we are racing.
Yeah, the number 7 car has not fired up again. He's got a problem, so he's going to be trundling around trying to get back to the pits. So he started late.
Here we go then. The leaders on the E-plate is Ian Calichurn, winner of round 1, leads out of the dogleg and into St John's. Now Calichurn, like you said, Nick, was really strong at round 1, but then he seems to have been not really featured in round 2 and 3. Is he going to feature in this one?
Well, he's leading confidently, which is perhaps he's a fresh air sort of driver, but he's running through the chicane for the first time.
Rest of the TKM field through the chicane, using all of that curb movement as we would expect on that one. And Mitchell Ball
lost out like 4 places there. Joseph Booth in the O-plate got past him as well, as did the 4 of Leo Crabtree. So you got even the current champion get shuffled down the order.
Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely got trundled down. Calichurn still leading though. Joe Fowler, Matthew Harris, Matthew Temple Purcell, Christopher Whitten
up from 11th,
5th. Yeah,
up to 11th. I think he's 4th now. I think he's just bullied his way past the 65 Matthew Temple Purcell. So there's 3 all black carts in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, by the way. So it's getting more difficult to work out who it is. Yes, it's multicoloured helmets, and there's a little battle there between the 2 and the 1 from last year. The runner-up and the champion. Booth and Watson. Watson's got poppers. He's not having a great run at all, is he, at the moment?
No, he hasn't really. No. He's been not really showing any kind of performance.
Morrigan is another all black cart coming through the field, which is the 4 of Leo Crabtree. They're 4, by the end to get anywhere.
Samuel King just moved up 1 position there from 6th.
Scrapping around. Let's look at the 3rd and 4th. I think the 3rd and 4th where the front level action is. There we are, black cart from black cart.
So Sam King went ahead of Matthew Temple Purcell. Christopher Whitten up to 4th, by the way. So that's going to be interesting to see that 33.
So he's behind Harris.
So he's got the orange helmet, the orange trim on the on his overalls. The all black battle of the all black cart again, isn't it? Matthew Harris being the number 29 ahead of him.
Yeah, it's the orange epaulets, the way you tell them apart, against the orange gloves. But it's the 33 cart that's looking to get. They've got quite different body kits actually. The 29 is a much more traditional body kit with the kind of a narrow nose, whereas it's a big modern fat Nassau panel for the 33 machine.
Yeah, 2 variations on the theme there.
And you want to know what that does? Well, you go onto the Karting Live TV YouTube page and you'll find out a complete explanation of the aerodynamics of the front of the carts by a man who's actually a professional aerodynamicist, not someone who just guesses stuff on the internet.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. He is an actual expert. Calichurn leading by a second now.
Yeah, this is the weird thing about Calichurn.
Yeah, it is.
Genuinely, I've watched. This is the 3rd round I've watched. I wasn't at Forest Edge, and he's not been. I don't want him to go at the guy. He's done nothing. He's done nothing for 2 events.
He didn't feature, did he? Yeah. But he was such a feature at round 1. Here he is, massively featuring in this third
and
and final
goes
heat.
Whitten 3rd.
Yeah, we knew that was coming. Didn't we? And can Whitten now? He's got plenty of time, Nick. We're not even we're 50 seconds off half distance. So Chris Whitten could actually get into 2nd, and even we saw this happen in the heat 2. He gets into that position and starts eating into the lead of the leader who's pulled a 2nd. The 2nd is absolutely nothing. He needs to get past Joe Fowler though. That's the thing.
Another all black cart, but this time with the white and gold helmet.
Fowler knows he's there. Here he goes. That TKM engine just getting him into that position before the turn in for turn 1.
That's slipstream with that.
Yeah, exactly. Slipstream. So
1.3 seconds.
They look like teammates, don't they, in the all black livery?
The all black livery, yes.
I'm not even sure whether they are or not, to be honest.
Well, it's not a livery, it's just unstickered plastic.
Unstickered black plastic. Here we go, Chris Whitten beginning to eke out a gap to Joe Fowler now in 3rd, and Fowler has got Matthew Harris on the number 29 with Sam King, Leo Crabtree, Joseph Booth, Matthew Temple Purcell, Ben Watson, Mitchell Ball in 10th. But the gap, let's see what the gap was. It was 1.3 to Calichurn between first and second. Let's see what it is this time by, out of the final turn then. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Let's see what the gap is to now Christopher Whitten. It's still 1.3, so a clean sheet of paper. Here we go, straight forward, clean air in front of Whitten. Before he gets on terms with that rear bumper of Calichurn. You can see it up ahead as he turns and then heads towards St John's. Calichurn beginning to come back towards him, isn't he?
Yeah, it's getting closer the whole time. But there's also some action behind them. So there's kind of a 4-cart train for 3, 4, 5 and 6. They're kind of equidistant at the moment. So Whitten's got that break. But it is got a break from Fowler. So he's got free now to push as much as he wants. But he's not really going on Calichurn, is he? He took a couple of tenths last time. Remember this when they go across well. It was 1.37 as they go across in the previous lap. And a lap later, I don't think it's doing much different.
Here we go then. 2.5 minutes remaining.
1.34, so 300ths of a second in the game.
Yeah, it's nothing really. We've got to see tenths.
I'll be honest with you, Calichurn is a complete enigma.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? He certainly can be, and he's proving to be. So second place has pulled out a gap of half a second. That's the number 33. But behind him, Joe Fowler, Matthew Harris and Sam King. These three going at it. Absolutely nose to tail. Clearly, Christopher Whitten not making any kind of impression on the leader Calichurn after at least a lap.
Behind him, Mitchell Ball's having a rotten race. He's down to 14th now. I don't know what he's done wrong, set-up wise. And then we've got Joseph Booth and Oplate, he's on 7th. But these three in 3rd, 4th and 5th. I will attempt to make a move there. You think the 8 of Sam King would start thinking about it. It's more likely now that Harris is going to have it out Fowler and he goes up the inside and gets him.
Yeah. He looked at that one the previous lap, hadn't he? And now we've got Sam King on the number 8, the white and black cart. He's looking like he wants a piece of this as well.
I want a piece of that.
You want a piece of the 31. You want to get ahead of the 31. You're always focusing ahead of the cart that you're trying to overtake. You focus on what's ahead of them, getting by, and you kind of
we've seen plenty of examples of trippage between carts further up a train, which has really benefited people 4 or 5 carts further down. And so you've got to keep that idea that there's always a chance that they will get involved in something and they will get past several carts. But as it stands at the moment, these two right together. So despite tipping past him quite easily, Harris hasn't been able to put anything away on Fowler during this last lap. Down to a minute and a lap here now, so they're 3 more, possibly 4. 3 more.
Into turn 1 then. We expect another 3 laps, so another 2 after this one is what we mean. And even though we've had a place change there for that 3rd place, we've still got a 3-cart battle, a 3-cart train. Absolutely, and there he comes back at him. Joe Fowler down the inside of Matthew Harris.
Oh, they're hooked together.
They're hooked together. Yeah, the other cart's behind, getting ahead of them.
We still look together, are they?
Yeah, no, they're clear. But there is absolute chaos behind. I'm not sure how that panned out, but do we have that again, Paul? Do we see what happens there? It was just basically running out of room. So the 31 there, Joe Fowler, makes the move, and Sam King tries to go with him and just hooks up onto his rear wheel, and the rear wheel just drags the bumper up. It's one more lap after this one. We got across the line just in time. But the changes, Nick.
Harris about 5 places and King about 4 places.
Well, Calichurn leads, Whitten second, Joe Fowler in 3rd. It's Leo Crabtree up to 4th now. Ben Watson up to 5th. Matthew Temple Purcell ahead as well. Matthew Harris down to 7th. Joe Booth now 8th. Samuel King down to 9th. And Patrick Leaf just coming into play in the top 10.
Yeah, that's a disappointment for both of those drivers. Several places lost, and now there's a kind of situation where the 29 car of Matthew Harris is a real cork in the bottle for everybody at the moment.
Yeah, it's still up for grabs, though, isn't it?
The Calichurn leads.
Oh, there's a move. There's a move by the number 65 of Matthew Temple Purcell. Now, is that for 3rd? Because he's gone by a load of carts there. No, it's not for 3rd. No,
Whitten's got himself within 3/4 of a second of our leader, which isn't going to be enough.
No, he's brought the gap. He's half the gap
behind. This is the sweep of carts, I think, running from 6th down, isn't it?
He's half the gap, hasn't he, in that run towards the rear end of Jan Calichurn. So Jan Calichurn, who's been quite dominant from the very outset in this heat, He will continue on
He's
while
lights to flag it.
it's still not over for those remaining positions. Calichurn out of the back chicane now. We'll pick him up in a moment. There he is there, heading towards Ash on the grassy knoll. Just on the outside of the gasworks hairpin. The E plate holder, the English plate holder for TKM, will round the final 2 turns through the horseshoe. Now the paddock one, paddock hairpin, and he will take heat number 3, which will put him up the grid for the final, won't it? So Whitten second, Fowler third, Crabtree in fourth, Ben Watson fifth, Matthew Temple Purcell, Matthew Harris, Joe Booth, and it was Patrick Leaf in ninth. Samuel King ended up in 10th place. That concludes the heats. We'll be back with the C final for senior Rotax in about half an hour. Please enjoy our paddock show. We had a walk around the paddock. We had some very interesting chats with some of the protagonists from the NKC. Hope you enjoy that. And we'll see you after lunch.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV and the NKC for round 4 here at Warden Law, which is also the O-Plate. Perhaps the most important meeting of the entire season, and because of this I have to point out Joe Bradley is back. Yes, after you all asked where was he, the answer was the Nürburgring. He's back. Joe, your fan club needs you. Tell us about round 4 and the O-Plate.
Well, it's at Warden Law, which is only 2 miles from my bed, and it's sunny. I need sunglasses. I'll take them off, Nick, not to be rude. Round 4 and the O-Plate. I mean, how are you going to approach this as a driver? All right, we're going to the final 3 rounds of the championship. Means everybody's on exactly the same tyres. Remember the NKC rules? That's what makes it the most successful karting series in the UK at the moment, is the tyre rules. 2 sets per season. Into the second set from this round. How do you approach this? Do you want the O-Plate? I'm pretty sure if you're in contention at this stage for the championship, if you get the O-Plate, fair enough, but you're not going to take any chances and risk scoring no championship points in that all-important final.
These are racing drivers. They want to be able to brag. The O-Plate is the biggest brag of all. I think they're going to go for it. Now, Joseph, you need to go for it into the paddock and talk to all these people who missed you after you missed one race. Is Joe here? 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 Is Joe here?
Cartel Motorsport has been a part of the NKC for many, many years. Alan Crankshaw here, team principal, I think is the term, isn't it, Alan?
I believe so.
Yes, we'll call you the team principal. So you've been around the NKC for a long time, Alan.
Yes, this is our 5th season that we've been involved with the NKC. We've done lots of other championships in the past, the British Championships. We've done some bit in European racing as well, but we love the NKC. Great series, good competition, good entry level. Yeah. It's a good all-round, well-organised series.
I call this, at the moment, 2025, the most successful series in the UK. Entry-wise, over 200 consistently. There's no other series doing that. Now, you've seen this series evolve towards that. What have you seen? What's the changes that you've seen?
I think, definitely I have seen it evolve over the last few years. I think the level of competition has certainly improved over the last few years. I think the organisation of it is great, and, with all the off-track and on-track media that they do. The officials have a tough job because obviously everybody's fighting for the place out on the track, but they earn my respect because obviously they put a lot of effort in to get people here and racing and do all the work off when we're not racing to get people excited to come to race, because that's what we come for. We want to come and race, enjoy the series, and hopefully take home some trophies.
At the relatively short space of time that Karting Live TV has been involved in the NKC, I think the NKC has become something that is very, very worthwhile in winning. And so from that, the intensity racks up, and the on-track intensity racks up, and you've seen all that evolve, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we ran a couple of season campaigners last year. We ran Ollie Varney and we ran Joe Rippin, and of course we won the Northern Round with Joe Rippin last year in the seniors. 15 years of age, so he did really well for us last year. But yeah, I think the intensity and it's the closeness of racing for me. It's good, close racing, and there's not a lot between the top 20 drivers. We've
just been reminiscing, haven't we, about starting karting in the 1980s, 100 National, 100 Britain. You mentioned Bridgestone YBNs. I mean, that took me back. What I want to talk to you about, when we started, there was no time qualifying, was there? Mixed grids were common, and now we've got this debate, mixed grids or time qualifying. You, Alan, more than anyone, I think, or amongst more than anyone, are probably more qualified to actually explain your opinion on that.
I think there's always a debate between time qualifying and mixed grids. For me, time qualifying, if you've got the quick kids at the front, the kids at the back, they won't learn to overtake. So for me, mixed grids is a fantastic way of setting up a race series, because you have to learn to attack, you have to learn to yield, you learn the racecraft from the good kids around you. And you know, it's a debate that's been had numerous times, but for me, mixed grids is the way to go. It makes a much better driver out of the, you know, for the individual once he's had that experience of coming through a pack or having to defend.
Yeah, so the learning curve is steeper and you learn quicker. So you've got Cartel Motorsport. You've got a very busy awning. I know. How many are you running this weekend?
So we've got full awning. We've got 5 drivers. We've got drivers in all classes apart from TKM. We don't have any involvement in that class because I'm a Rotax sealer and have been for a number of years. So we've got an Intermax driver, a guy relatively new to the sport, but he's finding his feet. He finished 6th at Clay Pigeon, which was a great result for his first national meeting. Yeah. We've got 2 juniors. We've got Jake Walker, we've got Seb Benson, both qualified for the A final the last 2 rounds, so we'll hopefully keep that going. You know, the progress with those 2 drivers is pretty good. We're happy with them, so that's always a nice thing, and they're happy, which is always a bonus. We've got a relatively new senior driver. He's learning the ropes, and he's learning them quickly.
Yeah, good. And
then we've got a very experienced senior heavy in Nathan Wells, who of course has been around karting a long time. Yeah. He jumped and came with us back end of last year, and he's been with us all this year. He had a top 6 finish at Clay Pigeon, so we're hoping to go a bit better this time.
Yeah. And Cartel engines, of course, that's the constant evolution, isn't it? Always pushing the envelope, sharpening the razor blade.
You never rest on your laurels. Yeah. Everybody knows in motorsport, you know, you've always got to find that bit extra out of the engines where you can. Legal, of course.
Of course.
I'm fortunate in so much as we've got 26 years experience as a sealing agent with Rotax. So yeah, and they're a good company to partner with. You know, we're very fortunate. We're very proud to have a Rotax sealing dealership. Long may it continue for us. Yeah. You know, we enjoy working with the Rotax, organisation, and of course working with Jag.
It's great to have you here, Alan. You've been a kind of a feature in the NKC for a number of years, and best of luck. Hopefully you have a great weekend, and your drivers will have an even better weekend.
Thanks very much. Lovely to see you guys again, and long may the weather continue for us.
It's the northeast, maybe Wednesday. It's going to rain on Tuesday, I believe, but it's not going to rain this weekend. Yes. It takes consistency to win a championship, and none more so than the NKC. And Freddie Willock here, first year in senior Rotax, and here he is leading the championship. Freddie, did you even think going into the second half of this season that you would be actually at the top of the leaderboard in senior Rotax?
No, I didn't. Yeah, I don't know how I've got here, but it's good. It's good to be here.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've had some very, very strong results. Yes, you won the final, and then got it was a disqual over. I forget what the disqual was for.
It was for nudging someone out the way.
All right.
Yeah.
A technicality, let's call it. Yeah. So you haven't actually won a final, but there you are at the top. And I suppose, what's the mindset going forward for the last 3 rounds?
Just keep it consistent and bring some good results. No penalties.
Right. You make that sound easy. Is that easy?
That's not easy. Consistency is hard in this championship, especially with so many good drivers. We just got to keep it consistent.
And I'm sure that penalty for, as you say, nudging someone off. Yeah. It's the nature of this sport, isn't it? That sometimes you don't mean to do it.
Yeah, don't mean to do it, but it can happen. And it's just got to keep your nose clean.
Tell us a little bit about your car. Is this your dad who's spannering here?
This is Dad, yeah.
Yeah. You're with Matt Nibbs, Nibbs Sport, Matt Isaacs, I should say. The team's doing something right for you then?
Yeah, the team's doing well, getting a good setup on the kart, helping us a lot.
What's going to happen with the heat here? Here we are at Warden Law. It's the northeast coast of England, and it's uncharacteristically hot. It's literally hot. Has that changed the track from what you remember?
Yeah, well, I mean, last year it was a cold, slippy track, and now it's really hot and grippy, so setup's changed a lot from last year. It's making it a lot harder on the tyres as well, so tyre wear will come into it, I reckon.
Right, and of course this round 4, is also the ore plate.
It is.
Is that something that you think about when you're out there?
No, I'd rather win the championship than the O plate, so just got to keep it consistent like all the other weekends.
Right. And when you say the track is changing and it's going to be a tyre problem, is that a tyre wear problem or?
Tyre temperature a lot. Tyres go off quite quickly now, but yeah, tyre wear for the next 2 rounds as well might come into it if you don't look after them enough or well enough.
Right. Have you seen your grid positions yet?
I have, yeah.
And where's your first one?
29th, so
all right.
nice easy start for the first one.
Yeah. Are you out this afternoon?
I am first heat, yeah.
Right. That's Saturday, so you've probably already seen Saturday's heats. Freddie, wish you all the very best of luck, mate, and yeah, let's see you at the top at the end of the season, yeah?
Thank you.
The Intermax class is new at the NKC in its current form, 950mm chassis, the narrower wheels and tyres, and Elijah West here, winner at Clay Pigeon, Elijah. That was that was quite a race, if I remember rightly. Yeah, you enjoyed that?
Yeah, quite a lot.
Yeah, tell me what happened and how did you take the win?
Yeah, we were struggling for power for the first 2 rounds, and we just changed the loom, and we got the power back, so we gained quite a lot.
Right, so that power gain that you found is going to continue into round 4.
Yeah.
Right. And how's it gone in practice?
All right.
Yeah. I want to ask you, are you thinking more about championship or ore plate?
Kind of both. Like, I really want to win the O plate, but I don't want to take myself out.
Yes. Yes. So what your answer is there is the championship's more important, perhaps?
Yeah, slightly.
Yeah, slightly more. So you're just about to go out for practice. These are brand new tyres here, Frank. See these? Brand new. Look at that. Is this the tyres that you will use tomorrow to race, or?
No.
No. So you're just going to use these to practice on for the new tyre?
I think so.
Right, okay. We'll leave you to get prepared, Elijah, and thanks for talking to us. Thanks, mate. It's time for a little tech talk, and where better than Warden Law and the home of LRG Motorsport. And Louis Large here, team principal. I've used that term a lot this weekend. Louis, I want to talk to you about, we cover a lot of car racing and kart racing. The major difference, I think, in a kart is the solid rear axle. On a race car, you have a diff. Yeah. You talk about limited slip diffs and the way that you adjust them to give you the drive. But on a kart, you haven't got any of that complication. No. However, you've still got complication because when the outside wheel goes through a larger arc than the inside wheel, this axle is actually twisting on itself, and that saps engine power. So how do we get around that?
It does, yeah, you're right. And we don't have differentials in karts. Like you say, we have the fixed axle. The way we get around it is by loading the kart up on the front. So what you aim to do when you're heading into something like a hairpin or a bus stop is that you're aiming to lift the inside tyre. So if you're turning left, you want the rear right tyre flat on the floor and you want the rear left up in the air.
Do you not then, you're then three-wheeling though, surely, and does that not lose your grip?
Well, that's what you're trying to do. Because a kart, when it rotates itself, the front 2 tyres, if you turn left, only one wheel really turns. The outside tyre will almost continue to go straight. If both rear wheels are on the floor, that then pushes the kart on. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to create that differential by releasing one tyre off the floor. And the way that you do that is by carrying the brake at the right point, loading the front of the kart up, which then releases the inside tyre. The outside tyre rotates, which is actually what turns the kart. The front does very little to rotate a kart in a sort of high to low speed corner like a hairpin. Mm-hmm. The rest of it is all done by lifting that inside or jacking the inside wheel.
Right. That's the term that everybody uses. Now then, that's easy to do, or he makes it sound easy. That's easy to do with a hairpin. Yeah. But here at Warden Law, we've got our curving back straight, haven't we? We do. The back straight that isn't straight at all. Absolutely. It's a long sweeping curve. And whenever I've driven here, I can just feel that rear axle twisting on me. And I want to straighten the steering. So how does the driver overcome that axle twisting on that curved back straight?
It's just exactly what you've said, Joe. What you're aiming to do, for me anyway, like you say, you've got a back straight that isn't straight. So as you come out of the chicane, you've got to set yourself up to have the straightest line possible between the chicane and the hairpin. And that sometimes means almost V'ing off the straight.
Yeah.
So you come out of the chicane, you'll set yourself for the first curb and just drive straight past it. What you're aiming to do is head directly to the hairpin with a straight steering wheel, so that when you brake, again, you're not offsetting the kart. You only really want to touch the wheel when you want the car to rotate.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch your front-running drivers, whether they be in senior, junior, any of the classes, you'll notice that the ones at the front tend to move the steering wheel less.
Yeah.
Because what they're using is they're using the brake and they're using the rear to directionally change the kart rather than the actual steering wheel itself, because you're trying to avoid tightening everything up and creating more heat and more friction than you need to.
It's these small intricacies that are so valuable to lap time for drivers, and I would imagine that's what you're pushing at younger drivers to try and get their head around the engineering technicalities that's going on in that rear end.
Absolutely. I mean, look, to me, a kart is actually a very simple machine. It can do one of three things. It can go, it can turn, and it can stop. You don't have gears, you don't have, like you say, you don't have differentials, you don't have ABS, you don't have suspension. You can ask it to do one of three things, and I think a lot of the time people go wrong by trying to ask it to do too much at once.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So what we try to sort of work with our drivers is asking it to do one thing at a time. Are you trying to get it to slow down? Are you trying to get it to rotate? Are you trying to get it to increase its speed? Where you see people go wrong is that they try to do all three at once. They leave it as late as possible, they jump on the brake, they turn the wheel, they're back on the throttle, and the car can't handle it. It can only do one thing really well at one time. So it's sometimes about not overcomplicating the problem.
Yeah.
But like you say, there's so many small intricate things that you've got to look for. It's very easy to look at the bigger picture and just say, well, to go faster I need to have more time on the throttle and less time on the brake. And most of the time that's not the right answer, because you've asked the kart too much, it's failed, and then you've lost the jack, the back wheels have hit, and the kart starts to slide.
And you lose time.
Ultimately, yeah, you end up going backwards.
Yeah. On home ground this weekend, mate, you've got a massive... Well, you've got more than an awning. You've got your garages, you've got your workshops here, and the awning. Am I right, 16 karts you guys are running?
Yeah, 16, competing in every Rotax class this weekend with juniors. We've got inters, we've got seniors, and we've got 177s. So it's good to have a good showing at home. I think we've got a couple of guests for the O plate, but it's still still really promising to have so many local drivers competing.
And we get to sleep in our own beds. Not together, but our own beds. Thanks, mate.
No worries.
The 177 senior Rotax class is the heavier of the Rotax classes, the heavier and older of the Rotax classes. You're not racing with teenagers, you're racing with adults. And Brian McCready here has been a part of this championship. Brian, you're not just in the 177 class, but you are in the Masters.
Definitely
now,
in the Masters.
I've said that the Masters are over 35s. Am I right?
Yep, definitely you're right.
So you're really old, the really old drivers then, yeah?
I mean, I suppose everything's relative, Joe, but
yeah, exactly.
no, so I'm 40, so I definitely qualify for the Masters.
You probably are too old, actually, Brian.
I think I'm just too old for karting in general. It's starting to get that way, especially when the heat's like this. You feel it a lot more.
Now, you guys are virtually at your home track when it comes to the NKC, aren't you?
This season, yes. So we're in southwest Scotland, so over here in Warden is our closest one this year. The previous few years it's probably been Rowra. It's maybe half an hour less travelling. Yeah. But yeah, this is our local. Clay was, I think, 8.5, 9 hour trip each way, which was okay on the Friday morning, but on the Sunday night, it was a bit of a tough one.
Well, I know about driving home from tracks in the south. We're the same. But you guys are from southwest of Scotland. Yep. You've just said to me you're closer to Northern Ireland than you are to England. Is that right?
Yeah, that'll be right. I mean, so where we are from, obviously we're very close to Stranraer. That's where my mate that I race with, Colin, he's in Stranraer, and that's where you get the ferry to Northern Ireland. So yeah, as the crow flies, certainly closer to Northern Ireland.
All right, then what brings you to karting then? I mean, what do you get out of it as a 40-year-old?
Probably being able to do it now, and I couldn't do it in my youth. We started. I started at our local club called Kart Club, which is just a really small track. Probably hasn't changed an awful lot from when it was first laid down in the 1940s or 50s, an old airfield track, a bit like Felton, I think, is that a kind of North England track. It's very, very similar. Still going though. Started there and just loved it, to be honest with you. Always been a motorsports fan, but just got bitten by the bug. And as time went on, we just wanted to spread our wings and race at different tracks and race in bigger grids and with bigger people. So
It's a bug that you can never shake off, isn't it? I mean, what is it about driving this Rotax Max car that makes you want to keep getting back in it and back in it?
In all honesty, probably at this
We're
stage.
talking to people who've never done this, by the way. That's why I want to try and get across.
So probably at this stage of my life, one of the biggest things is when I'm here for a race weekend, all of the other things that you deal with in your life, your work, your job, everyday life, you forget about it. You're here for the weekend, this is what you're focusing on. That is a huge thing. But then the feeling when you're in the cart, it's just you and the cart. The real person you're trying to be ultimately is yourself, or at least I feel like that on a lot of occasions. No, I'm not a front runner or anything like that. So the improvement I'm trying to get out of is myself, and it's just that, I guess that when I'm in the seat, it's just that feeling of just me, the machine, and trying to improve and trying to get better. And I get the buzz you get, the adrenaline rush you get is, well, I haven't experienced the same consistently in anything else that I've done, Yes.
Yeah, I could completely concur with that. Yeah. Still not out of my system. The racing adds another, actually racing wheel to wheel, for me, that just added icing to a rich cake. Is that what you think as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, the practice days are good, but nothing kind of brings you on like getting in a pack and racing. And often for me, I've found in racing getting stuck onto the back of someone, that becomes your focus. That bumper in front of you becomes your focus, and it pushes you on to maybe do things you didn't think you could do in the practice day, and that probably buzz, that kind of anxious excitement just goes up a notch. So yeah, the racing it's probably the addictive element of it, let's be honest,
Yeah, I think you're right. What are you going to be happy with Sunday afternoon when you drive away from here? What's going to make Brian McCready happy?
Well, as I say, I'm certainly not a front runner. I'm here to enjoy myself, to have good racing with people around me. If I can get that, I'll be happy. If I could sneak into an A final, I'll be happy. I was very happy at Clay. I got into the A final there on merit and had a good run. Probably struggling here at Warden a little bit more than I was at Clay. I think more of a technical circuit, taking me a little bit longer to get to grips with it. But if I could sneak an A final, I would be very, very happy. I would be very happy with my weekend.
Well, good stuff, mate, and good luck, and hopefully see you in the A final. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello, finals time. Starting with the C final.
Had a lovely lunch. Did you, Nick?
I did. Rotax
some
C
cake?
final. I had lots of cake. Hang on very quickly. Here's the grid because we're going to lose it very quickly. Four to bump up.
Cheesy Green finding himself in the C final. Now remember that
I see you must have had a problem with the heats then.
I think so. Remember that the focus of our attention is going to be on that fourth place. It's the first four that bump up to the B final, and it's down to those drivers there on the screen that they will be fighting over those four places. So Joshua Priest starting alongside Charles Cheesy Green. They're already on their outlap. They're coming round to take the green flag. And we will be... I don't know what that grimace is for, Gaz. Oh, it's a very, very slow pace by Cheesy Green.
Very short final as well. This one, just 6 minutes for this C final. The B finals, which we have a couple of, will be 8 minutes. And then the main finals are all 12 minutes. After this, we've got a junior Rotax final, but this one's about to get underway. 6 minutes, top four. I think we've got 10 starters, so they're giving it a go, these boys.
Here we go then. Cheesy Green for Guy Cunnington Racing, finding himself in the C final. Hasn't been a great weekend for him so far. And everybody through Brian's Bend and into the dogleg. Cheesy Green leads.
Yeah, they've got just a 6 minute race. It's what, about 7-8 laps. It looks like Green leading from, is it Celentano is also the bad one as well. So you've got this situation now when there's so many entries. You have a bad race. You're not just in the B final, in the C final.
Yeah, I know. First four.
And Josh Priest in 666, he had a really good couple of races in Clare, remember? And he's also in the C final.
Yeah,
you don't forget 666.
There's some fast drivers in this C final who are trying to damage limitation exercise. It's anybody's race at the moment. Nobody really breaking away. It's a train of all 9-10 carts really. They're all together. And just to give you the rundown of who's where after one lap of racing: Cheesy Green, Rafi Salentano, Joshua Priest, Lucas Reeves, Cameron Davey, Finley Underwood, James Becker, Ken Downer, Grace Lee Davis and Samuel Christiansen, and they are all still line astern. Plenty of time though to make you move.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're running the tyre pressures coming a bit later, they'll be running. The weather's really picked up throughout the day, and now we're in full sun again. which we haven't had since yesterday afternoon.
Quite hot now, Nick. So
Toasty.
that's going to be, you're going to need a different tyre pressure to start these finals. Most definitely a different approach to how you have been this morning.
He's Underwood in 6, I don't know, he's under 6 in the 11. The orange and the black. So he's currently not bumping up. I think he's actually getting moved. I think he's moved up in this actual last couple of laps. He's moved to 4th.
Yeah.
So he's now 4th with spot by the
for
camera team. So 5th is that multicoloured white, purple and blue machine behind him, and that is Lucas Reeves on the no, that's the 22 of James Becker. So
No, that's 4th.
Oh, right,
it's
so
the
I've
orange.
got 6. It's the other orange machine.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the
2
one
oranges
there.
in a row. So
it's the number 16, Lucas Reeves, who was the first non-qualifier.
Change for
now
the lead.
He's lost a little bit of ground, as we do have a change for the lead. Indeed, Rafi Salentano moving ahead of Cheesy Green, but the first 4, well, the first 2 breaking away from the 3rd and 4th. That's beginning to close, but there's a bit of a gap now. And now the 22, James Becker, he takes up the challenge of getting into that top 4. Let's see if he can catch that cart ahead of him. Finlay Underwood, the first driver who is vulnerable.
Yeah, Underwood's no slouch either. So he's had no one who's had a less than stellar day. But he's now looking to get past Josh Priest as he comes up the inside of the turn 1. He does that. So Priest now drops into the vulnerable position. If this was a game of Mario Kart, he'd be flashing now, wouldn't he? You know, driver in danger.
Throwing out the banana skins. Charles Green dropping off the back of Salentano. Salentano heading towards safety here inside the second half of this 6-minute C final. Let's get it right, Bradley. Off we go into the side of the last 3 minutes of this then, and the 4 qualifiers at the moment. Salentano leading, Charles Green second, Joshua Priest third, and Finlay Underwood the 4th qualifier. And that's the man who's chasing it all down. James Becker for, I think it's TH Corsa card, for TH Corsa, chasing it.
1.1 behind last time.
Yeah, he's gaining. He absolutely is.
So behind Priest now, he is just 0.9.
9/10, so he's gained 2/10.
Yeah, but also there was an overtake on that lap, so he's going to have to try and show a little bit more pace. It will help him if Priest drops off the back of Underwood, who isn't picking up any slipstream anymore.
He is. You know what? You can see him visually narrowing the gap, but it's just literally 100th here, 100th there.
It's either go for it or go home, isn't it? Really?
He's got to. All he can do is drive as fast as he can, which he is doing. But likewise, so is Joshua Priest, now in that 4th and vulnerable position to not move forward. And remember, Nick, as well, if you've had an unlucky weekend and you find yourself in the C final and then a B final, you're putting extra miles on those tyres. Those one set of tyres that have to see you all the way through to the last round at Dunkswell.
Oh, the 16's got a driver warning. Interesting. So Lucas Reeves has dropped back a bit. He's picked up a warning, black and white flag. Contact.
Yeah, he's out of contention, really. He's down in 9th.
So Becker's got a 10th closer that time round. And from 9th, we're looking at the 22. He's the guy who's trying to get into 5th place. It's a bit closer around this corner.
It's coming down, isn't it? But
and the purple and black, is Priest, who's ahead of him and has that bump up position at the moment.
What you've got to hope for when you're in that James Becker position is that you can kind of get Joshua Priest to realise you're coming at him, and Joshua Priest, he'll be James Becker, I should say, will be willing Joshua Priest to stop making the odd mistake here and there. Joshua Priest just has to keep his composure, keep his focus, hit his marks, and he will stay in that 4th place. First 3 pulling away now, so it really is Joshua Priest looking very vulnerable.
It's gone down to 0.7 this time, so he take a 10. I don't think he's got not enough laps to do it a 10th of a second of time.
Well, it's 6.54 actually, 0.654, just under 7/10 to be fair to him. We're inside the last 30 seconds though, and
I think they're going to get 2 more.
I think they're going to get 2 more, are they? Yeah, I think they should. The leaders already out. Yeah, the leaders out the back.
5:07, they should come over at 5:58, so they're just going to creep that extra lap, which is great news for James Becker. Not quite so good news for Josh Priest.
No, I actually think, Nick, with 2 laps to go, he's going to need to pull a bit of slipstream here. Get close enough to start pulling that drag. Here he comes. Let's see what the gap was. Or is, I should say. It's gone down another 10th. It's only a 10th.
Cheesy Green now the 3rd. So this is a man who's dominated events and won finals. He's just looking completely out of sorts here, isn't he, Charles Green?
Yeah, he's a long way from home, really. It's not one of his more commonly known tracks. He's from the south of England, from Devon, I think.
He's saying he's got a nosebleed?
Well,
so far north.
He's so far north, yeah, maybe.
The top three.
The top three. There's the fourth.
All fourth and fifth together now.
Yeah.
So this is the bump ups right together. He's made it. He's right. He's got that little bit of a slip feel, perhaps a little bit of ability to brake on the back of the braking of the cars ahead. Someone's just gone right off the track there. Flew off at 90 miles an hour into the collecting area. But these two will be battling for one more lap as they come round the horseshoe and go down the straight. Can James Becker steal the final bump up the B final from Josh Priest?
We will have to call the police if he does nick this one, because a crime will have been committed. He's going to rob Josh Priest of that final qualifying position for the B final, and if anything, it's looking very on indeed. If he can keep his composure. Now he moves towards the inside at the first of the centres, and there's the move there. Call 999. Oh, and he's come back. Priest has come back side by side through the second, eh? And it's just call 101. Yeah, it's finally decided there, and it wasn't for giving up. Josh Priest didn't give up there. He tried to go around the outside into the chicane, but unfortunately for him, he was disadvantaged. No, it's a one line corner through the horseshoe.
Lob it in. What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, not enough momentum to lob it in, as you say. With Finlay Underwood, Rafi Salentano, Charles Green and James Becker, your final qualifier for the B final.
Bit of over-celebration, I think, for just getting to the B final. Well done. So, end of the day, top three covered by 0.4 of a second, but they're all bumping up to the back of the grid on that, the B final. So next out, and I'm not sure they are lined up, is the Junior B. This should be 8 minutes, I think.
It's 21 carts that have qualified.
Riley Thatcher's. I don't think Riley Thatcher's there. I think Riley Thatcher's been taking part in this meeting.
Yeah, Riley Thatcher's way down, isn't he?
I think he did the first heat yesterday. I think he's had some, I don't know what's happened overnight, where he's hurt himself or something. But he's not, or the cart's blown up. I don't know.
I really don't know, but he came here. Just went for my screen update. Leading the championship on the podium at Clay.
So
Gordon and a 10th.
Yeah, Nicholas Gordon-Lugas is leading this one. Tyler Rackham second, Nathan Ron third. Caden Welch with the Lightning McQueen machine. He's in fourth. Just looking for other people. There's a Bailey Collins, who normally does a bit better than this, is up there as well. But yeah, obviously Riley Thatcher is the obvious person out of position, but I don't think he's out of position because I don't think he's actually taking part.
I'm going to see him, yeah. So the number 211 is just forming up in the collecting area now, just dropping his cart on the floor.
Position 4's not there.
Yeah, where else? Who else are we missing? We
position
are missing
6. Position 4 on that side, position 6 on that side. So like
Riley Thatcher should be in 20th.
So 2-1-1. So we're missing 8. Max Flatley's not there, I don't think. I don't think George Theobald's there, but don't quote me on any of that. Which is Riley Thatcher's number? 83. He should be in 20.
No, he's not, is he?
Oh, I think these are the positions. I think it's the 4th. I think it's Caden Welch is not there. And Max Flatley is not there.
Max Flatley's not there. Yeah.
Caden Welch isn't there.
Welch isn't there. And I'm
pretty sure Riley Thatcher's not there either.
20th spot. There's 19. There's
19 and 20 both aren't there.
Yeah,
19,
Riley
20
Thatcher
and 21 I don't think are there.
Don't know what's happened there.
I think he's had something overnight. Something's blown up or someone's got ill, I think I would say. Oh, they're now making up for people who are missing.
Yeah, that's a good idea of forming the grid up in 2x2 when you have got to reorder the grid because of missing competitors. Carts just making their way into that formation.
It look quite cumbersome at very low speeds.
Number 14 not willing to get on the back of the rest of the train of carts. Not sure
Look at
why.
that weather. It's gorgeous.
Blue skies.
There's no idea we started in fog, would you?
Told you it was
drizzle.
coming.
I know. We didn't believe you, Joe. What can I say? We doubted you and your local weather knowledge.
You did. Spencer Trehorn finding himself in the B final here on the 141.
Cassius King says, looking forward to the finals, wish I could be there.
It's a shame he isn't.
Honestly.
Shame he can't be with us.
All right, Cassius, we'll see you soon, mate.
Cassius.
Yeah, it's good to have representative in the Turkish community.
Yes. Where are you? Where are you actually? Where are you in the world?
Where are you? Yeah, where are you?
Where are you?
Kashish, where are you?
It's a pretty English name, surname.
Yeah, perhaps
the first name.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So we're about to get things underway. Sarah Darlow just waiting for the go-ahead to release these B finalists.
Everything looks okay.
So Warden's going to be Riley Thatcher's drop round, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, that's undoubted. Quite a straightforward situation.
There we go. We're off and away. There's some huge gaps we filled by some of the other drivers. So 4-wheel bump from a very competitive field, probably a starting field, I think, of about 16, 17. Do you think they're actually going to start? We're 21 on the grid, but I think we're going to get 16 or 17 starters.
When they've gone through Sector 1, I'll tell you exactly how many starters we've got.
I was starting an interesting conversation with you then about, how many are going to start? No, I think it's that right number.
Here we go. How many did you say?
16 or 17?
18.
This is 16. Oh, you've got 2 more to come. Okay. 18.
Yeah. Nicholas Gozildis is leading the field round. It'll be down to the 211 to bring them into play, bring them all into order, I should say, at the Horseshoe, which is where they are now. So this is going to be eventful, I think.
Do you think so?
Yeah, first 4 qualifying again.
Everyone else goes home.
Quite
Points
sure
up for grabs.
Tyler Rackham's trying to relay to him, but we get things underway. They come down towards our commentary position into turn 1. We've got a cart on the grass. That's going to cause consternation in the midfield. They got away with it. I do not know how. Oh, we've got a cart off at the dog leg, spinning wildly. It's the 73, is it?
No,
23.
Somebody else worse than that. There's a couple and that really is kind of game over for their chances of bumping up. They come super fast round dog leg for the first. He got tagged, didn't he?
I think it was tagged. It's either Ethan. Is it Ethan Hunt or 63?
73 is involved, I think. Could be 23. Could be Ethan Hunt. Yeah.
No, it was the 63. I think. Tyler Rackham.
I think that's fine. Well, we'll find out in a second because we'll see him dropping back a stone on this scoring. Yeah. The top 2 seem to have broken away, which is good news for them. The top 3, actually, that's not quite so good news for everyone else. There's only one place there for everybody else to bump up. But there we go, off the line. And it's gone to Nathan from Nicolaus, from Jake, from George. And then you've got Spencer Trahorn currently not here, right, was Ethan who had the problem on 23. So the top 4 have got themselves a tiny break. Top 3 got themselves a break, and then this kind of conglomerate of people who are desperately chasing that final position.
Yeah, that's the number 141 down the inside for 4th. Spencer Trahorn with a quite an audacious move there, right, absolutely on the limit. The cart slew sideways on the brakes, but it's got him into qualifying place.
Past K, yeah,
it's got him into a qualifying place.
For the Origin driver, picking up the final bump-up place. I don't think that's the last we're going to see of the final bump-up place, though, by the way.
No, not unless they can pull away, Nick, which is what they look like they might be able to do.
No, it's really a case of if there's somebody fast in the pack, they've got to get through the rolling roadblock ahead of them, which is what happened in the previous heat, the C final for seniors.
So first 4 through, Nathan Ron, Jake Walker, Nicholas Guzzi-Eldis, Spencer Trahorn, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. There's the 5th place cart there, just turning right. And that's George Kerr, Bailey Collins, Travis Rose, Leo Steed. They are chasing down the cart, the 141. You can see the number plate there. That's the first chaser. That is our first non-qualified, George Kerr.
Looks like 4th and 3rd are having a bit of a battle as well now, so they're looking to perhaps...
Well, if you're Spencer Trahorn, you want to get into 3rd because you don't want to be in that vulnerable 4th.
You don't need to put that person who's first attempt, they're going to come up. But he's got a good gap there. And he's got it behind him, Nicolaus, and he's having a look left and right. He's got a lot more pace. He nudges him out there. It's going to cost them both too much time. So he needs to use his pace to get past him sensibly. It's now Bailey Collins who's taking up the chase. And this will change the complexion of this following pack. Faster driver leading it.
We have got a challenge there for 3rd, haven't we? Because the eldest trying all he can to keep Trahorn behind him. I think he's aware of where we are in the scheme of things. And then that Bailey Collins, the Coles cart, is just coming towards. And there he gets it back because the eldest lost that 3rd place. And this, because they're squabbling, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, they're absolute 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Absolutely nose to tail. So this really is a bit of a B final, isn't it?
Yeah, well also because there's 2 slots up for grabs. Not just 1 slot, there's 2 slots up for grabs. Nicolaus goes round and he's going to lose the position as he comes in. Oh, this is going to be an absolute manna from heaven from Bailey Collins. He's now right on the tail. They're scrapping away. Bailey's got himself to get a bit closer now, but the 1-4-1 of Spencer and Gorzoulis again is very, very defensive down the straight, which costs him time, and they all concertina together, and it brings in Herbie Wiggins now, who's running in sixth in the 588 cart.
This is cracking big final stuff. It's all about that 4th place bump up, the 4th place qualifying positions. We're looking at 3rd and 4th at the head of this train. 1st and 2nd, Nathan Ron and Jake Walker have gone, have disappeared, but this lot are tripping one another up. And to be honest, Nick, with 4 minutes to go, I would not hazard any kind of wager as to who exactly is going to qualify out of this lot that we can see there.
Yeah, I think I said, if Trayhorn can get into 3rd, I think he can gap the field up. The inside, beautiful move there by Wiggins to put himself into first loser position. But always put in a position where he's the first person to attack any fallout from, and again, it's absolutely Trayhorn slowing himself down, not taking the ideal line, trying to get past Gorzoulis, but again goes very, very, very defensive, as is his wont, and all that does is slow everyone else down. In many ways, he tactically for him, putting Trayhorn into trouble with being attacked from behind is what he wants to do.
Yeah. So it's I'm pretty sure they're just absolutely head down defending. Keeping ahead of Trayhorn is the mission objective pretty much now for Nicholas. Because he'll decide, and that's a tricky little manoeuvre to pull off. And Trayhorn out of immediate vulnerability with Gazildis coming back at him. Gazildis now into that vulnerable position of 4th place with the Herbie Wiggins right there with him, waiting for that mistake, waiting for that gap to appear. And he will fire down it, but he's under pressure as well because the Coles driver Bailey Collins is coming back at him, and Bailey Collins is under pressure from Travis Rose.
The battling between 5, 6 and 7 is manna from heaven from Nicholas, because that gives him a chance to breathe. He was slow through the dog leg, and then right on his tail now is Wiggins looking to bump into the A final. Can he move out through the centre? He's thinking about it, wasn't quite there, but then there's kind of like there's people hanging on the every error. There's the 24 of Bailey Collins, and Coles thinking, I could pick up the pieces here.
That's exactly what he's thinking. Just stay cool, just race, just get past. That's all you've got to think about, just one thing at a time, and that's get past the cart in front. And here we go, side by side towards the horseshoe. That's not going to work. It's a one-line corner, this one. The never-ending left-hander, 3-apex left-hander immediately into the right-hander at Paddock. And here they go, side by side across the line. Gazildis trying to defend and putting him on the grass almost.
But through he goes.
Yeah, Herbie Wiggins stayed brave, kept his foot in, and he had the inside line into turn 1, and now he's in 4th.
Yeah, now he's first target. He's the one they're all after. Going into the first of the centres. He's got imagine. Oh, that's a great move. Great move by the 24 of Bailey Collins to say, right, okay, Nicholas, you are the cork in the bottle line. If I'm going to get a position, I've got to get forward to the 5-8 of Herbie Wiggins.
Nicholas bringing his steering wheel there. He knows what has just happened. He knows he's fallen out of contention to make his weekend can extend a little bit further into the year final. That's not looking like it's going to happen with only 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock.
The Collins has closed the gap almost immediately to Herbie Wiggins, who's currently holding that coveted 4th position. He's up the inside. Can he just take it down the straight? No. It goes coming across now. Wiggins blocking, which is fine, but no, Collins out the inside. I thought he was going for that then.
Yeah, but it's very fast there. Not very much speed differential. But that's coming, isn't it? Collins just showed him his nose. The Berlard driver there is having to be now contending with defending as well as going as fast as he can.
And don't count out Travis Rose in 16 the back of these three, because it only takes a little bit of a contact between the two of them. He'll be straight through. No one's trying the sharp angle into the entrance to the back chicane, but there are now 3 of them coming down. Top 3, Rond, Walker and Trayhorn. They qualified. Side by side. Now this is the point, absolutely, where the 16 can come through, and he does.
You've called it. You absolutely called it.
Mystic Nick,
you can't,
the karting mystic.
You can't discount Travis Rose, who's waiting for that very thing to happen in front of him. As we went down, it was absolute last of the late breakers, both of them. Last of the late breakers, wheel banging, went wide. Just off camera to the right is Travis Rose, who says, thank you very much, guys. I'll take the optimal line. And there we are. It'll be last lap board next time by.
Rose has obviously got a little bit of gap because they all lost momentum coming out there, but now Collins is trying to close that down.
Yeah, but Travis Rose is just giving himself a bit of a cushion while the two drivers behind kind of trying to recompose themselves after that side-by-side action.
Only got 1 lap and 3 corners to do it, Joe.
It's a big ask for Bailey Collins. He's going to need a bit of a mistake from Travis as they come out of the final turn. It's the 1 lap to go board that they see. Heading towards us now, turning right through turn 1. It's Jake Walker, Nathan Ron, Spencer Trehorn, Travis Rose. They are your 4 qualifiers for the A final. As we get towards the final stages, Collins, can he bridge that gap? There's about 3 or 4 kart lengths difference now between 4th and 5th. And maybe just time beginning to run out. They're already at the second centre hairpin.
Is he regretting that move 2 laps ago? Is he thinking I should have waited? Is he sure I should have listened to Nick on the PA, told him what was going to happen?
Telling them that Travis Rose was going to come in and nick it into the gasworks for the final time then. And already out of the final turn, we've got Jake Walker and Nathan Ron taking the checkered flag and qualifying for the A final. Here comes Spencer Trehorn, lonely 3rd place. And the final qualifier then, Travis Rose. We'll see him off the back of the grid in the A final in a very short time, to be honest.
Well, we're about to have our first final of the day. Final.
The proper A final. It's our first final where the podium is what counts, and we've got a grid that has been formed after 3 heats over, well, just a day actually, because it's into Rotax. They didn't have any of their heats yesterday, and we've got. That's not right.
That's not right.
Not at all. So I'm going to give you the.
Oh, that's because I pressed the wrong button. That's not because I pressed entirely the wrong button there.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
All right.
Let me now correct that.
Right. Shall we do it again?
There we are.
So let's have a look at the grid, Nick.
That's right.
After 3 heats of racing here today for our Inter-Rotax class, we have our pole position driver. It's Sushi Racing's Elijah West on the front row from local driver Hugo McCluskey with Origin this weekend. Buddy Hugo, another local team, another local driver with LRG. And then Casper McAllister alongside Buddy Hugo on the front row. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Casper on a local engine, keeping it local with the Venator with TH Corsa. Behind them, championship contender Tyler Banks and Matthew Lilly. And then we've got Amelie Davey and Ethan Manzi with Alfie Phillipson and Jaden Payne. Lucas Gray shares row 6 with Jacob Thompson. And then rounding off the 14 kart field, Maria Jurgoleva-Chuta and Bradley Beggs. Championship leader Casper McAllister coming here after wins in round 1 and round 2. An incident on the final lap at round 3 saw him finish 4th. However, he's got a relatively strong championship lead, but there's nothing in it, and it can easily slip away, especially with the oncoming Elijah West, and now being joined at the front of this field with Hugo McCluskey. So these
and 12 minutes
and a 12-minute final for these youngsters. You can't outrule Buddy Hugo as well, who might be there to spoil McAllister's party, but we get underway. We're out of the tram lines. Not quite sure how that will be perceived.
No, they're gone for it. Okay.
No, yeah, we're racing almost 3 wide.
Who's up the inside of West there in the lead?
I think that's Buddy Hugo.
It is.
Is it Buddy Hugo on the red and gold cart? It is.
I think
the
West
LRG,
got too concerned with his left-hand side and then got jumped by the person behind him.
Yeah, the LRG driver gets into the lead and pounces. Elijah West has to follow. We've got Hugo McCluskey in third and McAllister down the inside.
It's Lilly in third.
It's
in the 20.
Is it really? Lilly?
It was the 20 for a while. It's not now. Now McAllister's in there.
Yeah, McAllister down the inside. I don't know where Hugo McCluskey has disappeared to, but we've lost him off our picture as the leader comes out the back chicane and heads towards the hairpin for the first time. It's
McAllister in third. I'm not sure whether fourth is back to being McCluskey or not. These two right together. West, who won the last final at Clay in a fantastic race and an exciting finish. He took the win. He's a tough old competitor. We found that out. But now he's right tailing Hugo.
So Buddy Hugo's leading. Elijah West is second. McAllister third. McCluskey is in fourth. I thought we'd lost McCluskey.
No, he dropped. I think he dropped out to sort of sixth, then came back up to fourth again.
He's come back. Yeah, he's about almost 2/10 off. Elijah West down the inside for the lead, but around the outside has gone Buddy Hugo.
And
Hugo hangs on to that, and now that's put that move by West that completely
he was
disadvantaged
lucky
him.
not to get caught by McAllister there, because he lost all momentum on the coming out of the centre towards the centre too. They're now side by side coming into the Gasworks hairpin, and I'm sure McAllister's going to lob it up the inside. In fact, possibly it's going to be backed up by the 164 of it is McAllister. So West hanging it out there.
McCluskey tried to go around with him. However, they had to settle down before they got to the horseshoe. So we've got Buddy Hugo leading with a bit of a gap now. Casper McAllister in second, Elijah West down to third, McCluskey in fourth. It's Matthew Lilly next up in fifth, Ethan Manzi, Tyler Banks. After that, Alfie Phillips and Lucas Gray and Amelie Davies, the rounds off the top 10. But these four now, a four-cart battle for the overall lead. And McAllister getting past Elijah West is good for the championship from his point of view.
Yeah, it's not what West wanted to see, because he needs to try and catch up after losing a hatful of points in the first 2 or 3 rounds of the series. But the winner out of all that, as always, at scrapping, is a person not involved, which is our leader, Buggy Hugo. But he is being slow. I don't think he has lost any of his lead. He had just over half-second lead. That is like just over half-second now. So McAllister settling in.
Yeah, he's not really. I thought he would have closed the gap to Buddy Hugo, but Buddy's showing some really good pace here. Off they go. Let's see so the gap was 6/10 last time by.
It's about 4 now, I think.
It's about 5/10. Yeah. So only about a second a lap. But when McAllister is gaining on Buddy Hugo ahead of him, Elijah West and Hugo McCluskey coming with him.
Yeah, I think
they haven't dropped off, have they?
As we've seen, that last half second is often quite easy to gain, because you get a bit of slipstream effect. You get the ability to use their braking markers as your braking markers. But the four of them absolutely nailed together. I wouldn't be too surprised that their lap times last lap were within about a tenth of a second of each other, all four of them, because they haven't really spread out very much. McAllister, though, it has that position of second, which is better as far as points is concerned. West needs to do something about it, but luckily he's got 8.5 minutes to do it.
Yeah, there's still a chunk of time, isn't it? It's a miles longer. 4 minutes. It's another half a race with regards to the comparison with the time of the heats. So we're still a minute and a half away, half a minute away from an 8-minute heat.
I mean, effectively. You have a point in an 8-minute race on the whole. You've just got to go for it the whole time. But with a 12-minute race, there's points elements where you need to consolidate what you're doing, and you almost need to have a bit of a time to have a think about what I need to do, what I can achieve, where the cart is. He's not as frenetic. You've got a bit more space. In this moment, there's 4 carts who are all going round. Their brains are going 10 to the dozen, but the actual distances isn't closing down too much. So it has to be said, Hugo's, I think, that gap has been bridged now. So McAllister's on his tail.
You've got to make it simple. It's quite simple. Whoever's in front of you, you've got to get past. And that's what you've got to focus on. You've got to chase them down. You've got to catch them.
Sometimes you've got to worry about who's behind you as well.
Well, yeah, but then you add in the complexity of being challenged by somebody who's going to pester you from behind, and that's the position that Casper McAllister finds himself in. He's chasing down Buddy Hugo, catching him. The gap is nothing. We've got 4-cart train, absolutely bumper to bumper as they cross the line. 5 laps completed, 7.5 minutes remaining. Anybody's race still, Nick.
Yeah, Casper McAllister, you could see the slipstream working as he gained. All right, it's 4 or 5 metres, but it's a free 4 or 5 metres he gained. And then just as they go around the corner, they kind of move back to kind of a safe space. McAllister not in the move to make a move at the moment. West, I think, would pounce on anything at the moment. He's quite aggressive, West, in his driving style and in his demeanour on the track. And then behind him, with the Lando Norris tribute hairstyle helmet, is Hugo McCluskey, who's probably disappointed to be in 4th. But he got involved on the first corner when he and Elijah got too concerned with each other and got jumped by other people.
Hugo is a former Honda Cadet driver, and Hugo is very, very at ease and familiar with huge trains of carts. And he will just be, he's got a lot of experience in exactly what he's in now, which is a train of carts. So don't discount Hugo McCluskey
I'm not discounting
in that 4th place.
I'm just thinking he's disappointed to be in that 4th place.
Oh, he will be, yes. But you know what? I'd rather be there than in the lead. I love chasing. Hate being chased. Can't run anymore, is he?
Yeah.
Buddy Hugo, though.
I think he's had a good lap. He's had a good lap. Buddy's had a good lap.
I'm really impressed with Buddy Hugo's pace. In fact, I'm impressed with the way that these 4 are going about their business, because we're not making any mistakes. We're not really trying any lunges. I'm not even sure they're able to even have a lunge, because they're so equally matched. They're all flat out. They're just driving as flat out as they can.
You can see them making little half-tenth. I say quite a mistake. I think it's often different line choices. They just kind of ebb and flow, but it's tiny, and the overall gap between 1st and 4th hasn't changed. In some areas it looks more stretched than others. Now what happened down the straight here, of course, is that the hole we punched in there by Buddy Hugo, and everyone behind them will gain an extra couple of yards because they're having to do less work pushing the air out of the way.
Well, let's
There's
see.
a bit of gap in second and third, but that may disappear.
I mean, you're looking at the clock ticking down. We've still got 5.5 minutes. And the thing is, these drivers can see exactly how much race time they have. Every time they come under the start gantry, there's a big clock there. And they will be looking at that time. Yeah, McCluskey's coming.
Beautiful.
That is Hugo McCluskey down
Great
the inside
move.
of Elijah
Super
West.
clean. Looking at West perhaps now, who are over halfway into a much hotter race. Perhaps he's got some tyre issues. They're slightly overheating, but suddenly there's a gap between second and third, and what happened is McCluskey's moved into it and filled the gap in, and that's given Casper the hurry up, I think.
Yeah, now we're seeing the patience creep in. At 5 minutes to go, though, this is the thing. Are we going to go early? Hugo McCluskey, like I said, a lot of experience in Honda Cadet of just easing your way through towards that checkered flag, of making up the positions as this race goes on. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure Buddy Hugo has got a bit of Honda Cadet experience as well. I know Casper McAllister is only in his first real full season of any karting, so he hasn't. And Elijah West, I'm not sure about Elijah's background and if he's done any karting in the cadet championships, or a cadet class, I should say. But this is great stuff, isn't it? These four.
Amazing. McCluskey, I think McCluskey is really strong going.
I was about to say. Go on.
He's really strong going into the centres, and I think he's already lining up a potential for a couple of laps' time. I think that's given the hurry up to McAllister to really think about what I can do at Hugo. But Hugo's making no mistakes at all, not even minor micro mistakes.
Well, he's got a good driver coach, hasn't he? Louis Large. Louis is a former British champion, and this is his home track. Been racing here since he was their age, and he's not their age anymore. And so if anybody can coach a driver as to how to stay in the lead here at Warden Law, Louis Large is a good contender. Equally, guess who Casper McAllister's been coached off? He's had a bit of coaching from Kai Hunter.
Oh, right, okay.
So, this is Kai's back garden, quite literally. And so you've got a lot of talent there in these four. We can see that. We can see the way that they are driving, the composure. However, Nick, what I'm worried about is that the metaphorical 2-minute bell is all going to go to bits and pieces.
Wouldn't surprise me.
The patience will wear out.
4 youngsters covered by half a second. There's a good chance things might go slightly wrong. And McAllister lost a couple of tenth and a half for some undefined reason there, but didn't lose a position. He's given Hugo a bit of breathing space, but in 2 laps' time it'll be back and gone again.
But you're right about Hugo. Hugo's just doing his thing. He's doing his race. All right. There's a little look over the shoulder just to see where they are. They're not going to have a go into turn 1.
He's broken the slipstream a little bit there.
He has. He's broken it.
Really useful 3/10 he got, which I think was from a little minor micro error by Casper.
I think that was at the chicane as well, Nick, because we had Hugo McCluskey that put close right onto his bumper. I think there might have been a little inadvertent nudge as well as they came out and accelerated. Here they go. Elijah West keeping a watching brief in 4th as well. The Sushi Racing driver in that black and red livery. Just staying there, but staying in contention as we get towards that 2-minute mark.
Casper hasn't made. It was .477 last time around. I expected Casper to make a couple of attempts on this, just because it's easy to follow into lead concept. But Buddy Hugo, stunningly impressive this weekend. He's continued to be stunningly impressive. I think he's lost about a tenth, which he'll lose anyway on the aero. No, he hasn't. He's gained a few hundredths. Wow, great. So he's looking good. But now they seem to have slightly broken Elijah West. I think the wick has been turned up for these last 2 minutes. West has been dropped off the back. And in a way, Hugo's gone from the front as well. So the battle is second and third.
Yeah, he's
had enough being behind McAllister. So
McCluskey
has had enough being behind McAllister. He reckons no, Hugo's getting away. If I'm going to win this, I need to get past you.
It's a battle of the max, isn't it? McAllister and McCluskey. Here they go within the chicane. These two are that looks like
a massive oversteer.
Yeah, from both of them, I think.
Yeah, and look right on the back again is Elijah West.
Yeah, that was I don't know what that was, bouncing over the curves, but both McAllister and McCluskey got a little bit of sideways action coming out the chicane. This, of course, with these three now beginning to squabble over second, third and fourth, this is going to give Buddy Hugo even more of a breathing space. The gap is 0.8 of a second. That's the biggest we've seen.
Yeah.
And we're almost just a minute to go. So the timing of this is perfect for Buddy Hugo.
Yeah, I don't know. The chasing pack started fighting itself and started making very small errors. You saw them coming out of the chicane. It was like a little bit of an oversteer moment. It cost them 2 or 3 tenths.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
all you need. They're going to get, this is what this one and 3 more Or
No,
two
not
more,
three,
two more.
two more.
This one and two more.
Yeah, back to the chicane. Now, this is where it all went wrong for these two. Bit cleaner that time,
Yeah.
nice and smooth. Momentum onto that curving back straight into the braking area for the gasworks. It's all nice and clean. Now they're beginning to clean things up because they can see Buddy Hugo moving away from them. So clever driving from both Hugo McCluskey and Casper McAllister. They've stopped trying to defend. McCluskey has stopped trying to attack, and they're just working together.
They've only got a tenth, and they've only got 2 laps.
And and Elijah West has come along as well. 2 laps to go, you said?
Yeah, 2 laps to go. 10th of a second was gained. I think there's much more likely to be a change for second and third than there is for first. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if he gets lobbed up the inside by McCluskey in about 2 seconds' time.
Yeah, McCluskey's
thinks
going to have a
against it.
dive, isn't he? He's going to have a dive.
But what's West going to do? West is renowned for giving it a bit of an aggressive move towards the end.
Yeah, here we go then. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. This is the chicane where it can all go horribly wrong down towards the... Oh, and it's defensive driving from McAllister as McCluskey.
Look at West there.
McCluskey gets through. I'm not sure how that happened, but McCluskey has gone through. And here comes Elijah West on the back of McAllister as they get out onto the start-finish straight and head down the straight. It'll be 1 more lap to go. Buddy Hugo has crossed the line, a second at the front.
Absolutely superb performance by Buddy Hugo. There's no other way of putting it. He's up against a very, very talented trio of drivers behind him, and he's broken them.
He's got a warning flag has gone out to Hugo McCluskey for that little nudge on McAllister. However, he's in second place, and McAllister is now third, Elijah West fourth. Buddy Hugo on the red and gold livery of LRG Motorsport, the Warden Law being the home of LRG. And Buddy Hugo is about to bring a trophy home to LRG here at Warden Law. He's got 3 more corners to go. This is the first. Gasworks hairpin into the horseshoe. Hit those apexes and then get that cart lined up for the final turn. And it will be a checkered flag and the top step of the podium for Buddy Hugo and LRG Motorsport. It's Hugo McCluskey with a very strong, fine second place. Casper McAllister will take the third and final step of the podium. However, trophy's down to 5th for the NKC. It was Elijah West who finished 4th, Tyler Baggs 5th, Ethan Manzi 6th, Amelie Davey 7th, Matthew Lilly 8th, 9th was Jaden Payne, Lucas Gray 10th, and then we just wait for the 3-card battle at the back. Bradley Beggs, Maria Jurgen-Vazuta and Jacob Thompson, Alfie Philipson. Great driving.
Fantastic race.
Yeah.
Absolutely marvellous. 4 drivers. See, there wasn't an awful lot of change of position. You don't need that much change of position when people are driving that well.
No. But, I mean, racing's not always about overtaking. It was a good, strong showing, a good, strong, clean race from the top 4. And I was I've got to say, mate, I was worried that it was all going to go very messy.
All go horribly wrong very quickly. Okay, so as sure as one follows, now we're going to another final follows this one. And it is the B final for the senior Rotaxes.
Yeah, finding himself in the B final, albeit on the pole, is Ben Ballou. Ben having a little bit of a torrid weekend here in the northeast of England as we release the senior Rotaxes. Ben Ballou, of course, was absolutely outstanding at the first round. First, second, fourth and a first in the final for Ben. He's alongside Jamie Burt, Jacob Hobbs and Michael Ambler, who was the winner of his first heat yesterday afternoon. We've then got John Hobbs and Elliot Surtees, Harvey Quick and Ryan Sears, and then we've got Alexander Colinciano. The rest of the names are on the screen there. And some really bad luck, I've got to say, for LRG Motorsports' Christopher Hughes, who seemed to be before any kind of incident on the track. It always seemed to happen right in front of him, and showed good pace in the practice sessions and in the races itself. However, the racing itself just hasn't seemed to have gone his way. He'll be back to fight another day. Another driver that strangely finds himself in the B finals, Ethan Wyatt, down in 18th, the number 7. However, Nick, we're about to get them back onto the grid in front of us, and we're about to go racing. We get the green light, and we are off towards turn 1. Ben Ballou leads into turn 1. It's Jamie Burt round the outside. Everybody clean through Brian's Bend and onto the dogleg.
Yeah, so an early start. Don't forget we've got those 4 bump-up drivers as well. The chance of that getting from 34th through to 4th in a dry race is pretty low. So all they're trying to do is get the best possible result for the day and then see what they can do. But the top 4 here are going to bump into the A final, which is the... I think the aim of a vast raft of drivers is just to make the A, isn't it? There's only a few who think I'm going to be in the podium, I'm going to win. The rest saying, can I make the A? And
yeah.
it is.
And that's that black and white cart. No, it's not. Sorry, that's 5th. Yeah.
It's another Origin cart there.
Yeah.
Elliot Surtees, who started 4th, he's down to 5th now.
He's down to 5th now, so he's wanting to get that place back from, let's see who it is as he crossed the lines to 69. John Hobbs, who's through. John Hobbs up to 4th. Ben Ballou, Jacob Hobbs, Jamie Burt, then John Hobbs, Elliot Surtees chasing after him. This is the key point of the race there, the vulnerable point, that 4th place. So we've got 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th there in the shot. The black and white cart of Surtees, he's the chaser. He needs to overtake to get through to the A final. At the moment, he's not qualified.
Ben Ballou's got off the front. He's put himself a second ahead as well, so he's really cementing his chance to make that A bump up. The rest of these carts, if they come through, looking like 1, 2, 3. So we've got 5 carts in 3 positions. The second place now, Hobbs, I think a tiny micro break in front of the 51 of Jamie Burt, and the white helmet of Hobbs.
And you come across the line and 2 laps completed. 8 minutes and 1 lap for this B final. The longer A finals are 12 minutes, as we've just seen for the Intermax. But this one, 8 minutes and 1 lap. And are we biding our time? Because if Elliot Surtees is not careful, Michael Ambler, who won his first heat at Surtees down the inside, but around the outside has gone John Hobbs.
Clunked him as well.
Oh, and there's a coming together there.
All very, very, very...
Thank you very much, says Michael Ambler. I'll take that 4th and final qualifying position. Thank you very much. As we continue on, he taps his helmet. Let's work together.
Obviously,
let's work together and get away. But Elliot Surtees was really, really unlucky there. A little bit messy there from all of those little sort of nuances of contact. Sorts itself out and across the line. Ben Ballou, Jacob Hobbs, Jamie Burt, Michael Ambler now in 4th. Surtees still in that 5th place and right on the tail of the 4th place Ambler.
Yeah, it's an action-packed semi-B. I mean, they all realise that what they're looking for is championship points. You get into the A and then you just try and get up as far as possible and get those points, because you can't necessarily drop. You may have already had one bad event, so in your overall quest you may need to use this, despite the fact it's not the best you may have ever wanted. Surtees running 5th, or scored as 5th off the line, going through the top chicane, and now chasing down one of the many real carts who just enjoyed himself in the garden part of this race, and has now stepped off his yacht and decided to go to the races. I heard this on the Breel art one, that they loved it in the garden.
Oh yeah, the VIP suite. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Out of the VIP garden. It's not too much a garden for West Paddock, but it's still very, very good to see. It's so brilliant. Little leisure area, little seating area, tea and coffee.
Prosecco. I mean, if I walk past it at fullback, it's gone to Prosecco there.
Yeah.
Hot and cold running Prosecco.
Why not? For half distance then in this B final for senior Rotax, and we've got Elliot Surtees chasing down the 4th place. He's not letting him get away, is he? He's absolutely chasing him down.
He's got what he wants. Surtees wants to get it, and he's staying as close as he can. The top 3 have all got one nice little comfort break. There's Ben Ballou disappeared in distance. Something's gone wrong this weekend for him to be in the B final. But behind him is half a second from Hobbs, 8/10 actually from Hobbs to Burt. Burt's got 7/10 for Ambler, and there's his battle here, which is the battle for final bump-up place. It's the 4th and 5th battle going round the dog leg now. Got the red and white machine, that's of Ambler, up against the black and white cart with Surtees. Great name for any sort of racing driver.
Yeah, Elliot's fully aware as well of that, what that name means. 1964 Formula 1 World Champion John Surtees.
Multiple motorbike Grand Prix champion.
Only man to win a world championship on a motorcycle and a Grand Prix car. You know what he won it in?
Right, yeah. And NB Augusta as well.
You're the bike man. 3 minutes then. 3 minutes left for Elliot Surtees to get into that A final. Is he playing a waiting game? That's the question. I'm not sure they are, because they are continuing to lap right on the money 50.7s is what we see at the front of this field, and they are right there. Track proving to be very, very good. We're at a second and a half quicker than we were here last year. We came in October, I think, wasn't it? October for the final.
It was October 12th. Yeah, it was Petit Le Mans weekend.
So it was. You're gonna have to let that lie, mate.
No, I was having it. It's fine.
Only you were there.
You boys did it properly without me. I was up on the Sunday early to monitor it all, after having me up for the 10-hour race.
Well, it was a different weather condition, an ambient temperature condition, because here it is, the middle of summer, with a very, very hot track now. Sun's come out after a lot of sea fret this morning. Some strange weather being created with the heat of the land and the cold of the sea. But with 2 minutes now, we've had a minute gone, and Elliot Surtees has not been able to challenge.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether there's kind of been a pact in a way, because they've now caught up third place man Jamie Burt. There's a lot of hand waving from Ambler, saying let's make it easy for all of us, and let's go and let's see what we can do. Burt's had a poor lap, and he's lost third place immediately. I don't know whether he's struggling slightly, because he just didn't seem to be in the right part of the track at any point there for a while. That's the man with the white helmet and the orange in the middle of that sandwich. So he lost it. He just disappeared backwards. He had a bad lap. He had a bad corner. And now he's about to move out the bump up places. It's tight. No, he's just going to hold on to it. Going through.
And certainly he's about to lose out to Ethan Wyatt. Ethan's coming. The number 7 had a torrid day here this weekend. Finds himself in the B final. He's got to overtake 2 carts to get into that A final. He's looking at he's got to see the number. He's 7th in the championship. This might end up being his drop score as we see the number 7 having made his way up the order. He's got to get past Elliot Surtees, and then he's got to get past Jamie Burt. So it's a big ask within a minute to go.
Oh,
and there he
goes.
is. There he goes. Pops down the inside of Surtees. Next on the list, Jamie Burt, just up ahead of him.
And that must be disappointing for Surtees, who's been the man almost in the bump up for the last several minutes.
Here they come then. That's the 3rd and 4th place drivers, Michael Ambler and Jamie Burt, and now the purple overalls of Ethan Wyatt, another LRG driver. He's been mechanic by it with his dad Andy and his brother Sam. They're a good 3-person team, but they're running with LRG as well. He's reaping the benefits of all that experience from Louis Large. And I think, Nick, it's going to be the last lap board next time by, and I'll be amazed if Ethan doesn't make a move here.
Right, and he's got a chance. And in fairness, Jamie Burt's recovered from a dodgy couple of minutes. And he's put his head back down again, brain back in gear, looking to make the A final. But Wyatt has got 3 or 4 more passing places before he runs out of time to bump himself into the main final. He's to get that up the inside. That's taking candy from a baby. Easiest move you're going to make there. Wyatt, clean as anything. But I don't think Burt's... Could be wrong, Dave, but I don't think Burt's going to come back in.
No, I think Ethan's got a lot of pace. He's out of place really in the B final, and he's got a lot of pace going in this final lap.
He's stretching it already. Some disappointed people behind him, no less than Elliot Surtees, who perhaps may have been waiting and perhaps shouldn't have. He was so close for so long.
I'm not sure if it was waiting. I just don't think he had the pace to get by.
So close.
He did have he had a couple of goes, but that's what I mean. He had a couple of goes. He showed his cards. It wasn't so much a waiting game. He was just not able to get by, and that, you know what? It's not easy. It's not easy. Absolutely not easy. It's not just. I mean, Ethan Wyatt's making it look easy, because he's out of position and he should be in the A final. You know, you don't come 7th in the championship by running out of the B finals. In greatest respect to everybody. He's one of the quick drivers. I don't think so.
I think so. He just had a bit of tyre on it. Through
qualifiers. Nick. Qualifiers are Ben Ballou, Jacob Hobbs, Michael Ambler, and Ethan Wyatt. Just outside of that, Jamie Burt. JJ Hind overtook Elliot Surtees there at the very last with Ryan Sayers and Blake Ticehurst, another driver that is massively out of position. Blake Ticehurst finding himself in 9th place in the B final. Well, Nick, that is all of our qualification heats and B finals and the like done and dusted. We now move on to purely our A finals.
Yep, and we start with an A final that didn't need a B final, and that is, of course, the senior TKMs. There's a grid of those, and it's been a scrap the whole way around. This is an interesting. This is not the the order of the grid I expected to see. Chris Whitten down in 6th, but so on pole it's Alexander Lehman. Next to him, Ben Watson. Patrick Leaf is in 3rd. Charlie King is 4th. Then Joe Fowler and Chris Whitten, who I thought would be higher up than that. Jamie Scott, Rob Wallace, Tom Johnson is at 10th. Is our O-plate man, Joseph Booth. Our E-plate holder, Yihan Kalichin, who won by a country mile his final heat, is down in 14th. Mitchell Ball in 15th. So this isn't how you would expect things to be, but this is how things are. And I think we'll give us an interesting race. Certainly, I think I can see Whitten coming through the field. Yihan is who knows? Don't know what he'll do.
I don't know. I mean, it's a very, very close field, this, in TKMs. TKMs are very, very close racing. You get a lot of passing. They seem to be able to pass in places the Rotax classes can't, and that's quite logical, really, when you think about the science of it. The carts are narrower. They're not narrower.
Right, they're not narrow. Right, they're not narrow anymore.
They're not narrow anymore. So they run a 1050 chassis. I'm thinking something else, guys. Well, keep me right. Well done. Why are they able to pass in places where the Rotax classes can't, though? Better quality drivers. Gareth Beery, who is the TKM organisation association spokesperson.
I love the TKMs.
We all love TKMs. Didn't you start racing a TKM?
I've smoked myself, yes.
Yes.
On Castrol in those days. So at least if you didn't win, you had a fantastic sniffers the whole way down. These synthetic oils just aren't the same.
They're not.
They're better, though, aren't they?
Not.
They're better, though, aren't they? It's not nipping up the old time.
Well, they seem to be. Yes. Yeah.
I think I may have run.
I think the metals are different.
Oh yeah.
Modern
There's a
metals.
lot of. When the guy took the TKM engine apart yesterday, it's running single ring. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's
so well built. The outside casing looks as old school as ever. And you look and you go, yeah, that's better, that's visually better. You go, things have improved in 30 years then. And of course machining has as well. I mean, the tolerances you can get now are ridiculously good compared.
You've just nailed it there. 30 years. Is it really? 35 years of technology and advancement and development. Of course they are a little different. They just look the same. And the tyres are better, the chassis are better.
Drivers are better? No, we were great, weren't we? We were brilliant. Whirly visor.
With your whirly visor. And your leathers.
No, I had a suit. Yeah,
I had a suit.
Which probably would have survived about 3 inches on the ground, you know. It was blue, I remember that.
Oh, I had a blue one. A sparkle.
Oh, yeah, I had a sparkle.
A red one as well.
Look at you. Multi-suit.
Right then, Ben Watson, Alexander Lehman, the number 2 and the number 5, second in the championship last year, 5th in the championship last year for those two drivers. They are very much contenders. The championship, this coming into this final round, has got Charlie King and Jamie Scott with Mitchell Ball in 3rd. However, it's all about championship points now going forward to this one.
Start, I think.
We are. That's very rare to see a TKM start on the first one.
And it's
3 wide.
Wrapping out through the first corner. 4 wide, I think you'll find as well.
They all get through the first turn, and indeed Bryden's bent into the dogleg. This is where it's a big concertina up. They all managed to compromise for one another, and they've all come out clattering that exit curb.
Big lead for Watson, though.
Yeah, he's gone, hasn't he?
Lehman, Lehman's got a big lead, sorry.
This is what we see, isn't it? Because if you can get in the lead, and then everybody behind is having to contend with people coming alongside them, and you manage to just stretch it out because you can just maximise your corners in these first few stages of the lap.
So Patrick Lee's picked up 2nd place. Not quite sure where Watson's gone, actually. He's in 4th place. There's Charlie King ahead of him, so it's
championship leader Charlie King on the Klassen Motorsport car.
People moving up the inside by the 31 car. Joe Fowler picking up position. He'd lost and picked up again.
So Lehman, Leaf, King, Watson, Johnson, Fowler, Jamie Scott, Wallace, Matthew Harris, Gareth Haynes.
Big loser is Chris Whitten, who was an early favourite in the 33 car. He's gone down 9 places.
9 places.
I think there was some movement in the field coming down from between the second corner and the third. We lost the cart. The cart was retired with a broken exhaust.
Right. Oh, that's a coming together with the 42. That's Tom Johnson. Just lifted himself over the back wheels as we've got a challenge for the lead now. A developing battle for the lead as Patrick Leaf says, nope, I need to lead this race. But we've seen how quick Lehman is. The Flex team, very prominent in the NKC for the last few years. And they certainly know how to put these TKMs together. 10 minutes remaining then, so plenty of time. Tyres just beginning to come up as well. But that's a cracking nose-to-tail battle.
Yeah, Leaf. I've got a very basic technical question. Everyone spends vast amounts of money buying new NASA panels because they're aerodynamic effects. And then he's just stuck a GoPro on it, which is going to affect the airflow completely. It's like, you know,
I mean, the NASA panel is there to get the wind across the driver, really.
To make money for the bodywork manufacturers.
Yeah, well, there is that. We didn't run with panels. We run with a big square number plate when I first started.
The plate which just dived in like it's like a little kind of nose. It was just covered as little as possible, but it was enough for to mount the plate on. But that's primitive. And I only put side pods on when I got knocked out of the cart and to straighten my shoulder on a tyre-to-tyre thing.
Just been told Patrick Leaf is in the Flex awning this weekend, running out of that. So they're effectively teammates, different liveries on the carts, but both drivers out of the Flex awning. Whether that will change any kind of attitudes towards overtaking. This man in second place, though, Ben Watson, he's not out the Flex awning, he's classing. So he's going to try and catch those two and get by.
Yeah, I think
Is that a change for third, though?
Third now is
number
two.
No, it still is Watson.
Yeah, I think you got the Flex. Obviously, have got a real handle on these TKMs. There's a lot of people running them. It's great interchange of information. We've got 5 or 6 races all on the same awning, thinking about setup, thinking about how to run the circuit. Not all the Flex drivers, as Joe's pointed out, are running that fluorescent yellow and blue logo, or livery, shall I say. The first two, there we are. It's Flex and Flex Light. Lehman, though, has been leading from the start, and he's got he's got a quarter of a second. And what they've done is they've absolutely smashed the rest of the field, who are now back best part of 2 seconds from them.
Now, if Patrick Leaf had continued to press Alexander Lehman and cause Alexander to defend, they would have lost that gap instantly. So some clever driving from these two, just working together, just building their lead. Look over the shoulder from Alexander Lehman there, sees Patrick Leaf still there, but Patrick Leaf's not challenging. He's just happy. He's waving at him to say, just get on with it. We're going to pull a gap. There's ages left. There's just under 8 minutes left.
There's a race left, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. So plenty of time. As soon as these two start scrapping, they will lose that gap to Ben Watson and Charlie King.
So it's 1.6 from first to third. Has that changed? Yeah, it's gone up 10th of a second. There's some shuffling behind. Fowler now in fourth. Watson in third. Let's drop back to third, fourth and beyond. I think we've kind of decided, probably erroneously, that the first two aren't going to challenge each other.
Here they come. That's the chasing pack then. Ben Watson, Joe Fowler ahead of Charlie King now. So the number 31, Fowler, where's he come from? The all-black car.
He's having a look at
yeah, we've seen him out early, haven't we, Joe Fowler? And he certainly got the pace. As we head on, can Fowler just shorten the engine there as they went into the corner? Just letting a bit more richer mixture get in there and just lubricate the engine a little bit. He's looking very racy. He's coming out onto the start-finish straight, right on Ben Watson's bumper. But Ben Watson's got some great straight line speed.
Yeah. Maybe even be simpler. They've got different gearing.
Charlie King's dropped another place behind Tom Johnson now. So championship leader coming into this round, Charlie King, has gone from fourth and he's now down to sixth.
The TKM Championship, though, has looked incredibly competitive across all the rounds so far, with different people starring each event. And I think this is the thing. I think you've not got a standout dominating driver, and therefore it's given other people a chance to star. But then to win a championship is about consistency. It's about getting thirds and fourths and fifths rather than wins.
This is effectively the TKM British Championship in the NKC. It's the premier TKM Championship running with the Junction 6 NKC. We've got all of the main TKM runners, all of the main guys that have been running in British Championships. They had nowhere to race. and found themselves gravitating towards the NKC. So that's what we've effectively got. And we're seeing the cream of TKM drivers and teams out here in the NKC. Round 4 and the All Plate this weekend at Warden Law. 2 more rounds to come. Wilton Mill in August and Dunkswell towards the end of September. And championships will be decided there. But before that, Nick, we've got plenty of racing.
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 minutes still to go this one. These 12-minute finals are sometimes seem incredibly long, don't they? And we've got these kind of tactical battles. Sometimes they disappear beneath you, but this one is an absolute one where it's a tactical battle. In fact, in a way, it's one where Leaf is just really is laying off to emphasise the fact he's not trying to overtake Lehman. The lead was 1.8. I think it's gone down slightly this time. It's actually exactly the same to the thousandth of a second. 1.896 first to third.
Yeah, first to third.
This battle here, Fowler, it's the battle of the black suit, but obviously it's a red and white car out the inside. Oh, he was thinking about it there.
Yeah, just didn't have enough, did he? Just didn't have enough to get alongside. And Ben Watson, we know how quick he is. Second in the championship
the presence
last
of
year.
mind while he was side by side, he choked the engine.
Yeah, that's a brain capacity for you. Don't get to choke your engine. Ben Watson, though, he's going to be hard to pass. Fowler having a look, looking again, choking the engine just before the braking area. And then just again looking like he's just willing to follow in his wheel tracks.
That's not a recipe for winning, is it?
He's not really got his hunched shoulders. He's not really pushing the issue. And Tom Johnson's coming. The 42, Tom Johnson, now getting towards the back bumper of Joe Fowler. 4 minutes remaining into the final third.
These are leaders in the corner. They're again staying that. They've basically been a quarter of a second apart, I would say, for the last 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, we're assuming pin is pulled at 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, we start seeing a little bit of patience.
Control, reduction.
The kind of erodes, doesn't it? And we see those chances that we've been weighing up. Certainly these two. Patrick Leaf in the same awning as Alexander Lehman ahead of him. Both drivers running out the flex awning. And so probably not wanting to take somebody in his awning out with a silly move. He's going to have to make it clean. Or else those 3 drivers there will pick up the crumbs left if there's any debacle that goes on with the front 2.
So Fowler's taken Watson now. And now he has to start making the push.
Yeah, that was coming, wasn't it? And it came clean. Ben Watson never made it easy, but Fowler chasing them down now. He's got clean air between himself and the first 2 cars.
1.8 seconds. I don't think they're not maximum attack either, I don't think.
Well, the gap between second and third was 1.5 last time by, so we'll keep an eye on the gap between second and third.
I think the top 2 are going to start scrapping now. They're getting close to
they've got to. I mean, Patrick Leaf will want the All Plate. It's not just about coming first and maximising your points, it's winning the All Plate. So, Buddy Hugo's been given the first of our All Plates.
Subject to scrutineering.
Subject to scrutineering, of course. These two here into the final 2 minutes now. 2 minute bell sounds, if you close your ears.
Clang, 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 clang.
Yeah.
The question, we're assuming Leaf has got the pace to do something about it. He's had no problem sitting at exactly 2/10, quarter of a second behind Lehman.
He seemed composed to just driving literally in his wheel tracks. However, Alexander Lehman could have been managing the pace as well.
No, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they all realise
he switches it on as well.
Yeah, they realise they're not looking off his tyres as well. A 12-minute run, and these are new at the moment, so they're a bit more happy.
It's a hot track, isn't it? So you don't want your tyres to overheat.
It's like 2.27, it's almost exactly the same again, I think. 2.6, 3,000 of the second difference.
Ben Watson Joe Fowler has taken a tenth of a second from the last 2 laps out of that gap to second place. It's not enough, no.
1 minute 12 to go, so it's still 4 laps or so, I think.
It's still 1.3 seconds.
But now, there needs to be a move. Well, I say needs to be. Obviously, he wants to win the race. There needs to be a move by Patrick Leaf. He needs to start thinking about what he can do. He's followed Lehman round for 10 minutes, so he knows where he's strong and where he's weak. He's seen every single part of the back of that car. probably made the manufacturer the screws, actually.
Is that a bit of defensive line for
It's a
Lehman?
little bit. If we think about it,
that's going to start slowing.
Don't, mate. So they've got 2 laps to go now.
That's going to start slowing them down. That's going to start slowing them down and allow Joe Fowler and Ben Watson into this. If he's going to start driving defensively with 30 seconds on the clock, 1 lap to go aboard next time by.
No attempt taken off, but now they're really going for it. Now it's battle is
now they are.
2 laps to go, 1 3/4. Leaf now all over the back of Lehman. 1 flex driver, one driver in the flex 10. He's actually got standard TKM decals in that 22, isn't he? So he's just as it comes from the factory, effectively.
Defensive line again from Lehman. They're going to start slowing down, and they're going to have, before we know it, Joe Fowler, Ben Watson and Jamie Scott even latching on. They are at the back chicane, and Lehman just clattering the curb there. Right under his rear bumper, though, is Patrick Leaf. Defensive line from Lehman. Not really. No, it's not going to work because
it too wide.
If you had a long straight, it might work, but it's not. You've got to turn straight immediately left. So defensive driving from Lehman means that, and just let's look at the gap.
1 lap to go.
The gap was 1.3. The gap is 9/10 of a second.
But because there's only 1 lap, it doesn't matter.
It's not going to happen.
Unless they make a mistake, of course, unless they fall over each other, in which case it will matter.
Yeah. The opportunities beginning to...
What can Lehman do is... interesting, actually, because Leaf now just seemed a little bit further back off at that point, and he had no chance. No, that was an unnecessary defensive move, I think, by Lehman. I didn't think he needed to do that.
Opportunities are reducing for Patrick Leaf to have a go. Side by side on the grass. This is what we've been looking for. Into the back chicane, and they're side by side, are they? No, Lehman still leads on the back straight towards the gasworks.
Fowler behind them.
It's Lehman that leads out of the gasworks. Fowler is coming, Nick. And he's coming, but he's run out of time because we're into the final turn, and it's Alexander Lehman that will take the win, and indeed the TKM plate here at Warden Law for round 4 of the Junction 6 2025 NKC. And this is when it all started to get a bit interesting, isn't it? And just not enough momentum really to get on terms before they got the chicane. He ran out of room really. And Lehman was in the middle of the track, and that's exactly why he positioned himself there.
He gave it a go.
Yeah,
and
he did. He had to give it a go.
That was quite a traditional, longer final where everyone just is happy with where they are and decides they're going to wait for 2 minutes to go. In that case, they wait till there were 2 laps to go, and then went for it.
I mean, it was down to Lehman and Patrick Leaf slowing each other down that allowed Joe Fowler in. The provisional result stands as Alexander Lehman taking the win, Patrick Leaf second, Joe Fowler third, Ben Watson fourth, Jamie Scott fifth. We then had Tom Johnson, Rob Wallace, Ian Calichurn in eighth, Matthew Harris, and the current O-plate holder, Joseph Booth, rounding off the top 10.
Very, very interesting race with a bit of a nice crescendo towards the end. Okay, so next up is going to be the Rotax 177 final. Everyone's, I think, getting ready to go. Full grid because there was a kind of almost a B final, but they did. I think one person pulled out on Saturday morning. That made it the full grid for the Rotax 177. So here we go. And it's Ollie Goodyear who streaked away in that first wet-dry race we had this morning.
Look who's alongside, though, where he's been there or thereabouts coming through the field all afternoon is Archie Elliott.
Archie Elliott, yeah. Scott Smith, Will Murdoch, Davis and Walker. Harrison Crook, because of that one problem. He went to it and lost it. That was, he's in two. Where's Ryan? Oh, Ryan's behind him, so Ryan's in Ryan.
Yeah. Yes. And then look who's alongside those two.
Oh, it's Nathan. Okay, fair enough. And Cole Edwards as well.
Row 4 and row 5.
You've got a power double row there, haven't you?
Yes.
Row 4 and row 5.
And then
Zach Bolton, thank you for the cake. He's in 17th. But yeah, so 34 drivers, which is the maximum you're allowed, and that was the number of entries. It was very convenient. So another 12-minute final. The Gillies are sharing a grid for that row as well. Well, just about 25 and 28.
Yeah. Mark Gilly and Steve Gilly. Mark Gilly qualifying higher up the order than Steve. He'll have bragging rights at the
Gilly table,
the Gilly Brand household. So we're at the horseshoe now, and Ollie Goodyear and Archie Elliott. Ollie Goodyear controlling the pace as our pole setter.
Who's your money on? You think Harrison can get through?
I think Archie Elliott's going to win this.
Interesting.
Number 2, you reckon?
I don't think he's wrong either. I think Ollie.
He's shown great pace. Harrison Crook has shown great pace.
I think Ollie's done well, and I think he's but a lot of that was formed on that first heat in the wet where he did a brilliant job. So I'm kind of thinking that's the only reason I'm thinking not Ollie is because he won in different conditions.
You've got to survive the first turn here, I'm afraid. Let's see who does as they head towards it now. They get the green light and off towards turn 1. Ollie Goodyear on the inside, Archie Elliott around the outside. Is he going to hang in there? We've got cuts.
The two is Taylor Truman. Taylor Truman, right at the back of the field.
And it's
no, it's not Taylor Truman.
Harrison Crook.
Harrison Crook
on the number 2 is off the track.
His attempt at winning the O-Plate is gone.
Yeah, at the back of the field. There he goes.
Oh, wow.
Are we going to tell us what happened there, Nick, or are we just going to go woo and
People can see, they've got eyes. People have got eyes and saw Harrison Crook get turned round in the traffic, honestly.
He was well in the air as well, wasn't he?
You know, do you remember the Happy Mondays?
No.
Yeah?
No.
You don't remember Happy Mondays? You remember Frankie Goes to Hollywood? Yeah, so you had Holly Johnson who did the singing, and there was a guy in the start who just danced in the back. I'm the guy who's dancing in the back, you're doing all the singing, okay?
Here we go then. It's as it started.
That's why everyone wanted to see you, because you're the best. Everyone's missed you.
Stop, Nick. As it's Ollie Goodyear from pole position with Archie Elliott in second. Jake Davis, Scott Smith, Nathan Schaefer, Steve Thompson, Joshua Gollin, Cole Edwards, Ryan Taylor Truman in 9th, Nathan Wells in 10th. And it is looking like another waiting game that we're going to see here.
No.
Because we know how quick Ollie Goodyear is, and we know how quick that number 5, the Sushi Racing driver, Archie Elliott, who, let's see where they are in the championship actually. Oh, Elliott's up there, isn't he?
They're through there. It's Jake Davis and Scott Smith, and Nathan Schaefer's in 5th. Ryan Taylor Truman's in 9th, so it's not been a great start for him either. He's not made up any position at all really at the start, but obviously the advantage of all of them is Harrison Crook is now no longer in play for this final or for the O-Plate. It's Goodyear completes his second lap.
Are we seeing another waiting game here?
Looks like it.
It does look like it, doesn't it?
They've also broken away from 3rd and 4th, but you kind of hope that Jake and Scott can. Scott Smith, who was very quick in one of his heats, can pull back towards them.
So you've got Jake Davis and Scott Smith, who are absolutely on it. And then that man Nathan Schaefer in the orange overalls there, the CRG driver, down the inside there. A bit early to be defending from Jake Davis. Yes. He's got another 9.5 minutes to defend.
Smith's got him though.
Has he?
Yeah, inside the all-white machine. So Smith now in 3rd. He probably doesn't want to play a waiting game. He wants to get onto the tail of Archie and Goodyear as quickly as possible. I'm sure Schaefer will agree with him. Ryan Taylor Truman going 2 places in that last lap. He's up to 7th. And there'll be a couple of white people. I think there's the red and white machine just in the background there.
Ollie Goodyear came into this one in 4th place in the championship. He had a podium position second, finished second at fullback. So a strong showing from all of these drivers at the front of this field. Archie Elliott came in to this one in 5th after a second place on the podium for him at fullback.
So Taylor Truman now has moved into 6th. He's just the giraffe, the orange giraffe coloured card at the back of these 4.
They are closing the gaps ever so slightly to Archie Elliott.
Everyone's getting a bit closer, everyone's a little bit faster. Smith's doing a good job though, because he's dragging them along.
1.2 seconds the gap between second and third. We'll check that out. Ryan Taylor Truman now behind Nathan Schaefer. And Schaefer now onto the rear bumper of Jake Davis.
There's a lot of orange in those 3 carts of Davis, Schaefer and Ryan Taylor Truman. The sandwich is Schaefer. On either side, I think it's teammates, aren't they? Jake Davis and Ryan Taylor Truman.
Gaps down to a second. 0.2 of a second between second and third have been removed from that gap. So Scott Smith, having broke free, he's got clear air in front of him.
But Goodyear's managing to gap Elliott as well, which he hadn't done before. He's now got 3/4 second in the lead, which is a very long distance in this race in the final. So that's going to be a problem to get past that even. Once they've got up to 1.1 seconds, Archie Elliott is ahead of Scott Smith. And some nudging going on there as RTT tries to think about getting past Schaefer. And the winner and the 3rd place in last year's championship, the Sodi kart. Taylor Truman, the CRG, gets a nudge up the backside.
Yeah.
Chaser.
It's one of those corners where you're driving through the corner and there's a difference of opinion on which line, and one line slower. And there we saw TT coming up to the back of Schaefer. Schaefer will be aware he's there. He'll have felt that.
No, he'd been banging into 5 times.
It'll have just angered him.
He wants more raw meat, please.
Chafer trying to chase down, and there's Ryan Taylor-Truman absolutely snuck up and down the inside of Chafer. Chafer coming back at him. These two have been battling wheel to wheel for a couple of seasons now, and that continues, doesn't it?
No, it's like, I haven't got through.
Yeah.
But that's cost them time. Both of them have lost time. You can see that gap there that's formed from that battle, and there's still got 7 minutes to go, so they can afford a little bit of battle, but they're going to drop off the back of this battle for 4th, 5th. Goodyear now has a 1 second lead.
Until Truman will want a good slingshot onto this straight, using the slipstream if he can. Not quite able to. As the leaders there, very well spaced out, and then that battle there for 5th and 6th with Nathan Chafer.
Yeah, it's all kind of spreading out ahead of them. They are absolutely the focal point, but they're also losing everyone else in the midst of their scrap.
Well, Chafer's beginning to defend from Ryan Taylor-Truman now, so that means he's not going to catch Jake Davis ahead of him.
And he's dropping off worse than that.
Yeah, and they're dropping back towards Josh Gollin and Nathan Wells, as well as Paul Edwards, Stephen Horner.
It needs to be a positive move by Taylor-Truman pretty soon, or they're both going to scupper their chance of any further forward momentum.
Stephen Horner in 10th, just gotten ahead of Steve Thompson, and that's the battle of the Masters. Stephen Horner and Steve Thompson now 1st and 2nd in the Masters, 10th and 11th.
Second place Mount Elliott, 3rd place the all-white Scott Smith. And you see these equidistant though gapping, but Goodyear's got himself a 1.5 second lead, Joe.
It is. It's quite comfortable, isn't it? It's more than comfortable. It's more than he could have imagined. Archie Elliott likewise has got a good chunk of about a second between himself and Scott Smith, and then there's about nearly 7/10 between Scott Smith and Jake Davis. But it's Nathan Chafer and Ryan Taylor-Truman who are now being joined by a 3rd cart, and that is Josh Gollin. Gollin's coming as well on the Birrell Art. Nathan Chafer doing a great job of keeping these two behind.
Ollie Hancock in the chat, not a Chafer fan.
Get away. Yeah, you don't need to explain, Ollie. You saw everything.
No.
It's all there. It's all on the archive. Here they come then, and these two, having stopped squabbling, have been able to lose Joshua Gollin dropping back.
Are they going to have Davis? This is a surprise. I must admit, I'm very surprised by how spread out this final is. Harrison Crook's down in 26th place, by the way. He's just not managed. I think he had a second problem. I think he was climbing at the second problem.
I think going flying hasn't done that kart's handling any good at all.
No, he may even have retired, I think. But it's
well, he came here to win the All Plate.
Yeah.
And it's just a one-off appearance, I think. I think he hasn't really got plans of...
I think it was so good yesterday.
It was going great. It's been going great today as well, too. I think...
He's got past it while we're chatting about something else entirely. Chafer's been overtaken there, finally, by Ryan Taylor-Truman, going through the Gasworks hairpin. So that'll cheer Ollie Hancock up.
Yeah. RTT on the Saudi kart with the Venator engine has moved ahead of the CRG of Nathan Chafer, and Archie Elliott there in the red and black kart for Sushi Racing is now being chased by the all-white liveried Scott Smith, and Scott Smith has absolutely mullered that gap from a second and a half to now nothingness. He's absolutely on his bumper here.
I'm not quite sure he's done that. We look at, I see. Even by most recent lap times, this lap he's done it. He only gained a 10th the previous.
Yeah, it just came out of nothing.
So it must be an error, mustn't it, by Elliott? That must be a small
Maybe.
error.
Well, Elliott was about a second and a half. That gap's gone to 2.3.
When they go now,
so
you're going to see Elliott's lap time is going to be quite a lot slower. We go across now. Elliott does a 51.6 against a 51. I don't know. Sometimes maths do lie.
It went from 1.5 to 2.3, so I suspect that Archie's lost time somewhere because he's dropped away from Goodyear, and he's dropped back to the clutches of Scott Smith, and now he's being challenged.
And this is all great news for Goodyear, who effectively now is not, unless he makes a mistake, is not going to be headed in this one with 3 minutes to go. Smith, though, very much looking forward to battling into second place, but also behind them there's a teammate battle between Davis and Ryan Taylor-Truman. So that battle for 4th and 5th, there we are, side by side.
Yeah, they are.
Taylor-Truman is the second of those two at the moment. The Orange Giraffe, with Gaz will tell what team they are.
They're the TT.
They're his own team.
Ryan Taylor-Truman's
his own team. So he's got his customer.
Oh dear, customer ahead of him. And there he
not
goes.
anymore.
Customer may be, but he's a competitor on track.
I'll have fourth place.
Yeah, and he takes
Thanks,
fourth.
Davis.
And he's now going to chase after Scott Smith with 2 minutes on the clock.
So second and third now is the battle where it's at. Smith needs to lob it up. Well, I say needs to lob it inside, but it was interesting driving positioning there by Elliott. There's some very, very good defensive drive. I think as the drivers get older and perhaps more weighty, they get much better at defensive driving. It's like they're as concerned about not going backwards as they are concerned about going forwards.
Here's the challenge coming then. Archie Elliott having to defend. You know what's going to happen here, Nick? They are going to start slowing one another up. And who's this man coming? Yep. Our current champion from 2024, RTT, Ryan Taylor-Truman, is nearly there on the back of Scott Smith.
Yeah.
2-card battle for second place is going to become a 3-card battle very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's all points for Ryan Taylor-Truman. Obviously, it's not been a great qualifying. I think he qualified ninth, wouldn't he? But if you get a second place finish, and don't forget, you drop one final, you drop one heat 1 and one heat 2 and one heat 3. You don't drop a whole meeting.
That's right,
you drop bits out of the meeting.
That's why it's impossible for us going into round.
Yeah, no chance still. We have no chance to know who's doing anything.
Or what can Archie Elliott do to keep these two behind?
RTT
what can
looking
he do?
Everywhere to get a move on Smith. The thing is, Smith is actually, I think, quicker than Elliott. Elliott is doing some excellent position to keep himself where he is.
He is, and now Scott Smith, their defensive line to keep Ryan Taylor-Truman behind him.
Just to point out, Ollie Goodyear is 3.5 seconds ahead.
Apparently
he's still in this race.
He's absolutely loving this. Ollie Goodyear en route for an all-plate and the win in round 4.
3. Oh, it's nudging around every part of the corner there. A was nudging B, was nudging C, was nudging A again. But they've all managed to keep themselves 4 wheels down and looking at a little bit of a gap.
We're going to get another 2 laps, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely going to get another 2 laps.
Oh,
there's Ryan Taylor-Truman down the inside of Scott Smith. And what a move that was. And now he's made that stick through the second centre as well, out towards the chicane. And Scott Smith trying to squeeze himself inside a gap that just was not there.
That was great news for Archie Elliott, though, because that gave him a bit of breathing space. Now, it's going to be absolutely on the cusp if we get 2 laps or 1.
Is it?
11.59 something is what we'll go across the line at. Sometimes you get a last lap.
It was 1 second on the board. There was 1 second
half
on the
a
timer.
second.
I just watched it out the window.
0.47 of a second they made
really?
that one by.
Wow.
And only Ollie made it. The rest of them are way out.
Yeah, there it is.
But now, Taylor-Truman looking to pick up second place from Elliott. And he's now got 2 laps to do it in. And this is not great news for Elliott, who wasn't as quick as Scott Smith anyway.
Now, this is where Ryan Taylor-Truman is really, really good into this first centre. But Archie Elliott knows that and defends well. He's got to cover his blanks here, though, into the second centre. And if he's not careful, and he's getting Taylor-Truman had to try round the outside because it's the only route, but that's the way Archie Elliott's got to race. He's got to race defensively, and he does very, very aggressively. He snapped that cart across to the right. He was not going to leave that door even ajar, even in the slightest. And Ryan Taylor-Truman remains behind him.
And the person who's looking to benefit is Smith, who was dropped down right on the turn. You can see he's thinking this is going to be fantastic because the way Elliott's driving, the way Truman's trying to get past it, there's got to be a chance to pick up the scraps for me. Elliott now looks for a lap as he tries to block back the man who's currently leading the championship. Round the dog legs for the last time.
He's got to be careful here, Nick, because if Taylor-Truman gets the slingshot, which he does,
got it.
And he gets down the inside, and they come together, and that's Smith who's through it to second. Elliott snatches third back from Ryan Taylor-Truman. Taylor-Truman was always going to get down there towards St John's out of the dog leg, and they're coming together there. Scott Smith says, "Yeah,
I think we need to look at Ollie though.
That's what I've been waiting for." Ollie Goodyear is about to take what is one of the most dominant runs towards an all-plate. We'll keep a wary eye on what on earth is happening behind.
I think Smith picked up
still
second.
Scott Smith, but there's the win. Ollie Goodyear, good championship points as well. Scott Smith in second. Archie Elliott hangs on to third.
That's double Mystic Nick, isn't it?
Right, it is. Ryan Taylor. Oh, hang on a minute.
What's going on?
What's going on with
He's gone to fifth.
I've got Nathan Schaefer showing ahead of Ryan Taylor-Truman.
I think Truman had a problem after a bit later on.
I think he did.
Let's have a look at that main movement. This is where it was up the inside into St John's. They lost some momentum. They went round, and Smith went right under the end. There's Schaefer who got it a bit later, but that's the move that got Smith his second place. And obviously there was a bit more Schaefer-Truman action later on, but we couldn't show it because we were showing the leader. But there we are. That's a race exploded into life, wasn't it?
Winner of the Masters, Stephen Horner, finishes 10th. Steve Thompson in 11th. He's second in the Masters. Steve Gilly picks up the third step of the podium in Masters, down in 14th overall.
Okay, so that was an absolutely fantastic 177A final. Next up, we go for the Junior Rotax A final. And this is your grid. So it is Jaden Sherwood in the number 2 on pole. Aidan Large starts 2. Barnaby Grubbs had a really great weekend, is starting 3. Daniel Adamantis starts 4. Dylan Morton starts 5. And then Archie Dyson in 6. Alfie McBain, 2 wins and 1 non-finish, means you're 7th. Hector Sadlowski is 8th. Bailey Heath, Jacob Aston, Finley Hines, Warwick Milam, and you've got Leo Basterfield. Just looking for who else is around in the final. So you've got Basterfield. Sam Green Gomez is quite kicking. You've got Kelly, Benson. You can see the rest. Josh Justin. Kai Pepperell down in 22nd. Sam Ashton in 23rd. Where's the other Ashton? Jacobs in 10th. So one of the Astons done okay. And that's the grid. But so watch out for 7th place Alfie McBain. He's had 2 wins and a dodgy bumper. So can he make it 3 wins and a dodgy bumper and take the O plate? Just waiting to clear the remnants of a couple of the large scale of the heavyweights who broke down. As we get to the 2 high finals, with both different finals, there's 2 races to go. This one, and after it, we have the Senior Rotax A final. And they're off and running. So they roll away. You've seen the grid. Now you see the carts. Colourful cornucopia of machines carrying the hopes and dreams of a number of under 16-year-olds to pick up the O plate for the NKC. You're getting advice from other drivers, are you?
No, we're picking up all the gossip.
Go on then. What gossip you got?
Just the first lap incident there is, controversial opinions and stuff. And
well, where number 2 got spun round.
It's what this sport is. It's all about the soap opera.
It is.
Is there
a soap opera hiding over the garage door?
Yep, absolutely. Absolute drama, intrigue.
And the
controversy. We love a bit of controversy.
I'd like more controversy, please.
There are so many relationship dynamics going on out there.
That's discussed.
Discuss. Yes. Hang on. What have I got?
Oh, no, we did that already.
Right, here we go. We have got Jaden Sherwood and Barnaby Grubb.
No, Adamantis, yep.
Yeah, here we go.
Alfred Bain starting 7th, Joe, after 2 wins and a non-finish.
Well, he's going to be strong from 7th if he can get round the first turn, which has been a big ask pretty much all afternoon. Incredibly, the Junior Rotax field make their way towards the dogleg, and we haven't lost anybody, Nick.
Superb break from pole, I think, by Sherwood in the 2 car. He just disappeared. He gave himself 6-7 lengths. He's so surprised. I think he thinks it might have been a full start. He was so far ahead. 3 carts off at the bottom of the St John's there. A little bit of contact with each other. I think everyone's okay. Yep, they're just trying to get going again. No one's actually hurt, but they are out of having anything happening to them.
Well, with Riley Thatcher not being here, Battenberg flag flies, so we are under caution effectively. It's like a full course caution, where the lead cart takes the control of the pace of the race, slows down to safety car pace.
It's half speed it's supposed to be, isn't it?
Half race speed, but I heard Matt Hildreth said the sort of speed that you slow down to under a yellow flag, which is, again, open to interpretation. But right now we just have some carts to recover and some drivers to get to safety.
I think that's going quite well, so I think they'll get going again at the end of this lap.
Well, it's Jaden Sherwood who's making here while the Riley Thatcher isn't here, and he will consolidate his position in the championship if he can stay there. But that's a big ask. The clock continues to tick from 12 minutes down. We are down to 10.5 minutes and 1 lap remaining. And it's Jaden Sherwood, Aidan Large, Barnaby Grubb, Dylan Morton, Daniel Adamitis, Alfie McBain up to 6th, Archie Dyson, Hector Sadlowski and Leo Basterfield, with Finley Hines rounding off your top 10. And it's going to be a full restart, Nick, from this line astern position when the Battenberg goes green.
Yeah. I get the impression that, just so you know, you're seeing a few transponders on the timing. Unfortunately, that's coming direct from Alpha Time. But I think it's because they haven't linked the names of the bump up people to the transponders.
No, it's just sometimes the
no, this is different. This is different this time.
Yeah, but not at this stage of the day. No, I know what you're saying, but it's not that they haven't linked the names. It's just the way the timing.
Yeah, it's the timing thing. Yeah, it's the timing. It's the timing. Timing hasn't linked. The timing hasn't linked them together.
Here we go. Green flag flies then, and Jaden Sherwood gets on with it. Aidan Lodge, Barnaby Grubb, Dylan Morton.
That was a good restart, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was way better than Oscar Piastri if he got a 10-second penalty.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Maybe they need to look at this level of the sport to find out how to do things.
There's a few things.
How to conduct themselves.
Well, yeah, probably not. Don't watch the 1 second class, though.
No. As ever, lots of drama. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In fact, everybody is just lying astern at this stage. 9 minutes on the clock.
McBain's going for the 5-6. Looks like where the first bit of action is going to be as McBain tries to overtake Adamantium. He'll drop back a little bit.
Right, there's the
I think he's got past him already.
Yeah, number 41.
Yeah, so McBain's into 5th already.
He's got Dylan Morton ahead of him. So he's got Dylan Morton ahead of him, who is a TT Motorsport. That's a Taylor Truman team. And it looks like Alfie is now right. Look at that. He's looking very racy indeed, isn't he? He was looking for the gap, and he was too far back, but he's still looking for the gap.
Those 2 minutes under Battenberg, he wouldn't have wanted those because he's as much time as possible to move through the field. In fairness, Sherwood and Large are having a bit of a go at it as well. So 1st and 2nd and 4th and 5th are, and then, well, I say 4th and 5th, that's already changed because up the inside there went that multicoloured 41 of Alfie McBain into 4th place. Don't forget, he's turned up, he's won 2 heats and broken down in the 3rd.
Yeah, and he's still qualified 7th, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, tremendous. Absolute tremendous. Here we go. That's the lead battle there. Jaden Sherwood with Aidan Lodge trying to get around the outside and sneaking down the middle there inside at the... Oh, and so is Alfie McBain. So a change for 2nd and 3rd as they come across the line. Then Jaden Sherwood it is. Barnaby Grubb will show 2nd. Alfie McBain in 3rd, right on his bumper. Aidan Lodge down to 4th. Dylan Morton, Archie Dyson, Dalian Mitis, Leo Basterfield, Finley Hinderdector, Sadlowski. Look at this, Nick. That's 5 carts.
I think Aidan Lodge is trying to work out how he's 4th.
I know.
I'm going for the lead. I'm going for the lead and now I'm 4th.
That's how easy
and
it can be.
Bain was looking up the inside of the first of the centres. I think he feels he's quick there, but I think you'll find now he's moved up. And people like Grubb, he's looking for the inside drive, wasn't he? So he's got Sherwood from Grubb, from McBain, and I think all 3 of them have got the pace. So McBain independently has seen the fastest person here this weekend, and he's going to get 2nd.
Yeah, remember Alfie McBain.
But, we're paying the compliment. There goes the 150 Aidan Large saying, haha, I can also do 2 places.
Following him through, yeah. Alfie McBain in his 100 Motorsports backyard here. We're playing at home. Is Alfie McBain. Let's see if he can catch the Colts racing Jaden Sherwood. Sherwood 2nd in the championship. McBain closing that gap down. McBain just looks like he's got pace that if he gets past Sherwood, he's going to pull away. He's got absolute pace here, this young.
He's got total confidence.
McBain.
He's got belief in his package. He obviously knows the track like the back of his hand. Also, if he's not doing any more rounds, he can completely rag these tyres, can't he?
Yeah, it's a shame that Alfie won't be out to show off the O plate if he indeed wins it. I mean, Jaden Sherwood's going to try and stop him doing that.
Yes, obviously Sherwood's
that's his mission.
Yeah, well, Sherwood's no fool. He's the runner-up from previous year's championship. So, he's another year old, another year wiser. And he's got a very competitive young man behind him. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a foregone conclusion that Bain's going to get past. And more importantly, if he does get past, it's not a foregone conclusion he's going to pull away.
That's right. He has shown massive pace this weekend, and look how close he is now through turn 1, through Brian's Bend. He may be following him, Nick, but it's not looking like he's kind of trying to work out where he's got the performance edge. This could be a place, but look, Sherwood's aware of that. He's aware of that and positions the car just in the middle of the track. Does so at the 2nd centre. And McBain hasn't got the room to get down the inside, or has he?
Gave it a
Trying,
go.
yes.
Tried to make the room with a bit of a nudgette there.
Sherwood is running at like 7/10 to stay on that line. He's got to stay on that defensive line, but can he stay on that defensive line for another 5.5 minutes? Because if they're not careful, Aidan Lodge will do a Nick Damon and come through on everybody. Look at that little nudge there, inadvertent. Oh, and there's a
nice
bit,
one.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have happened. But McBain very much cut him off there. Saying, how dare you? I'm the one who napped it up the tail.
Well,
not
it was more of a case of tripping one another because Jaden Sherwood slowing the pace by defending as he is, he's slowing the pace.
I think that was a very deliberate. I think the concept here of a light nudge, get you offline, get past, is quite
subtle,
prevalent. I think, and obviously something the stewards are looking at.
Look at this train of carts. This could be.
It's interesting how the junior Rotax have not decided to do the waiting game.
No, they're not. Are they? They're not. They're impatient. They're playing the impatient game.
Yeah.
Let's get on with it. Jaden Sherwood defending again. They're all going to concertina up again through the horseshoe. This is where they can end up tripping over one another. Look at that.
There's not past grab on this lap.
McBain,
Morton's into fourth now.
Well, McBain is being tripped up through the horseshoe. And just how many carts have we got there? Look at
Grab's
that.
dropped down 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 effectively. 5 definitely in the chance of the win. Right under Basterfield in the 7. He started a long way down, so he's got some pace. And they're just moving backwards and forwards. An ebb and flow in this 5-cart train is amazing. Great work by Sherwood to stay ahead of McBain.
Nick, that's an 8-cart train. That is an 8-cart train.
5 were more
Look at that. 8-cart train tripping over one another.
We could do 11 if you want to push it.
Yeah, Sherwood's it's a big ask for Sherwood. And a change for third as Dylan Morton has come back through.
He's moved forward quite well over the last couple of laps. He's found a bit of pace, and now, of course, with the ultimate frontline pace being controlled by Sherwood's defensive movements, I must want to try and get past.
I fear this is going to go horribly wrong.
Who for?
I fear
everyone.
For everyone. I fear this is going to go horribly wrong for everyone. This is a very typical all-plate meeting. However, it is the round 4 of the championship as well. But just look at Jaden Sherwood. Absolutely on the white line, defensive driving here. And
look at that pack. That's like the first lap.
I know.
And we're 10 minutes in.
I know, we're 10 minutes in. But this is because Jaden Sherwood decided to defend. And he's defending. I'm not criticising him here.
No,
he's defending aggressively. And it's down to him to hold on to that lead by any means.
He probably thinks,
within the regulations.
He probably thinks a decent exit out of the chicane and he's fine for the lap.
Yeah, well, he's got to stay down the inside though. He can't give Alfie
McBain.
And
they've come together, but they got away with it.
Yeah, nearly. A little bit of an oversteer from Alfie McBain.
They're up in the air.
Change for third again. Aidan Large and Dylan Morton just swapping positions. As we see that again, there it is, and they're just tripping over one another. And the TT Motorsport driver had to come very, very tight, lost momentum. That allowed Aidan Large around the outside on the exit. Here they come again down towards St John's. Look at this train of cars. This is a tremendous race. This is a very big contender for Joe Bradley's race of the month so far. And it's not even over yet. It's got 2.5 minutes remaining.
Oh, that's
carts on the grass behind these three.
Who was that? Was that Hines?
That was Dylan Morton on the TT Motorsport. Here we go. Again, Sherwood down the inside. What can McBain do? He's got to be very careful, is Alfie, because he's got Aidan Large right there with him. Once again, tripping over him through the horseshoe. There's no gap there because Jaden Sherwood positions the kart perfectly to stop any gap showing. Any Alfie McBain-sized gap is not being shown whatsoever.
This is the most defensive driving we've seen so far this weekend, possibly ever.
There was 5 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock when we started this defence.
Well, I'd like to say, Your Honour, this has been very strong defence, and I find him not guilty. Sherwood, though. Oh,
no.
Bain there. I thought it's a scuffling behind the Cunnington cars coming through.
That's right.
Is that Basterfield? Basterfield's really made up some positions. As I said that, he was got hung out to dry on the left-hand side and lost 2 places.
Sherwood is driving the defensive textbook. He is not allowing, and the problem is that there's going to be consternation behind him because everybody behind him is beginning to trip one another up.
He's getting about 4 or 5 taps around the
and
horseshoe.
that's just inadvertent.
Which is fine. It's
unavoidable.
Not knocking him out of line. It's fine. He's putting the extra momentum. Comes right over to the inside line. Prevents any chance of big... now Alfie for the first time tries to kind of back through, cut through. Can he? But he can't
do that.
There's just a cart there. There's nothing you can get past.
Alfie's just done that. What I mean is he's not going to get past there, but it's just to stop people from behind. Just again, no gaps being shown anywhere really in this train.
Defence again.
These 3 again.
3? Look at these 8.
These 8 again. Oh, and they're clattered together because Sherwood was slow through the corner. Aidan Large comes up behind Alfie McBain. And they're off down towards the gasworks, and once again Sherwood on the inside. McBain, the sandwich between Aidan Large and Jaden Sherwood.
Going to get 2 more after this one, so it's more work for Sherwood to do. is it all going to break loose? Are people going to be sensible, or are they just going to throw things up and hope for the best?
I don't know, but there's 2 laps remaining in this tense situation between these lot.
I see what Baines trying to do, but the track doesn't allow you to do that.
No.
You just back left through Brian's Bend and around the dog leg. Your chance really is you've just got to get a super run here, try and get into centre 1, but of course Sherwood knows what you're doing.
Sherwood's driving a really, really clever race here. McBain is trying everything he knows. He's been taught every trick in the book through here into the chicane. They were side by side. This is going to slow them down out onto the back straight. It's going to allow Leo Basterfield, who's there, but it's a defensive line by pretty much everybody. So there's nowhere to go. You've got to just slot in behind.
Basterfield actually picked up the position just before that. He managed to get past the Aidan Large and suddenly found himself the chance of attacking into the top 2. Let's watch his last lap. It's going to be a defensive masterclass, or is it all going to go horribly wrong on the last lap? Is he going to unravel? Is Sherwood's 6 minutes of total effort and total concentration going to result in now? Can McBain get through after starting in 7th, or will Basterfield come even further back, find a way to win this one, the round 4 and O-Plate Junior Rotax A final?
Well, Alfie McBain just left himself a bit of a breather to Sherwood rather than rattling his rear bumper, and you never know, the gap might open up. He's got to do it through the chicane and get the momentum. If he can get the momentum out the chicane and then draw up alongside again, though, Sherwood's going to go down the inside. He does. There comes Basterfield because he's been challenged by Aidan Large. Nick, this is tremendous driving from these youngsters. I thought it was going to go horribly wrong. It hasn't gone horribly wrong yet. Nearly did there. And out to take the checkered flag.
Well done.
What a race.
Brilliant,
what a finish. Absolute awesome. Look at that line astern. And that was all from Jaden Sherwood's defensive driving with 5.5 minutes remaining on the clock. He takes the win.
Top 20 in 5 seconds. Sorry, top 21 in 5 seconds.
Well, how many was in the first 2 seconds? It was the first 9 were in the first 2 seconds. Jaden Sherwood takes the win. Alfie McBain will see Alfie on the podium on the second step. Leo Basterfield for Guy Cunnington finishes in 3rd, Aidan Large 4th, Finlay Hines 5th, and then we had the top 10, Dylan Morton, Barnaby Grubb, Warwick Milam, Jacob Aston and Luke Richards. Absolutely line astern finish there for Junior Rotax. Wow.
Spice,
unbelievable.
Comment, the defending is ridiculous. Defending is not ridiculous, the defending is all part of the driving. That's the whole part of it.
I hear this in karting all the time about people saying, oh, they're white lining. That's motor racing.
That's the point.
That is defensive driving. As far as I'm concerned, I didn't see. You go to car racing. In fact, watch the 1981 Spanish Grand Prix for a master class at Jarama, a master class of defensive driving by Gilles Villeneuve.
Doesn't go around the corners, but it's fast down the straight.
Yeah, in the Ferrari, and defensive driving is defensive driving. It's the nature of the track that causes the blockage. And Warden Law is a sweeping track. It's a sweeping track without any real stop. Matt Hunter has got plans, though, Nick.
I know, for a stop.
To stop that.
I know, after the toilets, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're about to start the last race of the day. It's been a fantastic day's racing. I've really enjoyed these finals. But I think we have got a very strong contender for Joe Bradley's race of the month.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Nick. This senior Rotax race is going to have to go some to beat those juniors.
Well, there we go.
Because that was phenomenal.
Jensen Watts on pole. I didn't even see Jensen. What's Jensen done? Was he done today?
No. He's been very strong.
Alexander Carl Plate's had a couple of good results as well.
I tell you what, mate. Try and pick a winner out of that first 15 or 20 drivers. Not a chance. Jensen Watts, Alexander Cole, both rapid. James Lowther, Bobby Rosier, both on form. Reece Green, Kieran Gifford.
Gifford looked
absolutely.
Billy Vogt looked brilliant in the race he won.
Ethan Lomax, Billy Vogt, Dylan Braley, Ollie Varney, Paula Nunes, Aranda, Charlie Hume. The rest of the grid there, Braden Hill, Ben Ballou up from the B final there, starting in 31st. Mason Perrin starting in 24th. William Eberhardt, who knows this place, and Andy Powell, starting 19th and 21st. William Eberhardt and Andrew Powell. It's Sam Wyatt in 16th.
Something you said about the last race. This is going to be the first thing you have to do is get around the first corner. Yeah. And there's a lot of people there who have to get around the first corner because they have pace, but they're mired a bit in the middle.
And the nature of turn 1 here brings everybody together, and it brings everybody together at high speed, where it's a committed corner.
you commit to the corner. If you don't commit to the corner, you're gonna sort of have everybody falling around you and hitting you and stuff. And I think that's what happens. Cold tyres into turn 1. We've had one rolling lap. We should get this underway for the final time. Then the green light will fly and we go racing. And it is Jensen Watts on the number 1 that gets a nudge from behind. And around the outside has gone Cole on the current O plate. Can he retain that O plate? That is the question. As everybody is through the dog leg.
There's a couple of people at the back who had a slight problem, but everyone else has got rolling. And they're accelerating away and into the first time into Senna 1. And the Carrington machine has got away and is establishing a lead. Watts has dropped down to second. Third is the 1-2-3 of James Lowther. And is it Rosier still in fourth? Yeah, in the 49. So it has gone with just the advantage. Carl has taken the lead as he tries to double up his O-plateness.
So wanting to retain and win consecutive O plates here. He took the O plate at where was the O plate last year? Rowell.
No, yeah, Rowell. This one, yeah, Rowell.
Yeah, Rowell for this class, and took the win there. It's going to come back together. I know he's got a bit of a gap, but Jensen Watts is going to be clever. James Lowther's going to be clever, and Bobby Rosier is a former champion. He knows how to win races.
It works with Gifford now. He's a second behind in fifth. He's got to roll himself back up to fourth place, people. So he needs a little bit. Let's work together with his friend, which is Reece Green and Ethan Lomax, to just get back on the back of these guys, because it is a 4, and it's a 4 that's broken away and not going to be splintering. Jensen Watts doesn't quite seem to have the pace at the start of the race. Doesn't mean anything. There's 2 laps time his tyres could come in.
Yeah, and they are closing the gap with Alexander Cole by not squabbling about these places with 10.5 minutes to go already. And we are about to have a 4-car train. Now then, are we going to play a waiting game, or are we going to play it the juniors way and start defending like hell?
Reece Green's picked up 5th, by the way, Joe, so he's now the one who's going to try and catch at the back of 4th. He actually did gain a tiny bit over on Rosier, so he's the man looking to try and join this quartet at the front in that blue and white machine that slewed into view just there.
He's had an absolutely cracking weekend as young Reece Green.
Oh, move there. And that's Jensen Watt down to 3rd place. In came Lowther, got through past him.
Well, James is a local driver to Warden Law, so he's on home ground here, and he's with Louis Larger's team as well. So we know how quick James Lowther can be. Reece Green has been quicker than his teammate Freddie Worlock. He's the championship leader all weekend, pretty much, even from the practice sessions. Freddie currently in 10th there. They'll be wanting to consolidate points going forward. But Jensen Watts dropping back, isn't he?
Green's done brilliantly. He's driven up the back of this quartet, and he's now immediately getting onto the back of them. There's a bit of a spread with them. They've a little spread more than they were. They've all got a couple of tenths, a quarter second between them. But now it's Green looking to pick up 4th place. The first person he has to knock off of this list is Rosier in the 49. That's the white and red, and I think the green helmet there, and the blue and white machine in 5th. But again, it's a kind of a relaxness about this initial pod, isn't it? Even though
it is. It is the calm before the storm, isn't it? And it's like just playing a bit of a patient waiting game. Just patience being the essence at this stage. If you start scrapping, you're going to just drop off. You're going to drop away. If you're trying to chase the leaders down, you're not going to catch them by scrapping over 3rd and 4th place, which is what we're saying. Jensen Watts and Bobby Rosier. We've got 2 champions there of this series.
Watts has got a definite lack of pace at the moment, only in comparison to the other 4 very fast cars. But he's just not quite on it at the moment. Don't know how he set his cart up, don't know how he's feeling, doesn't know what's going on, but he's not quite on the pace, certainly, of the Lowther and Cole. But I think that Reece now needs to start making a move. It was a little bit, an attempt went horribly wrong there for Rosier. He lost it, and it did go horribly wrong. Yeah. The move he made, lost the run, and Reece Green picked up the 4th place.
Bobby Rosier was beginning to get a little bit impatient behind because of the lack of pace from Jensen Watts. However, he did have a go at him, and then Reece Green said, "Oh, hang on, there's a gap. I'm going for it." He's got a lot of pace, hasn't he, Reece?
Yeah, I think Rosier, I feel sorry for him because he made the move, he didn't come off, he lost momentum, lost the place.
Yeah. Well, he can have it.
I kind of feel that you just think, knowing Watts as we do, and the success he's had in this series, you just think this temporary, not quite as quickness is going to disappear. He's just going to take off like Concorde in a second.
Yeah, we've seen that in the past, haven't we? But I fear that's maybe not there. However,
he was pole, so something's there.
Well, yeah, I mean he's had a good run, but we changed tyre pressures for the final. It's the longer race. We may have had a setup change. We may be trying to find that, eke out that little bit of performance. And sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes the changes you make go the other way, and then you've got a car to fight instead of fighting for the win. You're fighting the car just to maintain the position, which is, I think, what I'm not saying that's what Jensen Watson, the Racing Perfection team, will have done, but I'm just saying that's, the variables are, when we see these karts and drivers in the finals, they're not necessarily on the same setup as we saw starting this race.
Excellent point.
Starting the race
but
weekend.
it looks like Green now is looking to get the measure of Watts. Now, it's a case he's going to be careful. He's seen what happens when you make a move that doesn't work. So he's going to make a move that does work and work out where that can be. And my guess is he's going to initially try something into center one, but will Watts immediately defend?
Well, these three, Watts, Green and Rosier, have to not fight about this third position and have to work together and get towards James Lowther. James Lowther, I've got to say, hasn't been able to close that gap of a half a second to Alexander Cole.
The thing is, Reece Green can see the gap between Watts, and he's gone for it. He's gone for it because you can see the gap between Watts and Lowther increasing, and Watts has lost that place. I mean, he tried to go back at it, but not with great aggression. So Reece Green moves into third. Now he's got to try and bridge the gap, which over the line is 0.8 of a second, and you're absolutely right, Lowther's just losing Cole now.
Yeah, Alexander Cole. Guy Cunnington Racing is the team that leads this race. LRG Motorsport are second. Nib Sport are the third place team, and then the Racing Perfection, Birrell Art, and then behind them Bobby Rosier. Down the inside, Bobby Rosier.
Oh, another nudge there. That wasn't quite a clean overtake, but we've seen the Green. Now Green, I think, who has this, who's 0.8 behind, fourth and fifth, battling hard.
Bobby Rosier just can't seem to get past Jensen Watts. He's just watched Reece Green do it and pull away. He knows he's being held up, and he just can't seem to find a way by.
Yeah, it's where you're fast, isn't it? If you're fast in the wrong place.
Well, that's right. Yeah, I suppose. Look at where Reece Green has caught James Lowther.
4 tenths is half the gap.
5 minutes remaining.
But the thing is that Lowther's lost another couple of tenths on Cole. So if Green's going to actually win this race and get the O-plate, he needs to dispense Lowther quickly. But even then, it doesn't mean he can catch Cole, who's been very fast all day.
Towards the first of the centres then. There's Alexander Cole off into the lead. This battle for second has now come together. James Lowther on the red and gold cart, the black and blue and white cart of Reece Green has shown massive pace. His mother will be biting her nails at the on the track side here. Young Reece seems to have grown about 7 foot. I remember him being in Minimax a couple of years ago. He was this tiny little kid, and now he's taller than me, which is not high benchmark.
Oh, and he's got it. Brilliant move. That inside.
That was
fantastic. Look,
move.
Just straightening. I hope we see that one again, because we were talking and kind of concentrating, wondering what's going on. He just comes around the horseshoe. There's nothing on there, and then suddenly there is.
Yeah, and that was a brilliant move. It takes a lot of courage as well.
And in fairness, the 1-2-3 car of Lowther saw him and went, okay, I'm not going to be silly about this.
I think James is wise enough and experienced enough here at this track to realise that when you do that, you're not going to gain anything by closing the door and clattering into somebody. You've just got to suck it up and live with it, and then come back at him, which is exactly what he's doing here. And if anything, James looking very racy, or not quite under, because Reece Green is now beginning to defend. He's defending certainly into the gas works, but that's not going to help him catch Alexander Cole.
Cole's got 1.6 seconds last time around, gained a bit from the battle between these two. I'm not sure it's gone up or down. Seems like it goes across the line, 1.7. 3 minutes 27 to go, so there's still a third of the race left, but it's really whether they can begin to bring down the gap to Cole. Rosier has got Watts in the background while we're watching the battle for second and third, but Watts is staying on the back. The gap to other drivers, which is Horn, Varney, Wehrlock's up to 8th, which is good for his championship score. Maxi Smith is 9th, Ethan Lomax is 10th. But the real test is, can they reduce this 1.771 second lead between first and second?
Yeah, they're not going to do that if they continue to squabble. Now, James Lowther has settled in behind Reece Green. Now, whether that's choice or whether that's all he can do to keep on terms with Reece Green. He's proved how quick he is by the way that he's caught these drivers ahead of him and he's overtaken them. And now, let's see what the gap is, Nick.
It's gone slightly up to 1.871, so it's a tenth of a second. He's looked really good all weekend. I was surprised he wasn't starting from pole because Watts kind of sneaked in with some grip. It must have been the lowest score which what did it for Watts.
The whole team have, to be honest. Guy Cunnington Racing have had a great weekend here for round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. They've had a really strong showing here from all of their drivers in all of the classes that they're in. And none more so than the current O-plate holder at the moment. In 2 minutes' time or so, he is going to retain that O-plate.
It's looking that way because they don't look any closer than they did last time around. The real question now is will Lau just go for it at this point and try and get it second place? But can he, as you pointed out, can he go for it? Does he have that extra 0.2 of a second? Over the line, it went down a tenth. It's not enough.
I'm not sure he has, and I'll tell you why. Because Reece Green has been able to just get on with it. He's not being challenged at all by James Lowther. James Lowther might be fooling us all here by playing a waiting game. That remains to be seen. But 90 seconds remaining, Nick. The time has come. It's going to be very soon. He's going to have to pull the trigger. If he's got anything left in his toolbox, he needs to close that gap and get right on the bumper to give himself an opportunity. Now, this is where it might come.
He's very close now. Yeah. So he has to. He needs to lob it up the inside now.
Let's look at how fast he is at that chicane.
But it's not doing any good, is it? You can see a wall of cars in front. Oh, nearly there. I thought he had him inside there. Can't repay the
very hard to do
the move which took that second place from him. The gap's going to go up. I'm sure it has. 3 more tenths.
2 more laps after this one as well.
3. I think not possibly.
No, I think 2. Because we were about
this and 2 more. This and 2 more. Yeah.
This one and 2 more. Yes. Yeah. And time beginning to run out then for James Lowther. If he's going to have a go, I think Alexander Cole is strong here. It's going to take an absolute disaster for Guy Cunnington Racing's Alexander Cole not to retain this O-plate. He's been absolutely dominant. He came into the first corner from that second on the grid, didn't he? Front row of the grid, and he took the lead. He's never been headed, and he's never been caught. We can't even catch him. Reece Green is the next driver that has perhaps got the potential to challenge. But
let's give a victory lap to Alexander Cole, so Frank can follow the leader. That'll be great.
So that is Reece Green, and just ahead of him.
Oh no, hang on, we got 2 laps to go, have we? Oh, well, sorry, we'll carry on where we are. Sorry, I miscounted again.
Premature. That's your life.
Yeah, a bit. What do you do?
Yeah, Reece Green's pulled a gap to James Lowther now.
They're all spaced out, aren't they?
And Bobby Rosier finally found a way by Jensen Watts.
And Bobby, disappointing, Jensen, in this final. Well, he'll be disappointed, I'm sure.
Well, I'm sure he'll be more disappointed than you, mate. I can assure you.
No one's more disappointed than me.
Disappointing than you.
No one's more disappointed than me either.
Yeah, Reece Green, time run out for Reece Green to get on terms to challenge. He probably needs another 15 minutes or so to maybe do that. That's not going to happen because we've got the 1 lap to go aboard now. So it's all about Guy Cunnington Racing's Alexander Cole. He came here with the O-plate, having taken it at Rowrah in 2024. He comes to Warden Law for round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. And he will retain that O-plate if he can keep the kart on the island for just 1 more lap. In fact, even half a lap will do. Into the centres for the last time this afternoon. Out of there, off towards the back chicane. And it really has been, well, I think dominant is the only word I can think of.
There's no other word for this.
Yeah, to explain that
He
one.
made a great start, and at that point, that was all he needed to do. So Alexander Cole will bring home the win in senior Rotax, and bring home or retain the O-plate. That's a very rare thing to retain the O-plate.
Yeah.
Great performance in second place by Reece Green. Joe Fnau and Bo Bosley gave us a good race. Jensen Watts is going to have to work out what went wrong in the final. Holm, Varney were up good points at his championship. And then Smith and Lomax. And there are the rest of the karts going past. And there's the result in front of you. A few people didn't make the trip, actually. Lost about 6 karts in the end. But that is the Senior Rotax A final. Great result by Alexander Cole. That is to NKC round 4 and the O-plate, Joe.
Well, what a great weekend of racing we've had here for round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC. We congratulate all of our O-plate winners. There will be, of course, the usual NKC trophy presentation where Ollie and Chris will take you through that. From us at Karting Live TV, we may see you next week.
We possibly going to see you next week.
Possibly will.
Yeah, we think we will.
We think we will. We're not sure. More of that later. For now, Nick, I think, I want to thank everybody at Warden Law. I want to thank everybody at the NKC.
Absolutely.
A big congratulations to Paul Bainbridge and all of the staff
Can
here.
I just say, it's really nice to be welcome at a track. And some tracks we were really welcome at, and I include many tracks we've been to so far this year, and I include Warden Law. Other tracks, be quite nice if they had the same concept.
Yes. After all, race series are their customers.
Yes, exactly.
And on that cheery note,
we love you all, and we'll see you soon.